Family, they know can't nobody do it like foundational Black Americans. From day one all the way to right down now. FBA all day, FBA's in the building. They know they can't do it like foundational Black Americans. This person damn sure know she can't do it like a foundational Black Americans because certified Black society are representatives and certified Black society about to represent. Let me know where you at right now. We about to go in because it's about to go down. Foundational Black American, Certified Black Society, Black Alpha Network. We about to break down the real from the fake, the certified from the counterfeit, and all of the artificials away from all of the authentics. And you already know what side we on, and you already know how we win. That is by a damn knockout. Let's go to work. Let's go to work. Let's go to work. Let's go to work. And we in here right now. There they go. Certified salute. What's up, family? One more time. Black Alpha Network. We are here. We are live, and it is our world. And since it's our world, family, it's only right that I shout out the family. I shout out Vegas. I shout out GA. I shout out Texas. Memphis is in the building, in the place. Ballers gonna ball. Haters gonna hate. Family, we got a whole lot of haters. A whole lot of haters, and they watching us right now. And we coming all the way in, so they better move and get out the way. Because this is our lineage, our heritage, and culture. And we've been on this time and we've been on this energy of representing our lineage, heritage, and culture. And let me tell you about our lineage, okay? Let me tell you about our heritage, and let me damn sure tell you about our culture. We are the untouchables. We are the undeportables. We are one of a kind. We are building, working, shining, grinding, all of the above. And these people cannot stand next to us. I don't care if it's the political world. I don't care if it's the social world. I don't give a damn if it's a movie. Because every single thing that has a foundational Black American fingerprint on it belongs to us. And if we got to regulate all goddamn day long, then we gonna regulate all goddamn day long because we've been doing it from the beginning anyway. So it ain't nothing new to us. There they go. Y'all smash that like button. Tap in. Black Alpha Network. We about to go full speed. I hope you locked in. Hope you got your seatbelt on. I hope you got the pedal to the floor because from here on out, we're going 100 miles an hour of G-checking, a real good game, and just that certified energy. That's what we're going to do. Family, let me break this down for you right now, okay? The movie Sinners just came out. For everybody watching, this is not a spoiler. We're not going to be spoiling nothing. We're just going to be regulating. I'm going to talk about the way things are all playing in and how everybody out there is trying to get a piece of this movie. All right? Everybody. And there's a lot of discourse. There's a lot of debates. There's a lot of energy, a lot of people talking, but we're going to talk the loudest and we're going to talk the clearest and let everybody know this is about FBA. Let me tell you, soon as you started talking about Black Americans, oh, that's us. Soon as you start talking about the Deep South, hell yeah, that's us. Because remember, our motherland is the United States of America, in particular the South. My home, I'm here right now. It ain't Africa. And we're going to talk about how you got these scam Africans, how they trying to get involved. We're going to talk about how you have these POCs. They trying to get involved. You even got the dominant society talking about in Ireland, it just made me feel so good to see this movie Sinners. Yeah, they trying to tie sinners into the potato famine. I'm not lying. You don't believe me? Watch. I'm also going to show you how this has become a situation, just like every situation where people are trying to get in on what we're doing. If you haven't seen the movie, make sure you check it out. I just watched it, fam, but we're going to break down the way that it is connected and everything. Man, there's been a hell of a lot of people talking, and everybody wants their little piece of it, right? You got this thing about FBA spirituality, where a lot of people are just trying to take it away. Right? You got this thing about FBA existence. A lot of people trying to insert themselves into who we are, into where we've been. It all goes back to what we've been saying. I heard someone say Sinners is very similar to They Not Like Us, right? It's a very similar thing. And we do this every single day. We don't take no time off, and we don't just be FBA when we hit play or when we record. We're the ones on the front line breaking everything the hell down. But I'm going to show y'all, these people really out here trying to get in on this film so they can do what they always do, steal from FBA. One thing is for certain family on the planet Earth, everybody want what we got. Everybody want what we got. It don't matter who, don't matter where. They see a foundational Black American, they want in on foundational Black American excellence. And just quite frankly, we're not going to let them. So this is going to be a hell of a broadcast, hell of an episode, hell of regulating, because you know what it is, family. Regulating, reparations, the delineation, separation, all of that, fam, we represent for our nation. And ours is one of a kind. Family, how many of y'all seen the movie before I go any further? How many of y'all seen the movie? I got to know right now, okay? How many of y'all seen the film? You seen it? Okay. Deep South Descendant. You already know it. I'm going to tell you this, though. Much love, because y'all know I'm originally from up top. Y'all know when you watch that movie, it hit crazy different when you driving back home and every single thing that you see look just like the movie. It hit crazy different. So we driving back home. I'm looking around like, damn, this look just like the film because it is us, okay? You seen it, not seen it yet? Okay, you haven't seen it yet? There ain't gonna really be no spoilers. Ain't gonna be nothing that you ain't already heard, okay? Because word of the mouth is out here and everybody's talking about it. You seen it, not yet, okay? Y'all make sure y'all check it out. Make sure you check it out, family, and support the film because it is a very, very good film. There's a lot of, conversation about the film, but we're going to bring it all the way back down, fam. You're going to go see it on Thursday. There won't be no spoilers in here. It's going to be everything that you've pretty much already heard, okay? But I'm going to break it down in the aspect, family, of socially how this impacts. It's like They Not Like Us. Remember, y'all, They Not Like Us came out, and next thing you know, people were in South Africa talking about they not like us. They not like us. You seen Mexicans? I'm telling you, everything we do, people try to get in on. So this is going to be a classic Black Alpha breakdown of the way these people all want to get involved. And now, family, this got people out there again talking about they created hip hop. All starts with FBA standing on business, y'all. FBA standing on business. Next thing you know, it'll turn into every single thing that you never thought you saw coming. You thought it was all there, and fam, they'll pop up with something new. How desperate these individuals are. But we regulating all the way there. So y'all watch this. First off, before we proceed, our FBA spiritual culture got to be intact, y'all. Our FBA spiritual culture has to be intact. One thing you're going to see in this film, fam, is not only do they want FBA culture in terms of entertainment, they want FBA culture in terms of spirituality. All right. We're going to talk about how they're trying to give our spirituality in this movie to every single other group. Like we just been running around here lost. All right, that's what they're trying to do now, fam. They're trying to make it look like we just been lost out here. The dominant society running around here talking about their spirituality now. Then you got all the TLCs, the Africans, saying, that comes from Africa, right? And let me say this, fam, because I really want to talk about this. Can we talk about the Disney Indians? Yes, I said it, the Disney Indians. Can we sit here and talk, fam, what we've been talking about right here, about who the real, original, foundational architect Native people are versus the Disney version? Because anybody who's seen the film, y'all know what I'm talking about. In the very beginning, you start seeing some of the Disney Indians, right? Soon as they show up, you got a lot of Black folks out here running their mouth saying, man, them damn Disney Indians, man, woo, they wasn't playing. Y'all ain't seen no damn eye bucking. These people out here bucking their eyes, and they trying to make it look like FBA are just these lost people. They try to make us look like we're lost in terms of our nationality. They try to make us look like we're lost in terms of our citizenship, like we're immigrants and migrants. And they also try to make it look like we lost in the terms of spirituality. So we're going to break down everything right here. You ain't going to get this nowhere but the Black Alpha Network, family, the strongest and the hottest. You're going to get all this. We're going to go from the spiritual aspect, talk about how strong and spiritual, powerful we are right here in springtime. And we're also going to talk about how socially we dominate everything. You've seen it, so y'all know what I'm talking about. Anybody who's seen the movie, you know exactly what I'm saying. They were trying to make it look like the Black folks were just lost and didn't understand it. We're going to break it down and let the whole goddamn world know we see and we hear everything. And let me tell you what else we do. We stand on goddamn top. Everybody else, read them and weep. Let's go to work, y'all. Check this out. This goes for the family. I need the whole damn family to see this. Man, oh man, oh man. Do y'all know they already sending out all of the Africans, fam? Do you know, family, we had an African last week talking about this was representation for the Lunzumbu tribe. This was representation for the Bushmeat connection, the Bushmeat Brigade. Family, watch this right now. Oh, we gonna chop it up. Y'all tell me right now how you feel about this. Because this individual, who's different from the last individual, she say that she's half Ghanaian and full Black American. And there's been some people talking about this, and we're gonna have to talk about this because we're gonna talk about it the best. Y'all let me know how you feel. But watch how this individual says Sinners wasn't a good movie. And then she says Hoodoo comes from Africa. And then she says she is half Tether and full Black American. Y'all be the judge. Let's go to work.
That's the internet. What am I? I'm going to tell you my story, and then you're going to confirm yourself what I am, okay? Because clearly me having my Ghanaian flag in my bio is making me less of something and more of something else and less of something. Okay, boom. Let's explain this. My mom and my dad met. My mom is from Dallas, Texas, born and raised, African-American, cool, American, Black American, whatever you want to call it. My dad, his mom is from Corsicana, and then his dad is my grandpa is straight from Ghana, okay? I was raised by my mom, who was a single mother. I was raised in Dallas, Texas. Throughout my life, I was close to my grandpa. I never really was close to my dad because he was just in and out. I just really never really got there with him. My grandpa, who was straight from Ghana, you couldn't have told me to school, Kaya, I was going to have to defend my blackness ever because I was too black at one point. So now it's like, oh, I'm not black enough. I'm not black American. I'm not American. I've been here my whole life. I'm black American, and also I have Ghanaian too. I grew up with both sides. I know some of the language over there a little because he didn't really instill that into me when I was younger visiting him, but I'm confused. It's like 2025. Like, people can be more than one thing. We see biracial people all the time, and they'll say biracial, or they'll identify more with their black side or more with their white side. It's just dependent. But this is 2025. Somebody's mad at me because I said that Sinners was a 6.5 out of 10 on the thriller end because it wasn't that scary to me. If anything, the message was scarier than what it was really saying. They try to come in my comments be funny, like, oh, well, if you're a black American, you would see that this movie is good, shows our ancestry, how we use hoodoo. Mind you, that all comes from where? From where? From who? Okay. But you have to be black American to get that when that whole shit came from. Okay. But people just be so dumb and irritating. Like, I can't have the flag in my bio. I'm not black enough. I'm not African enough because the Ghanaians gonna say you're not Ghanaian for real, which is fine. Whatever. Fuck you, bitch. But then to say I'm not black American is kind of crazy. Like, I've been here my whole life, bro. Like, I'm black. Okay. It's different if I was with the Ghanaian mama that I was raised with Ghanaian like stuff mainly. But no, I had both sides. So I'm just kind of confuzzled on why now it's not enough for me, since I didn't think Sinners was scary. I'm not black American. I am now something else. Or I'm Ghanaian. And I can't be both because they have two different ethnicities, two different heritages. I'm confused. So let me know what I am. Thank you. Since I don't know.
This person said, let me know what I am since I don't know. Fam, how many foundational black Americans will ever talk like that? That was tether energy all day. Straight up. You're right. Tether babble all the way across the board. Notice now that you're seeing a pattern here. You're seeing a pattern of all of these Africans who are coming out against the movie Sinners because we've been regulating and not allowing them to get in on it. That's what's really happening. She's starting to hit all this. I'm half this and I'm half that. I'll be honest with you. I question the black American mother part. I don't believe that. I think you're lying. I think you're full foo-foo. That is a full foo-foo, everybody. That ain't a half, a part-time, a sorta. That is a full foo-foo. We know it. I don't believe that part. You're just looking at the phenotype. You can look at the structure. I see straight up Ghanaian, okay? Let me tell you what I know I see for sure. I see some tether, and let me tell you what I don't see. I don't see FBA. If there's some FBA in there, you might have to pull out the magnifying glasses and the telescope, the microscope, just a big-ass scope, the mouthwash. You're going to have to do some searching, but I don't feel that way. I don't feel that's FBA. What I do feel is that somebody, by the way, she got the Ghana flag in her bio, so a lot of people was coming out saying, hell no. And notice what she said. She said, y'all black Americans basically checking me, and that's what we've been doing. Yeah, Bushmeat Queen, you ain't never told a lie. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, I think she was on that Bushmeat Queen energy. I didn't see no real certified FBA. Let me tell you one thing, family. I love me some certified foundational black American women, okay? I grew up around the greatest of the greats, just like y'all have, and I know a real sister when I see one. That ain't no sister, okay? That is not a sister. No. Yeah, tether foo-foo all the way. But notice this, fam. They've been coming out the woodwork, and they've been really, really upset. And notice how she tried to attribute hoodoo to Africa. Right? She also started talking about her grandfather. Notice she started jumping over her dad. That looked like that Obama stuff. That's that Obama. As a matter of fact, she lightweight looked like Obama. She looked far more like Obama than she looked like any of us. You know what I'm saying? And the Tethers right now are definitely trying to get in on this film. And the fact that we've been regulating, they've been stopping. Let me tell you how the world goes. Let me tell you how it goes. It goes, FBA does something great. All the Tethers come, and then FBA put up that blockade. Then they get mad and go home. FBA does great. Tethers come, blockade, they leave. That's been going on over and over and over. It used to be, we do something great, Tethers come, black folks welcome them in. Next thing you know, they start putting on the jackets and the coats and all that and saying it's theirs. We've been putting up that damn blockade, that boundary. And now they're all getting upset. And that's what they've been trying to do with this film. You knew the Africans was going to come out. Fam, the Africans been popping out left and right, talking about how they can't stand the movie, talking about how the movie's bad, and everything about it has something to do with them. That's the world we live in now. The world we live in today, fam, is everything that FBA does that's great is because of Africa. And everything that Africa does great is because of Africans. It's never us. We like the dog they trying to leave outside and it's raining. Hell no. Hell to the no, that ain't happening. And I want y'all to notice something else she said, and I bet y'all caught it. But let me run this back real fast, y'all. Notice how when she's talking, one of the main things she starts doing, she starts skipping over her African lineage and trying to run it all back to American. This is what we're talking about these people using the term Black American. All right, y'all watch this.
My dad, man, my mom is from Dallas, Texas, born and raised African-American, cool, American, Black American, whatever you want to call it. My dad, his mom.
You saw how quick she did that. African, Black American, whatever you want to call it. Let's talk about this though real fast.
My grandpa is straight from Ghana, okay? I was raised by my mom, who was a single mother.
That's one of the things the Tethers are doing now, you guys. The Tethers are trying to highlight the suspicious FBA person in their life. I don't think it exists. I'm going to be honest with you. But they're trying to be like, no, I got that one FBA person. You know, that one who's my friend, they in my life. So I got to be honest about it. No. You're lying. You're full-time lying, full-time foo-foo.
I was raised in Dallas, Texas. Throughout my life, I was close to my grandpa. I never really was close to my dad because he was just in and out. I just never really got there with him. My grandpa, who is straight from Ghana, you couldn't have told middle school, Kaya, I was going to have to defend my blackness ever because I was too black at one point.
Now, fam, here goes the victimhood. Didn't we just talk about this? I seen that right there, sister. What do you say? A foo-foo American? We're going to come up with some new categories. Foo-foo American, an anchor tether. Yeah. I see what you say. I believe that mother is non-FBA. I do not believe at all. Yeah, you hear the accent. Good point as well. You hear an accent. No, you're not playing none of this. No. And they keep trying to crowbar the term Black American in here. And then this is where they start saying, y'all blacks was means to me, because it wouldn't be somebody complaining about FBA without them playing the victim. Okay, everybody has to play the victim card against FBA, even if they got to make it up.
So now it's like, oh, I'm not black enough. I'm not Black American. I'm not American. I've been here my whole life. I'm Black American, and also I have Ghanaian too.
No, notice what she said. I'm Black American, and I got Ghana too. Notice when she spoke about Black American, she said it in whole. When she said Ghana, she just jumped on it, jumped off it real fast. This is what they do, fam. You got to watch this. They'll throw in Black American and try to represent from pillar to post, from A to Z. When she started talking about Ghana, she said Ghana on, off. And you made another good point in the chat. I see y'all. Y'all roasting right now. Good point. Who the hell in FBA says, you too black now? You too black. Ooh, what is too black? None of these stories add up because it's, quite frankly, things we don't do or say. We don't say none of this stuff. So we see you, full-time foo-foo.
Black American, and also I have Ghanaian too. I grew up with both sides. I know some of the language over there a little.
That's another good point. Raised in Dallas, but you sound like this? I ain't heard nobody from Dallas sound like this. You was raised with your immigrant mama. That's a damn good point. Nothing about you says foundational or American, okay? Nothing about you says us. Everything about you says them. When I say them, I'm talking about on the other side of the ocean, on the other side of the continent, on the other side of the water well, on the other side of the zebra, on the other side of the village, on the other side of the hairline. None of this sounds like FBA at all.
Because he didn't really instill that into me when I was younger visiting him, but I'm confused. It's like 2025. Like, people can be more than one thing. We see biracial people all the time.
Now, there you go. You can be more than one thing. Notice, fam, these people don't want to be more than one thing in their homelands. Notice that, y'all. They start hitting you with that more than one thing stuff when it comes to FBA. This is them trying to say, FBA, how come y'all don't let us in? Notice what she's doing. Man, we can be more than one thing. How the hell are you advocating to be more than one thing of somebody else's? That's like me walking across the street, going to the neighbor's house, knocking on the door and say, hey, man, I can be more than one neighbor now. I can live at your house. I can live at my house. How about I just go to both? FBA, we don't do that. We don't do that. We don't go nowhere and be like, hey, man, I can be more than one thing now. How come I can't just live here with you? Notice this is what they're doing. They're trying to crack that door, see if it opens up a little bit so they can come on in. They're trying to create now a bi-ethnic foundational Black American. That's what they're trying to do now. That's the new wave, y'all. Okay. And notice she's using what? The movie Sinners so she can get this off. Notice what I'm talking about, y'all. Notice what I'm saying. Oh, we're going to break it down today. We're going to break it all the way down. She wants to use the movie Sinners so she can get in on FBA culture, trying to create this bi-ethnic FBA where we can all be just one together. Notice that is what she's doing, family. Trying to open that door ever so slightly. That's that stuff Drake was doing. Remember, this time a year ago, they not like us wasn't even out there. And folks was running around saying, wait a minute now, Drake's dad is the supreme Black man, and Drake is ultra Black because of his daddy. And this woman right here talking about her mama and ain't showed no photos, no receipts, no nothing. Don't talk like us at all. So be careful now when they're trying to create this ethnic mulatto. Okay, they're trying to create like an ethnic mulatto now. And you're going to see the Africans doing it, and you've already been seeing the POCs doing it. Hell, the dominant society's even running around here doing it. You got people with blonde hair, blue eyes talking about something. No, man, my daddy is Black. My daddy is super Black. Now I'm just like you. Watch the way they're trying to create this biracial or bi-ethnic African tether. Watch how it's going, y'all.
Visiting him, but I'm confused. It's like 2025. Like, people can be more than one thing. We see biracial people all the time, and they'll say biracial, or they'll identify more with their Black side or more with their white side. It's just dependent. But this is 2025. Somebody's mad at me because
identify more with their Black side or white side. Now she's leaving it open to where you can flip-flop. She's trying to create a ethnic mulatto. She's trying to create a bi-lineage heritage. And now she's saying, well, and once you do that, you can identify both. So what we're going to do, we're going to create an ethnic mulatto. Then we're going to have a bi-ethnic. We're going to have bi-lineage. And then you're going to jump back and forth. So you got the avenue to one day be African, next day be American. We could be it all. Notice you got the term African-American. Why aren't you representing African-American? Oh, because you don't want that term African. Good point in the chat. I thought Africans had so much pride. It's funny how all that pride stops as soon as they want to put on an FBA jacket. Shall we proceed?
I said that Sinners was a 6.5 out of 10 on the thriller end because it wasn't that scary to me. If anything, the message was scarier than what it was really saying. They try to come in my comments be funny, like, oh, well, if you're a Black American, you would see that this movie is good, shows our ancestry, how we use hoodoo. Mind you, that all comes from where? From where? From who? Okay, but you have to be Black.
Freeze. First off, she's hitting us with the we and the they. Notice how they'll talk about we and they when it comes to us. She's throwing the we and they around a hell of a lot right now. So when you hear them talk, you could already tell they're not foundational Black Americans because they're not talking like foundational Black Americans. And also notice, she's talking about the movie being scary. That's not the point of the movie. The movie is not about who's scared. The movie was about the spiritual element. See, if you're walking in a real rooted FBA spirituality, we ain't scared of. Because this is what we do every day. Notice, fam. Oh, I'm about to go there. Oh, yeah, we bubbling. Notice this, family. She's saying how she's half FBA, right? But yet she's missing the whole point. She thinks this is a horror movie that you got to be scared to. FBA, we're the only ones who went to this movie, and we were not thinking about being scared because we understand the spirituality is what we walk with every day. All of the rituals is what is in us. It resides right here. This ain't Freddy Krueger or Halloween. Anybody who went there to see this and thought it was Freddy Krueger or Halloween is somebody who is clearly not an FBA. Clearly not. This is not a horror movie for us to be scared and say, woo, now that's scary. Those are people who are outsiders who are looking at our culture from over there and diagnosing our culture and stealing from our culture. We went as insiders, as it belongs to us. Therefore, we weren't afraid at all. How the hell are you going to be afraid of sinners when half the stuff in their grandmama was doing? Half the stuff in their grandmama doing, mama doing, daddy doing, uncle doing, auntie doing. We walk around with this. So we weren't scared. Sinners wasn't about fear. It was about foundational Black American spirituality. So it's funny how All of these people are running around here right now, and they're trying to say how the movie wasn't scary. That confirms to you that they not FBA. That confirms to you that they not FBA, and the point went right over their head. That's what we're talking about as we proceed. More tether babble.
Black American to get that. When my comments be funny, like, oh, well, if you're a Black American, you would see that this movie is good, shows our ancestry, how we use hoodoo. Mind you, that all comes from where? From where? From who? Okay. But you have to be Black American to get that when that whole shit came from, okay. But people just...
But you just missed the point, though. But I'm saying, though, you just missed the point. So apparently it need not apply to you. It need not apply to you then. You just missed the whole damn point, went right over your head, and yet you trying to claim hoodoo. How you trying to claim hoodoo, but yet you sitting there talking about you weren't scared? Missed the whole point. So who's really getting it and who ain't? Full-time foo-foo.
Just be so damn dumb and irritating. Like, I can't have the flag in my bio. I'm not Black enough. I'm not African enough, because the Ghanaian's gonna say you're not Ghanaian for real, which is fine. Whatever, fuck you, bitch. But then to
sound like she got some tether on tether crime over there. Fam, these people need to see a tether psychiatrist. They need to see a FLIR counselor. Y'all notice that they be having a whole dump truck of problems. And then the people in Nigeria said that I wasn't real. And the Ghana people said that I need to leave on Saturday. I have nowhere to go. I have no homeland. This is the no homeland blues. All right. Can we go there, y'all? Can we really say what it really truly is? This is the no homeland blues. She clearly has no homeland, don't know where to go, don't know what the hell's going on. And she's basically, look, she's on the couch. Y'all know what happened when somebody go to a therapist and you really twisted, they put you on that damn couch. She is on the couch giving us the homeland blues. She's got those FLIR deficiencies. And they start dumping everything out. I don't know where to run. I was in the village. Then Mr. Joloff told me it was his village. And then I left. I ran into a zebra. Then I had to go. Some people run into camels. And then they got to go. Wherever you are, you're going to run into a zebra. You're going to run into a camel. But either way, you ain't running here. And then next thing you know, you end up on that damn couch, dumping all of your problems, all your feelings, all your FLIR emotions on the table. And you are talking to a tethered therapist. And FBA don't give a damn about none of that. So you need to get your homeland in order and quit worrying about us.
To say I'm not Black American is kind of crazy. Like, I've been here my whole life, bro. Like, I'm Black. Okay. It's different if I was with the Ghanaian mama.
There you go. What did we talk about this last week, family? What did we talk about? The term Black American, they love that term because it's flat. Now we can say that Black American was only this and this is the only Black and nobody on the planet can be Black. We can say that all we want to. But in terms of the system, oh, they just going to say, oh, I'm Black. That's what you're seeing now. Now you're starting to see when Black Americans start saying we Black Americans, just straight up Black Americans. Now you're starting to see people saying, well, I'm Black too. And so am I. And so am I. This is why we put the term foundational on it. See, you can say you a Black American and cause a debate, but you can't say you a foundational Black American and cause a debate. That ain't happening. You can say that you are a descendant of slaves, and then the Jamaicans gonna show up and the Jamaicans gonna say, well, so am I. I'm a descendant of slavery. You see why it is very, very precise to put terms that can't be remixed. This is what you're starting to see now, an influx of Haitians, an influx of Jamaicans and Africans who love saying that they Black. Now, y'all know they never said they was Black. We know. See, what we know and how the world operates is a whole different game, all right? I'm not talking about what's right or wrong. I'm talking about the way the system goes. And in the system, you got all these people showing up, family, and they saying, well, you know, I'm Black too. And on paper, I'm Black, and technically I'm Black. Now, unless you want to go to the White House, to the Senate, to the United Nations, and have a 50-year debate about who's Black and who ain't, you better put some foundational on it. You can skip all that. It's easier and it's much cheaper. There they go. So watch how she's trying to throw Black American, because that can allow someone who says they're Black and Haitian, Black and Jamaican, Black and African to show up and start getting in on our dividends.
My bio, I'm not Black enough. I'm not African enough, because the Ghanaian's going to say you're not Ghanaian for real, which is fine. Whatever. Fuck you, bitch. But then to say I'm not Black American is kind of crazy. Like, I've been here my whole life, bro. Like, I'm Black. Okay, it's different if I was with the Ghanaian mama that I was raised with Ghanaian like stuff mainly, but no, I had both sides.
There you go, both sides. That's what they're trying to create. Somebody in the chat, what you called it? They're trying to create trans lineage. Yeah, good point. They're trying to do trans lineage right now. That's right there what they're trying to do. So you see the tether blues, the no homeland blues, and they breaking down, melting down in full goddamn time. But watch this, fam. As you see that right there, we're going to spin the block. Let's spin the block all the way. Let me tell y'all how desperate these people is getting. And when I say they're getting desperate, fam, I'm talking about extra desperate, because they understand that foundational Black Americans run all of this. FBA all day. So I want you to see that conversation started off with her talking about sinners. Next thing you know, it turned into her talking about trans lineage. How the hell did we go from sinners to trans lineage in a matter of seconds? You see the point I made. You see my point. They're using the film Sinners so they can get in on FBA culture the same exact way that they use what? They not like us, so they can get in on FBA culture. We know what they're doing, fam. Remember, every single thing that FBA creates, somebody gonna show up and put their stamp on it, and we ain't letting them. So that's why Miss Full-Time Fufu was out there getting checked. And let me tell you something. The brothers and the sisters in the comments was lighting her ass up. The brothers and the sisters in the comments was giving her that full-time work. She hurt right now. She probably, like I said, somewhere in the village upset, in the village down bad, broke down, and crying. But it is what it is, because we don't have no more time for these individuals who are trying to run that game on us, because that game is just not a game that we're willing to go for. But you see a lot of contradictions in these people. You see a lot of people trying to show up and just run any type of hustle that they can. Those hustles, fam, first off, it don't work. Once again, I always say you can't hustle a hustler, so you're going to have to take that on back. Quit trying to hustle the people that invented the hustle. You may pull that stuff in your homeland, in your village, whatever you do, but foundational Black Americans aren't going for it. But let me show y'all another thing that this has started to rile up, something else that they've been trying to use this film so they can get off. Now this has also turned into the who created what, because it always starts off with we just like y'all, two sides, trans lineage, and then that trans lineage talk, that turns into, well, technically, we created hip-hop as well, if you want to go there. Oh, yeah. Let me show y'all what people have been retweeting, and then I need y'all to work with me on this one. Y'all look at this right here. Notice how it starts off with a movie, then it turns into music. Watch this.
Did you know there's an ancient form of rap that comes from Ethiopia? This tradition, deeply embedded in the country's culture, showcases as wandering poets who would travel from house to house, delivering improvisational and rhythmically complex poems. Much like modern rap, their art was steeped in storytelling, social commentary, and the power of the spoken word. This centuries-old practice not only highlights the rich tapestry of Ethiopian culture, but also connects directly to the roots of hip-hop as we know it today. So, in essence, hip-hop started in Africa, evolving from traditions that date back millennia. Though it now bears a different name, the spirit of communication and expression.
There goes the spirit. Here we go, y'all. Here we go. This is what a lot of those scam Africans and a lot of those full-time tethers have been retweeting. They've been talking about the musical elements in the movie Sinners, okay? And how music is a portal. Music is an expression. It's a signal. It's a vibration. It's a frequency. And how it opens up different channels. We gonna go there. Everybody in here right now, smash the like button. Share this video on all of your social media, because we gonna do some real regulating and get this in order. Now they're trying to play this and talk about how it's creating those portals in hip hop, but they're trying to attribute it back to Africa. They had a whole long dialogue about this in the movie Sinners. And anybody who picked up on the allegories knows what it is. This is FBA. We've been doing this. But watch, family, you think that's embarrassing? Wait until you see them start singing the Bushmeat Blues. Yeah. You're going to see the Bushmeat Blues in about 15 seconds. Watch this.
Not only highlights the rich tapestry of Ethiopian culture, but also connects directly to the roots of hip-hop as we know it today. So, in essence, hip-hop started in Africa, evolving from traditions that date back millennia. Though it now bears a different name, the spirit of communication and expression remains the same. To bring this history to life, watch this clip of Inez Mari.
They said this hot in the village, y'all. This says got the village on lock. Listen, this is what they said rap started from. I ain't lying, family. They said this got the village on lock right now. This done went 3 times platinum in the jungle. I ain't lying. This is what they said FBA hip-hop came from. They was rapping this in the bushes. Next thing you know, this creature showed up and started rapping. I ain't lying.
Spirit of communication and expression remains the same. To bring this history to life, watch this clip of an Asmari.
How many artists do we got in here? Do I got any artists in here? Tell the bap. How many artists do we got in here? Do we got any artists, anybody who sings, anybody who raps? Do we got anybody who's in the choir at church? How many? Because I need to ask a question. How many of y'all was influenced by Mrs. The jungle? How many of y'all was influenced by that right there? Because remember, y'all, they just told us that the whole foundational Black American culture was influenced by that babble right there. We say, Dylan spit hot fire. The bush meat twister. You ain't lying. Hold on, I'm sorry. I got to do that one more time. I had to suffer watching this. I got to let everybody see this one more back. If you don't get the hell up out of here, fuck away from me, the hell up out of here. Go. Hell no. There you go. I rebuke that. Yes, gone. We don't talk some spirituality. Gone. Get gone. Way away from us. That's what they trying to say FBA culture started with? That right there? Hell no. Hell no. I don't give a damn how hot that is in the jungle or the village. You can keep that one. You can have that one. We don't want none of that. But there you go again. And family, they've been running around here trying to push that. They've been running around here trying to push that, talk about how that right there is based on the spirituality. Notice in the beginning. Also, remember here in the beginning, they said, in essence. Ain't no in essence I created something. Either you did or you didn't. They say in essence, that's where FBA culture came from. That's where hip hop. So there goes the Africans again. Anybody who hasn't seen the movie, I'll tell you, I'm not going to spoil it, but let me show y'all. One of the most pivotal parts of the movie, y'all know what I'm talking about, was the young brother and his guitar. That was such a very pivotal part in the film. Let me bring to your attention what they were getting at. The brother was so cold in the music, and when they would get together and they was doing their dancing, they was doing their celebrating, they was rocking the house, that energy was creating portals. The same thing that goes on when brothers and sisters been going to church their whole life, when brothers and sisters been out here holding it down, that. And let me tell y'all look at that right there, right? Let me show you a picture. Y'all see that right there? Oh, this is the Black Alpha Network, certified all the damn time. And again, y'all look at this right here. This is what we've been doing. Wasn't no Africans around when none of this was happening. Wasn't no Africans around when we was doing this right here. You better check again. You better check the record. Nah, this is what we've been doing. So in the film, you had so much energy. Yep, Robert Johnson, absolutely. Fam, yeah, we're going to go there. Yeah, we're going to talk about that, fam. You see right there, and I like what you said right there. In essence equals untruthful. Good point. Good point. So you see, when we was out there and we was really putting it in. Look at this, fam. This is where we come from, okay? And remember, fam, before this right here, we were already on this landmass for thousands of years. When did we get to the point, fam, you start embracing foundational Black American history before slavery, okay? By the time slavery occurred, them people right there were mixed up with the thousands of years of FBA who already started. And then we use all of that to bring about all of this. And all of this came from this right here. That's where the energy came from. It did not come from the hell no. And you disrespectful trying to run that game on us. You disrespectful for trying to get us to go down that goddamn lane. And quite frankly, it's a lane that we ain't allowing you to go down. So you notice, fam, look in those pictures. You got the brother playing the guitar, and then you can go right on back. We was doing that right there. So that's where the energy comes from. And when you deal with people who have a elongated history, this is what you get. Let me bring up something else, fam. And I was just having this conversation. A term that we're going to have to start using, and I'm not saying incorporate it in our name, but I'm saying we're going to have to speak of in reference to, fam, if we've been here in the United States of America, this landmass, the Americas, Western Hemisphere, if we've been here for thousands of years, when the hell did we start using the term ancient history, our ancient ancestors right here in America? I ain't talking about Africa. I'm not talking about jumping over the ocean. I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about right here. We don't never use that term. Notice this, fam. When people start talking about Africa, they'll say ancient Egypt, right? Right? They'll even say ancient European. You notice when you start talking about America, nobody ever uses the term ancient, because if we've been here for thousands of years like we have, and it's documented and it's proven, oh, then that means that our ancestors are ancient. We're the ancient people here. What flows through our veins right now and the spiritual aura that goes around us, oh, that's all ancient, fam. That's all ancient. You're not going to use the term ancient for every single other continent. Ancient Asians, ancient Africans, ancient aliens. They got a damn show called Ancient Aliens, y'all. Ancient aliens. But nobody wants to talk about ancient Americans. Man, damn that. Ancient, fam, we are foundational Black Americans, and our ancestors are ancient. Ancient history in America, you gonna see us. You ain't gonna see Miss Fufu. You ain't gonna see the Village Platinum rapper. You ain't gonna see none of that. You gonna see FBA. So this is it. You use the term ancient, salute to you. Salute to you. Much respect. That's the term that nobody ever wants to use. They don't ever want to associate or attribute that to us. Because when you use the term ancient, oh, there's no remix. You see, we're using these non-remixable terms. Oh, and they can't stand that. Oh, they can't stand those terms. But let me tell you something. Another term that we've done and we've denounced, y'all, is African American. Now, notice that first full-time Fufu, she was talking about African this, African that. Let me tell you something. We have denounced the term African American. That's one thing we can agree on. Do you know Africans are popping up now saying that we need to be disqualified from the term African American like we ain't already got rid of the term? Yeah. And I'm going to ask y'all, because I need y'all. I need the family, y'all. Y'all got to work with me so we can see some of the angles that they're coming with, because I got some suspicions. No, y'all got some suspicions. Let's put our minds together. Then we'll come up with an answer, and then we'll G-check every last person who gets in our way. Sounds great? Yes, indeed. Y'all watch this right here. Watch this full-time teller come out and talk about how Black Americans need to be disqualified from the term African American. I'm not lying, y'all. Like we give a damn about that term. That term ain't did nothing but cause us harm, despair, and add everybody else into our justice claims. You can have that term, and you better take American as well. See, what they want to do is talk about African and American, but they want to hold on to American. You're not from America. Let me tell you this right here, fam, before I play this video. The reason why these people are always worried about us and we're always in their minds is because our lineage, we're their connection to America. If there's no FBA and they can't use blackness or melanatedness to cling on to us, they ain't got no connections to America. They need FBA. That's why they always worried about FBA. That's why they lose sleep over FBA. Give a damn what they say. They know when they can't say that we they friends or they cousins or they brothers or they family. Once they say that, they don't have no meal ticket to the United States no more. What does an African have to do with America? Only thing he got is to say that we are his cousins. And once we say, hell no, we ain't. Again, ancient foundational Black Americans. Meaning, when we were here, y'all was somewhere else in Africa doing whatever the hell you wanted to do, and we ain't give a damn then. We don't give a damn now. We are their connection to the United States. If you remove foundationals, they ain't got none. Let me show y'all this right here. Watch this dude right here and how he's going on a whole tether babble about we don't put in work for Africa. Hell no. You need to work for Africa. That's what you need to do. You need to work on that goddamn hairline and wonder why it looks like the letter U. But we're going to leave that one alone. Watch this, y'all.
I really hope that Black Americans get exactly what they deserve. As you've pointed out in your comment, you said that Black Americans have built 400 years worth of culture, history, etc. We ain't going anywhere. That's what you said. We've built this country and we made it what it is today. You're good. Believe it or not, I want all Black Americans who believe that their history only is 400 years old for them to win. I want you guys to win. I want you guys to get everything that is owed to you. But even though I want you to win, respectfully, that last video I made was not for people whose source of identity only dates back to slavery. That video was for people who believe that their source of identity goes beyond slavery. The moment you identify with being African, it means your source of identity goes beyond 400 years. It could be thousands of years. And now you can connect.
Yeah, thousands of years in the United States of America, homeboy. What you talking about? Thousands of years right here in the United States of America. You ain't gonna son us about the United States, partner. Hell no. And you can keep the term African American. You can keep Africa. Every single country, every single language, the whole village, have all of that.
Connect with kings and queens and not necessarily slaves. But please, let me get this straight. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with you having your source of identity be 400 years back, your source of identity being, slavery. There's nothing wrong with that. You learn some good principles, resilience, the ability to fight. There's a good source of energy that you can draw from slavery. But again, I say that video was not for you. It was for Black Americans who want to be African Americans, right? And I know there are going to be some Black Americans who are going to say, oh, not all of us came from slavery. That's cool. That's sharp. But again, I say that video was not for you. It was for Black Americans who want to be African Americans. Simple. I really hope that Black Americans get exactly what they deserve. As you've pointed out in your comment, you said that Black Americans have built 400 years worth of culture, history, etc. We ain't going anywhere. That's what you said. We've built this country and we made it what it is today. You're good. Believe it or not, I want all Black Americans who believe that their history only.
Oh, we ain't just believing. He said it like, if you believe. Notice he's trying to question this. Notice he's trying to put a little question on it, right? Like it's a matter of belief. Notice that, family. This is what we be saying about these tethers, y'all. All they do is run their mouth about what FBA got going on, and all they do is hate on foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's all in summary. You can shape it up, you can twist it, you can turn it, but that's what it's all going to boil back down to. And they mad as hell right now that foundational Black Americans ain't going for it. See, what he's really trying to do, y'all, he's really trying to get foundational Black Americans to think that what we got to do is accept Africa. That's what it really is, fam. He wants us to say, well, we are Africans now, and we don't know what our history is in America, so let us accept y'all in the meantime. That's what it is. And he's been noticing delineation been whooping that ass. Can we go there, fam? Can we talk about how delineation has been whooping these folks, and the fact that delineation is serving them up? They don't know what to do about it. That's what this is really about, fam. Delineation has these people destroyed. There ain't nowhere they can go without delineation being problematic to them. That's what it is. See, they want to believe that one day, hopefully, if they work hard, foundational Black Americans will accept them. Foundational Black Americans ain't got to worry about accepting anybody because foundational Black Americans are the standard. That's what it is. Ain't nobody going down that line. Ain't nobody going down that line. You can have all of that, homeboy, and you can take that on back to your village because we don't want none of that. But family, they keep on going. They keep on going. So right there, he's talking about he hopes FBA gets what we deserve, right? And think about it. What's he really trying to say? He hopes FBA gets what we deserve. Basically, he's saying, again, these Tethers, fam, you got to be careful. They have a lot of these meltdowns, and you don't really know what they're melting down about because they babble so much. Basically, he's having a meltdown and saying, well, foundational Black Americans, I hope y'all get what y'all deserve because y'all foundational Black Americans don't rock with us and you won't let us in. This is the delineation won't let us in, complaining and griping. That's what you're seeing now, fam. They're all upset because we ain't having none of that. Absolutely. Yep. There you go. Great point. Been there, done that, ain't doing it again. Now, I understand where they're from. They may do the same thing over and over and over again, get whooped by the next colonizer and the next colonizer. I understand that. But FBA, we don't do that. We don't go down the same line over and over again, the same way they've been going down that same line over and over again. So this is some of the stuff that you've been seeing coming about with these people. These are the reason why they're breaking down is because they want FBA to go back down that scam African lane. They want us to go down that lane so damn bad, and we're just not having it. We're not having it. We don't want none of it, no parts of it, and they can keep it as far as we're concerned. Look at this right here, fam. Same dude. Watch him now. Once again, y'all look. He's on the couch again. Fam, I told you the last time. What's up with these tethers on the couch? Look at his face. He all in tether distress. He all in fleer emotions. Y'all notice these tethers, y'all. You seen it with full-time Fufu. Now you seen it with full-time Jolof. Look at this right here. They're having meltdowns. You can't look at this and tell me that ain't the face of somebody who's mad because we delineated. We delineated and separated. He done got regulated. So he's having a tether therapy session and complaining, trying to get FBA on board. Now he says Black Americans shouldn't be allowed to identify as African Americans. We don't. Checkmate.
Black Americans should not be allowed to identify as African Americans if they're not willing to put in the work to uphold African dignity, African traditions, and African culture. Because honestly speaking, a lot of Black Americans actually don't care about Africa, right? Black Americans only associate with Africa when it's trending, right? When it's in fashion. That's what they do. They use Africa as a costume to make themselves look cool. They don't care about putting in the work. Right? They use Africa as a statement. That's exactly how the Zulu parade came about. A couple of Black Americans thought, you know what, we're gonna use the whole Zulu tribe as a statement. Not caring about the cultural representation of the Zulu people. They just wanted to, make a nice little cool event for themselves. That's why I also feel like the introduction of the term African American that was introduced in 1988 by Jesse Jackson, it created more problems than solutions, right? Because Jesse Jackson, obviously, he wanted, Black people in America to have some sense of belonging to culture. How they have, Irish American, Italian American. They also thought, let's also have, African American. But
fam, what rock and what village does this man belong to? Because he been sleeping under it, y'all. How in the hell in 2020 anything do you think we still subscribe to the term African American? And we've actually broke that down before, is that the average foundational Black American never liked the term African American. African American was never an accepted term from our lineage. No, it was not. We showed the paperwork that showed that. Where is this man from? Where is this man? I know his hairline looks like maybe the Congo. I'm not sure, okay? All right, because I can't tell. The hairline in the forehead is throwing me off. It looks like somewhere sub-Saharan. I don't know. But I'm telling you what I do know. I do know that foundational Black Americans, we took the name African American, put that in the dirt. How the hell are you going to be called something in a place that you ain't never been to? Nah, we ain't on that. See, when FBA showed up, things got real. African American out the door. The dominant society knows that we FBA. They know it. Everybody know it. So we never liked that term. This man shows up, got the nerve to say, you guys shouldn't be called that anymore because what work have we put in? He said when Africa's trending. Yeah, Africa do be trending for famine. Okay, let's be real. Let me tell you, in your life, how many times has Africa trended and what has it trended about? I seen wars, dictators, famine. I done seen the queens, the kings, the colonizers come over there, bamboo sticks on the back of the neck. I done seen Africa trend for that. But I ain't never seen Africa trend for anything positive. So who the hell is saying Africa's trending in a positive way? We got to go be like them. Nobody's saying that. Nobody. So you're trending in the wrong reason. You're trending in the wrong direction. And you've been doing wrong this whole goddamn time. Foundational Black Americans are in the building. See, what he's trying to do, y'all, he's trying to flip it. He's trying to be like, oh, you guys don't want to be a part of us, then you can have that. Oh, shit, we did that any goddamn way. Tell me something I don't know, partner. Tell me something I don't know. See, he's trying to talk. See, foundational Black Americans, we showed up and we put that term in the usage. Everybody shook. Everybody. Why? Because you can't hustle it. You can't hustle it. Now, let me tell you, I know that we are foundational Black Americans. I know he doesn't know what his birth certificate is. So, I mean, if you want to talk about that, that may be like the only thing that we have in common is what we do know and don't know. But when you talk about the term African American, the hell with that. Jesse Jackson, we done got rid of his ass. He's somewhere in a wheelchair right now, and he's still talking about African American. We not. So ain't no work to put in. And by the way, speaking of work, how come you don't work on that hairline? And how come you don't work on your homeland? And why he over here looking like an African Kevin Gates? Ain't he looking like an African Kevin Gates over there? He over there looking like an African Kevin Gates. You a wannabe Kevin Gates, man. Get the hell up out of here.
the problem is, as I said, these Black Americans, they just don't care about culture, and they're misrepresenting Africa. And Africa already deals with enough misrepresentation by white media, but it's hurtful. It's hurtful when the misrepresentation comes from the very people that somewhat look like us. And the craziest thing you will see is when Africans are now trying to correct Black Americans to say, listen, you're misrepresenting African culture.
We are misrepresenting African culture? Fam, why are you trying to talk like we the Tethers? Y'all getting this, right? Y'all seeing this? This man is trying to talk like we're the Tethers. They come and they kind of look like us. He acting like we go over there and then cloak ourselves in their identity. To get what? What the hell are we benefiting off of from Africa? Africa is not an asset. It's a liability. This man sat there and said, they come over here and they kind of look like us and they misrepresent. No, that's what y'all do over here. Y'all come to America, try to cloak yourself in our identity, try to say that you look like us. Y'all seen the videos? How many videos y'all seen when you have a full African? He'd be like, don't I look just like Usher Raymond? Don't I look just like Tupac Shakur? No! You look like Two Zebra. That's who you look like. You ain't nowhere near foundational Black American. And he's trying to put that tether jacket on us. Hell no.
When the misrepresentation comes from the very people that somewhat look like us. And the craziest thing you will see is when Africans are now trying to correct Black Americans to say, listen, you're misrepresenting African culture. You need to make some changes and adjustments. Then you get Black Americans telling Africans to say, oh, you don't know anything about your culture. You need to go on Wikipedia. You're telling that to the actual Zulu people. I kid you not. In the comment section, there's some Americans that are talking to actual Zulu people, and they're telling those Zulu people that they need to go on Wikipedia. And then I'm going to get some Black Americans who are going to be like, oh, why are you attacking all Black Americans? It's only New Orleans that pissed you off. That's because it's not just the Zulu parade. I've been saying the misrepresentation of Africa from Black Americans for quite some time, for as long as I've been on this planet.
And I done seen colonizers whooping you across your head in your homeland for the whole time I've been on this planet, for the whole time my mama been on this planet, for the whole time my family been on this planet. You're making the same excuses that they were making during the scramble for Africa, the Berlin conferences. You don't need to worry about FBA. You need to worry about them clippers so your hairline looks straight, and you need to worry about getting all of those new colonizers who are replacing the old colonizers out the way. Do y'all know Africa is the only place where you got two colonizers fighting on who gonna colonize them? How the hell does this happen? How you got this colonizer fighting this colonizer? This colonizer been there since the 1800s. This colonizer been there since 2005, and they're arguing which one is going to whoop you up. It's going to be the bamboo stick to the left or the bamboo stick to the right. And this whole thing of, I know Black Americans are going to see this and get upset. No, we're not. We just don't care. By the way, when you do come up, we roast you. I mean, so it's lose-lose for a foo-foo. That's what it is. This man is trying to have a full tethered therapy session, and it ain't getting off the ground.
Through your movies, through your fashion shows, through your celebrities, through your events, through my interaction with some of you, you've been misrepresenting Africa, and it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped. I must say that we need to look into retiring the term African American. We have to look into it, especially if people are not willing to put it.
We ain't retire it. We buried it. How about this? We'll do you a favor. We'll bury the term. But let me tell you, soon as that happens, every last one of your fellow Tethers is going to be upset, because gone is the term African American. Gone are the Tethers who can leech onto it. What you going to do about that, partner?
Been misrepresenting Africa, and it needs to be stopped. It needs to be stopped. I must say that we need to look into retiring the term African American. We have to look into it, especially if people are not willing to put in the work to uphold African dignity. As I said, it
keeps going. Y'all notice it keeps going back to other people doing the work. Let me see y'all faces. Let me see y'all. You notice how it keeps going back to everybody else doing the work? How you a grown man talking about your continent and talking about someone in another continent upholding the dignity of Africa? How about Africa upholds the dignity of Africa? You sitting there talking about us putting in work. How come you don't put in work? How in the hell are you still talking about everybody else? Let me tell you the issue with Africa. Africa's problem is Africans ain't worrying about Africans. Africa always worried about the new colonizer here, the new colonizer there, what FBA had for breakfast. If you focus on your own homeland and quit getting mad, y'all notice they get mad when we say that. We say, well, how come you didn't get your homeland popping? How come your homeland ain't doing anything? How come you ain't got nothing off the ground? Y'all notice when we say that, they get so upset. You know why? It's because they don't care about their homeland. They too worried about our homeland because they want an easy ride. They're lazy. They want a very easy ride so they can get everything. So the fact that he's saying the term African-Americans got to go, African-American ain't been here for a long goddamn time. Foundational Black Americans are here, and that's what's got you shook, broke down, melting down, and crashing out. Because you know what's really happening. Trust me when I tell y'all this. This is somebody who knows what's going on and is trying to get in front of what's going on. That's what this is really about. That's what this is really about. He's trying to get a tether head start, but he doesn't realize that tethers are just running in place. That's the difference between where we are and where they're at. And they're going to be there. They're going to be stuck there because they know the difference between an African-American and a foundational Black American. Let me tell you the difference. And it's very simple. A foundational Black American, that's the strongest lineage, heritage, and culture on the planet. And an African American, well, quite frankly, it doesn't exist. That's the goddamn difference. So as they try to run that, we going to run this right here. You see, clear as day, what we've been talking about and how our lineage has been here for, as we say, thousands of years, right? Well, let me tell you something about how we've been here for thousands of years and these people just showed up. When you just show up sometimes, you get deported all the damn time. And when I say people are out here getting deported, let me tell you what I mean about these deportations, family. You want to talk about FBA, you want to talk about what we got going on, you want to complain, you want to apologize, you want to make up all of these lies on us, Cap. Well, let me show y'all some of the issues that they've been running into. Yeah. Y'all look this right here. Breaking news, new footage. This is what happens when you were born here and the Trump administration wants to send you back to your great-great-great-grandfather's village. Oh, yeah. While foundational Black Americans are out here building, working, shining, grinding, Mr. Fufu and Miss Joloff are crying.
Listen. I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to cry. You can act like an adult. You can tell me, listen to what I'm going to tell you, or you can sit there and cry, and I'm going to walk around the corner. You'll have a court date. You are being... Okay? All right. Listen. I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to cry. You can act like an adult. You can tell me, listen to what I'm going to tell you, or you can sit there and cry, and I'm going to walk around the corner. You'll have a court date. You are being... Okay? All right.
Really though? This is what we talking about right here, y'all. This is what we talking about. This type of crying right here. Nah, go back to your homeland. Nah, You need to go back to your homeland. It's going to be all right. You're going to be able to get all the food. You ain't going to have to worry about FBA. FBA is not going to get in your way. The term African-American is retired, so you don't have to deal with none of that. Go on back to where you came from. You can watch Sinners over there, and then you can have all of the jungle hip-hop music that y'all been listening to, and you can't get in on ours. Y'all hear this grown-ass person crying, y'all?
Listen.
What the hell was that? She done broke a record. Watch this.
Listen. I'm not going to talk to you if you're going to cry. You can act like an adult. You can tell me, listen to what I'm going to tell you, or you can sit there and cry, and I'm going to walk around the corner.
He talking to this person like they are a child. You can sit there and cry now. You can cry. Oh, by the way, y'all, remember the last tether that was just talking a minute ago, he was talking about how basically the W man ain't his problem. Yeah, he was saying how you know, the white media does what they do, but we have to worry about Black Americans? Yeah. Notice, fam, that they always come over here and they throw little passes towards the W's. They come up with every little excuse they can, but it ain't FBA that you needs to worry about, partner, because you over there crying, getting deported, and FBA ain't the ones doing it. Hell to the no.
If you're going to cry, you can act like an adult. You can tell me, listen to what I'm about to tell you, or you can sit there and cry. And I'm going to walk around the corner. You'll have a court date. You are being. Okay. All right.
You don't get no respect with all that goddamn's crying. Wipe your eyes, okay? It's going to be all right. You're going to be back in your homeland. In fact, by the way, why are these people always so angry about going back to their homeland? Y'all ever notice that, fam? These people act like going back to their homeland is going to hell. They don't never want to talk about their homeland like that. They be afraid. They be absolutely breaking down. It's a grown person having that type of breakdown about your homeland. You should be welcoming, fam. Let somebody tell me that I got to go to Georgia. I got to go to Ohio. Shit, let me go. These individuals, man, they don't like going back to their homeland. They have whole meltdowns, breakdowns. So it makes me see that your homeland ain't what y'all be talking about with all them tethers on TikTok. Yeah, when Akon runs around here and he talks about Wakanda, don't look like it's the same type of vibe that they've been telling us. I see people have these real breakdowns whenever it comes to going back to their homeland, and it goes completely against how they tell us. Now, let me say this as well, fam. Since they've been telling foundational Black Americans that we need to go back to Africa, I always say, what Africa? You mean the one that you don't want to go back to? You mean the one that you are crying and having a breakdown and a meltdown? You mean the one that you be completely embarrassing yourself in front of these W's? The one where you at the airport, you at immigration offices, and you acting like somebody sending you to a whole nother planet? That's the Africa that you want foundational Black Americans to go to. First off, foundational Black Americans ain't going because we ain't never been there. Second off, even if foundational Black Americans ever did go, we ain't going locked up. We ain't going deported. We ain't going in shame, in shambles, in breakdowns. So you see automatically what we've been talking about. Don't let these people tell you anything other than the truth, y'all. And we don't accept anything other than the truth. Speaking of that, fam, y'all seen these people been having all types of crash outs, breakdowns, meltdowns, as we always speak of. But y'all, they done took it to a whole nother level. When I say they done took it to a whole nother level, fam, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, and these people were going to basically go along to get along, or they was going to be on some type of time where they could fit into what's going on the planet, you see again, rejection after rejection after rejection. They can't go nowhere. They can't stand nowhere. Everywhere they show up, people see them. Everywhere you show up, people ain't rocking with them. Y'all see this video that just came out? Let me show y'all. A lot of them went to this little international thing that they got going on. And let me tell y'all, the Africans were sitting there and wasn't nobody paying no goddamn attention. Nobody at all. Let me show y'all this. Look at this right here. Look at this, fam. This was at the Pope. The Pope passed away. Well, after the Pope passed away, a bunch of people went there to go pay their respects or whatever. All the world leaders were there, okay? Let's make this clear. All of the world leaders were there. Well, guess what, fam? When the Africans got there, nobody paid them half of attention. Nobody did. Watch this right here. Look. Look at that. Look at everybody back here talking. Look at everybody back here having a jolly old time, y'all. Notice that the colors back there. Look at all the www. Look at all that. Look at the Africans. Ain't nobody paying them no attention. What the hell you going here for anyway? Wait a minute now. I thought that they told us that spirituality had nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. Ain't that what they told us, y'all? Ain't that what they said? But they was quick to go see that Pope. No, let's go there, y'all. Let's go. They all alone. Look at them, y'all. Look how they are viewed by the world. Why are you worried about FBA? You ain't got no clout, no credentials, no cachet anywhere you go politically. But you got the nerve to talk about foundational Black Americans. You got the nerve to worry about my lineage, heritage, and culture when everybody's watching you right there and they're walking around you. They walking around you acting like your ass ain't even existed. This is shameful, y'all. This is absolutely shameful. But remember, they were running around here trying to tell FBA that we don't understand spirituality. It comes from them. But they over there to say hello and goodbye to the W Pope and all the W's who went to go see the Pope. They said nope. They look like they couldn't get a date, y'all. Ain't that what that looks like? They look like they could not get a date. Don't nobody want to have no date with them. Don't nobody want to be around them. But you got the nerve to talk about foundational Black Americans. Ain't that something, y'all? Ain't that something? Ain't that crazy? You right. Did nobody even see them? They was walking around them. And speaking of that, fam, there's more. Since we want to talk, since they want to go there and they want to talk about foundational Black Americans, let a good certified foundational Black American point out some things. We talk about these people, then their homelands and how they feel about their homelands and how they be having these breakdowns about their homelands. Okay, well, fam, you saw the last person having a complete meltdown, all right? Complete meltdown saying, I ain't going home, this, that, and the other thing. Look at this right here. Look at this tether. I think this individual is either facing deportation and trying to get the hell up out of here, or they're trying to flee to another country. Y'all be the judge. But man, let me tell y'all, when we say these people are out here making a bad name for their damn self, they making a bad name for themselves. Watch this tether have a complete violent breakdown at the airport in Las Vegas. I believe somebody called ICE and he trying to flee out of America. So they running from deportation and still hating on my foundational Black American nation.
You need to back up.
No.
Brittany, hold the thing. What the?
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. You're not going to happen.
Bring him home. No. I will not.
I will not. It will not happen. It will not happen. You won't go.
He busted through.
You will go out with this. I tell you, I promise you. You will go free with this. You will go free with this. I tell you. You will go free. You will go free with this. I was the first person to hear. I was the first. You keep on telling me to wait. You keep on telling me to wait for the flight to go.
The captain already said it's fine.
I will back up. I will back up.
Please stand behind me.
I will
not let you go to
I will back up. No.
You're not.
Okay.
Check him in, Brittany. Let's go. Oh. Are they checked in? I'm already taking the delay.
I'm not backing up.
But
you keep on telling me to wait for the flight to go.
The captain already said it's fine.
I will back up. I will back up.
Please stand behind me.
I will
not let you go to
I will back up. No.
you're not.
Okay.
Check him in, Brittany. Let's go. Oh. Are they checked in? I'm already taking the delay.
I'm not backing up.
But they're coming.
You back up for me.
I'm not backing up.
Family, why this man having a break? Y'all cool. Why this man having a breakdown like that, y'all? Why this man having a breakdown like that? Why he in a rush to get out? Do y'all think somebody called ICE? I think ICE was coming. That looked like, hey, fam, I know when somebody trying to get away from ICE, I'm going to call ICE on a couple people already. Fam, that looked like someone's trying to get the hell away from ICE. ICE was coming. That's what it looked like. But again, it's always got something to do with them and travel. You notice this, fam? Whenever it's got something to do with travel is when they start having these complete breakdowns. Fam, again, why do you have the time to worry about foundational Black Americans when you're living in that type of despair? It makes zero sense. No sense. You can't have none of that, y'all, and still be worrying about FBA. It looks like FBA is something that you don't really need to be too concerned with because you out there trying to fight people at the airport. This man said, I can first. I not go. Well, looks like you're going to have to go. You're going to have to go and you're going to have to get the hell up out of here. What they say? You're going to have to get the hell up out of here. That is what it looked like right there, fam. Yeah, masters are fleeing, trying to get the hell up out of Dodge, as what we say. So, again, you see that they got some real issues on their own, but yet they always got time to talk about what foundational Black Americans are doing. Well, foundational Black Americans, I'm going to tell you what we're doing. We out here winning. We winning real big. And how are we winning, fam? We winning because brothers and sisters are on the same page. We on the same code. We understand that the way that these people operate, that ain't how we operate. We understand that the way these people are functioning ain't how we function. We've been doing things solo and dolo. And speaking of that, let me tell y'all how bad it is. Y'all think that's bad, right? So we seen the first person getting deported. Then we seen the other guy, looks like he's trying to run from deportation. Did y'all see this video right here? I'm just being real. Look at this, y'all. Look at these Africans out here and family. They stuck in the Mediterranean Sea because Europe won't accept them. I'm not lying.
Oh, I don't die. You might have no. Oh, oh. Oh, I don't die. You might have no. Oh.
How in the hell does he have time to make a TikTok video, y'all? Somebody play, like, let's be real. How in the world, when you are floating, do you got time to make a TikTok video? Somebody got to explain this to me, y'all. It makes zero sense. But you see again, the same way they facing deportation and they got time to make a video about FBA, I guess the same time they facing flotation, they got time to make a video.
Oh.
That is something that foundational Black Americans ain't dealing with because that's not our business or our energy. We out here getting it all the way in, whether they like it or not. And when I say that we getting it all the way in, fam, what I'm talking about is how we've been standing on real business. And I want one thing for the family to know. When we start talking about this film, Sinners, and a lot of this is coming from the energy that people have been trying to put on us about this film. One of the things that you're seeing is that every single community has been trying to get in. Remember, we started off talking about these people from Africa and how they were trying to get in on the spirituality element of foundational Black Americans, how they were trying to take our spiritual nature and associate it with them. And how well is any of that working for them? Because look at the situations that they're in. Okay. I'm not going to be lectured by anybody who just went to go see the Pope and everybody said nope. Y'all just seen, you got all these people trying to critique us about our lineage, heritage, and culture and what we've been doing, but yet nobody's rocking with them anywhere they go. So we're not going for any of that game. But one of the things, fam, about this movie, that was very, very, very powerful, and this is what a lot of people feel as we were talking about it. Foundational Black Americans, we have a rich, rich, rich tradition here in this continent. We are the originators. Everybody knows that, whether they want to accept it, whether they want to acknowledge it, it don't goddamn matter. It's all about us, and it's always been about us. And the fact that we are realizing our rich tradition, this has been closing a lot of doors for a lot of people who've been trying to weasel their way in. How do we know that we've been closing a lot of doors for these people, family? It's simply by how many brothers and sisters you see that are standing on certified business. Y'all watch this right here. This sister explains what we were just talking about.
We were talking about a history and something that we created. No hate pushed on the video. All right. You guys just think you know everything. Oh, this is up under the video where we're talking about being able to track our lineage back 7, 8, 9 generations. Didn't put nobody down. Didn't belittle nobody. Huh. You guys just think you taught the world everything. Up under the video, talking about how Asians make the best fried chicken, and we said that we're the ones who taught them how to make fried chicken. Didn't put nobody down. It's like if you have not mastered the art on how to manipulate the Black American mind, you're angry. You feel what I'm saying? It's like no matter how many Black politicians come out, the same ones that vote against our best interests and what we want, and it's always an American-born immigrant, no matter how many times that this happens, we're supposed to be able to be manipulated to allow it to keep happening at the rate that it's happening. We're supposed to still say, you know what? Black is black. Black is black. It's not every single one of you. You see what I'm saying? Because you'll never be able to say it's 100% all of y'all. So you're right. Let's just let it keep on. You feel what I'm saying? The fact that these same people that will come here, be able to check our box, get our benefits, see us delineating, and know that, hold on, these benefits might go with it. You feel what I'm saying? If we are not able to be manipulated, people are angry. People are angry. Y'all done separated yourselves so much here. Y'all done tried to rebrand America as the land of immigrants. And now you have real Americans putting immigrants on shaky ground, and everybody mad. Everybody mad. Everybody mad. Yeah. So y'all have to learn the art of self-preservation only dependent on yourself. So y'all art of self-preservation is dependent on Black American stupidity, manipulation. You feel what I'm saying? Can we manipulate these people to give them their shit? Yeah. So see, if your push ahead is always dependent on manipulating somebody else, you're going to forever be on shaky ground, beloved. We were talking about our history and something that we created.
That part. You gonna always be on shaky ground when it comes to us, quite frankly, because the whole world gets off on trying to manipulate foundational Black Americans. And this is why we were telling everybody about the film and how the culture is based on FBA roots. See, there's been a renaissance of us recognizing our lineage, heritage, culture. Our sister said right there, generation after generation after generation, that is foundational Black American. Don't let nobody try to pivot the game or make their own rules. We've been making our own rules. And one of the things that you've seen in this film was a bunch of people who were trying to insert themselves in the lineage, heritage, and culture and not get caught. See, we're not allowing anybody else to try that game. FBA is about us, and more we've been putting in game. Notice these people are trying to change what they've been saying. Fam, we already talked about the Bering Straits, right? Didn't we talk about the Bering Straits? Remember, y'all, it was accepted terminology that the first people here were what I say is the Disney Indians, the Red Indians. That's what they said were the first people in the United States. And they said they came across through the Bering Straits. Foundational Black Americans, we did what? We canceled that out. We did that, y'all. We did that. What we say always right here, y'all, FBA did that. Foundational Black Americans, we canceled all of that out. Now they're getting up off of the Bering Straits. Did you ever believe that they would jump off of the Bering Straits, Red Indian? I never thought that would happen, but it happened now. They ran with the Bering Straits fam for over 100 years, 100 plus years. Almost 200, 300 years they've been saying Bering Straits, Red Indians, first people who occupied North America. Now they're saying, well, no, that ain't true. Why are they saying that? It's because of us. Because when we start talking about the Maroons, when we start talking about the real foundational Black American, Native American Indians, when we start speaking of that, now they want to come up with everything else. They know what it is, so they're trying to jump off of all of that talk. Now they know that FBA, we have put the real truth. They always say the more you go back, the more Black it becomes. And they'll apply that everywhere except for right here in America. Guess what we did? We said, no. You're going to apply that right here in America. Hell yeah. And the more you go back, the more Black it becomes. And the more Black it becomes, the more foundational Black American it becomes. And I know they don't want to hear that. They don't want to accept that. They don't want to acknowledge it. But we're going to do what we always do. We're going to acknowledge it for them. Okay? So whether they want to admit it, accept it, or acknowledge it, foundational Black American, we don't put all of our goddamn cards on the table. And we told them, no. This is all about us. And family, there'd been a major backlash. Oh, man. Let me tell you the two things that they've been trying to do. They've been sending out people from every goddamn community. Every community. You want to see the communities, fam, that they've been running out here trying to put foundational Black American culture on? Everybody tried to make the film about them. Everybody did. Let me show you some of the people. Y'all look at this right here. Y'all look at this. Let me tell y'all who they was trying to say that the film Sinners was about. I'm going to show y'all. Look at everybody. Watch this. Watch this right here. Easy work, y'all. I want y'all to see everybody who's trying to get in on the film. Look at this. Y'all see this right here? Look at that. Oh, we're going to go down the list. The Asian representation. All of the Asians now are saying that the movie was about them because they start talking about the Mississippi Delta. And we got some facts on the Mississippi Delta. Yes, the hell we do. Oh, we're going to go all the way there. But in reality, y'all, the film was about the lineage right there. Yes, the hell it is. Okay, we want to go to another one. How about this right here? Did y'all see this? Another individual comes out. Sinners, African dance and modern hip hop. I ain't lying. Look at that right there, y'all. Look at that. There goes the Africans saying, no, it's about us. It's about us too. Don't leave us out. No, you better include. You see that? But it's really about that lineage, heritage, and culture right damn there. Oh, no. You want to go to some more people that said it was about them? How about that right there? The Indigenous people. And y'all know when they say Indigenous, y'all know they jumping over foundational Black Americans. Oh, yeah, they tend to always leave us out when they start talking about all this Indigenous this and Indigenous that. They don't ever talking about the Indigenous is really them damn certifieds. So already right there, you see multiple people trying to make it about them. Again, it's really about that lineage, heritage, and culture right there. And y'all think I'm playing? I got receipts all damn day long. How about that right there? Some other people are saying, nope, it's really about white folks. See? Y'all see what I'm saying here? You can see every single community is trying to make this about them. But y'all, ain't that par for the course, right? Because don't they do the same exact thing with every bit of foundational Black American creation? They do the same thing when it comes to music, when it comes to politics, when it comes to who built this country. You're always going to see them trying to spin it in a direction that is other than us, because the more and more people look, the more and more things are becoming foundational. That's what they don't like. But we going to make sure that we catch realism. Check this out right here, y'all. They are out here now trying to talk about the dances that were in the movie, right? They're talking about the dances. Everything that we do, they're trying to attribute. I already showed you the rap. Watch this right here, y'all. Look at this. Now they're trying to say, oh, by the way, this right here was about Africans as well, because that's one thing they always want to go to. The Africans love trying to get in on it, and so does the dominant society. Y'all tell me where in the hell any of this adds up. Check this out.
While watching Centers, one thing that I kept thinking about was Lisa the Baddest on TikTok. Her research behind modern dance. Centers, one thing that I kept thinking about was Lisa the Baddest on TikTok. Her research behind modern dance and tracing it back to African ancestry. I really feel like Ryan Coogler was taking notes because...
Hello, my name is Lisa. I majored in African American history, and I believe that you can trace African American history through the dances that are currently popular in major cities right now.
Bitch, look at them smacker. Niggas bitch, they really be actors.
So this is the name of the dance from this ethnic group in the Ivory Coast. Even though the style of dance is not isolated to Mississippi, you notice the same knee pattern movements, leading me to believe that these dance moves have a common ancestor.
Fam, why are these people always trying to tie them into us? Look at this right here. Fam, if somebody moves their leg, they're going to say, well, they moved their leg in Africa too now. So we got to be honest. In Africa, they move their leg. The leg gets moved everywhere. You can't separate the two of them. Look at this. Everything they're trying to attribute to Africa, fam. Everything.
In how they move. Because this is an Africanism, we can find examples of this throughout the diaspora.
This is what I want to see.
Where in the hell does that got to do with anything foundational Black American? Where is any foundational Black American? It's funny how you can see somebody straight in Chicago and you can attribute that to Africa, but then you'll see something like this and you'll try to attribute it back to us. Hell no. I refuse to accept any of this. Hell no. Look at this, family. And there, they try to tie it back into FBA, y'all. There you go. They trying to tie it all into FBA.
So this dance is called butterfly leg work, and I haven't been able to find an actual origin or confirm that, but it seems to have been popularized or started by Nigerians.
While watching Centers, one thing.
Hell no, you can keep that, you can have that, we don't want that, never, no. You see what I'm talking about though, fam? She sat there and said they moved the leg the same way, so it got to come from Africa, right? They said, oh, it mimicked an animal, it's got to come from Africa. You see what they always do, fam? Any single thing that we do, they attribute back to Africa. Y'all notice they don't ever talk about things being attributed to that the dominant society does? You ever notice that? We see the dominant society steal from us all the time. We be like, oh, no, you stole from us. Jerry Lee Lewis, Elvis Presley. We be like, oh, no, that's all FBA culture. How come the Africans don't ever talk about how it's being attributed to them from the dominant society? They always go around the dominant society and always want to focus on foundational Black Americans. That right there, none of that was FBA energy. Hell no. It ain't got the swag, it ain't got the vibe, it ain't got the juice that we got. See, we move different, y'all. We move different. Everybody knows it. So you can't just sit there and show up and say, oh, he twisted his arm sideways. That belongs to us. Everything that we do comes from the FBA culture. It comes from foundational Black Americans grinding. It comes from foundational Black Americans who went through the trials and tribulations that we've been through. And then we put it all in our music. We put it all into our energy. Don't let nobody tell you something other than that. Anybody saying anything other than what I just said is full-time lying, and they're trying to get in on it. And notice again, y'all, it started off with the girl talking about sinners. You see, I told you I was going to bring it all the way back around. It started off with her saying watching Sinners made her think about how FBA hip hop dances come from Africa. And then they use Sinners as an example, as something that they can latch onto. And now they're saying, oh, that's really where it comes from. It comes from FBAs in Africa. That's what they're trying to do. And again, that's the energy that we got. Now, when you start talking about the movie and the film, one of the things that stood out was the brother playing the guitar. And that's really what made people stand out in all the parts of the film, fam, that got that real energy. That's where you sensed it from. All right. And remember, y'all, as we connected it earlier, that's where it comes from right there. You can make a direct connection between those two right there. We were the ones out there by ourselves doing our own thing, nobody included, okay? There wasn't a soul out there when foundational Black Americans were doing what we were doing. You know what really gets people sideways, fam? Let me tell you what really gets people. They don't like the fact that we're the only lineage that's never borrowed from anybody. See, they don't like that. They want to attribute everything that foundational Black Americans do to someone else, but you can't, because we have a direct line and receipts that prove what we're talking about. Our music is different. Our music touches the soul. Our music comes from a place that nobody can come up with. That's why it was so powerful. If y'all seen the movie, I told you I ain't gonna get no spoilers, but if y'all seen it, fam, yeah, that muddy water energy, absolutely. That's where the energy comes from. See, they don't like the fact that we come up with everything on our own. Foundational Black American music, foundational Black American politics, energy, it comes from our spirit. We have our own specific spirituality. We have our own specific spiritual element. It is not equated to anyone else. And we're not going to allow anybody else to steal it. And what you've seen with this film, we've already broke down Africa. They're trying to say, well, it has something to do with us. The dominant society says it has something to do with them. And also, as we're talking about the Disney Indians, they try to take it. Our spirituality is based on us. How many brothers and sisters in here, y'all know, we were talking about it. Some of the things that your family does. You saw it last night, much respect. Y'all know some of the things that our family does. We don't sit down and talk about it. We all do it the same. How come these other people don't? How come nobody else does? There's only a pocket that does the same thing, and that's foundational Black Americans, because we belong to each other and we are from the same FBA family tree. If you noticed this spiritual element that goes on within our music, that's why when we say, find me another Whitney Houston, find me another Tupac, find me another Luther Vandross, who is your African version? We still waiting, because when we look at their music is a carbon copy of what we're doing today. Our music is not a carbon copy of anybody. They don't like the fact that FBA, I'm talking about the indigenous, I'm talking about the ancient, and I'm talking about the modern. We've created everything of our own. And since we've created everything of our own, nobody can steal it. So the vibrations that you were seeing in that music, it was crazy. You got to think about energy and frequency. What I always say, fam, when we say vibe, everybody wants to say vibe now, right? It's a vibe. We've been saying vibe is foundational Black Americans for hundreds of years. That's our thing. It's a vibe. See, when we say vibe, we mean an energy and the spirit. When they say vibe, they mean vibration. Yes. When we say your frequency, fam, let me ask y'all a question. If I come to you right now and I tell them I get a certain energy from you, or I like your vibe, or there's a good frequency between us, what do I mean? Do I mean vibration in terms of something vibrating? Do I mean frequency in terms of a radio station? Do I mean energy in terms of heat, the sun energy? Or do I mean spiritually? And we all understand that. You already know. I see you. Yes, indeed. Absolutely. It's a spiritual statement. Vibe, frequency, and energy are just synonyms for spirituality. That's really what it is, fam. When we say that, it's spiritual, right? That's really what it is. Spirituality. Vibe, frequency, and energy is just a synonym for spirituality. It's just another way of us talking about our souls. That's how FBA has been on. And they don't like that. And you hear it play out in our music all the way through. And that's one of the main keys to the film. Watch this sister break it down, y'all. While everybody else, they say they can't get it, watch how she breaks it down so eloquently.
You know, something else that popped into my head about Sinners was how spiritual and powerful our music was until it was tainted or touched by the hands of others. How often we create a genre of music and then all the substance of that music leaves once it is influenced or infiltrated by outside forces. And we think we're sharing our gifts when those gifts are just being siphoned away from us. I think about R&B, how a lot of the feeling of R&B is gone because of the foundational roots of R&B. Rhythm and blues, right? Blues, right? And then a lot of the blues came from gospel music, right? And that's why so many people are like, well, there are gospel singers who could sing these R&B singers under the table. Of course, because the foundation of their voices and how they're singing is coming from a very different place. And I'm someone who did not grow up singing in church. I didn't. And it's evident, right? When I'm singing and when I'm doing my thing. And it doesn't take anything away from artists who don't grow up in the church as singers. But I'm intelligent enough and not dense enough to recognize the influence of the feeling, the spiritual side of our music as Black people, American Black people. Even hip hop, though. Let's go there and take the singing portion out. Hip hop and its roots started with dance and fun and happiness. Then we started telling our stories through hip hop. And then it elevated and evolved into where it is now. Right? Just think about that. And all of the evolution that's happened within our music is because hands have touched things that are sacred. And I just had to get that off my chest because I was sitting here and I was listening to Erykah Badu's Healer. And if you listen to the lyrics, you'll see where I'm coming from. So listen to that song. Shout out to Erykah Badu because she always been ahead of her time. But yes, check that song out and you'll see what I mean in regards to hip hop. You know,
that part all the way across the board. Other people don't have these conversations, y'all. Other people from other communities, they don't talk like that. They don't talk like that. All of that stuff about somebody being ill and playing music to them while they're in like a coma or something, or they're about to transition, that comes from us. That's all FBA, fam. That goes back to slavery. You can go back to slavery when someone would be ill and you would have the sister who would be taking care of them and they would play songs for the person. They would play songs and the person would listen to them and it would bring them back or it would give them the spirit for the transition. That all goes back to us. Playing music, what they say when somebody's ill, they say play their favorite song by their bedside. That all goes back to FBA. That don't go back to none of these other people. These other people don't have that in them. All right. And good point. Y'all was saying, we say, you feel me all the time. That ain't nothing more than vibe, energy. It's a spiritual thing. I'll talk to somebody and I say, you feel me? They say, yeah, I hear you. I ain't actually heard me. I said, do you feel me? Anybody can hear you, but do you feel me? That's the different energy that we on. We in here deep, y'all. 1.7 thousand. Share this video, y'all. Everybody in here. Smash that like button and share this video. Much respect. But y'all, now you see the jealousy start to happen. See, the jealousy and envy is definitely going to come after you start talking about that FBA soul. That's one of the things, fam, we've been saying for years. They cannot stand is FBA soul. And think about James Brown. I got soul. I'm super bad. You know what I'm saying? This is what we talk about. Our music is called soul music, soul food. I mean, everything about us has soul in it because we are the most soulful people. And anytime we hear someone trying to pretend or act like they got that soul, they don't really have it. They're just trying to perpetrate the fraud. And it doesn't go anywhere because FBA, we are the inventors. But now a lot of people have been coming out, fam, they're really upset because they see the empowerment level or they see the depiction of FBA spirituality. And that's what they're afraid of because they understand it starts with our spirituality and then we take over in other elements because, fam, they've been sending out crazy ass people. People have been coming out left and right out the goddamn woodwork and they real salty. This right here is another person that's been running around here trying to throw dirt on the film and trying to make it about them. See, if they didn't make it about them, they want to throw dirt on the movie. Watch this right here, y'all.
Of Sinners yesterday and got my spanked in the comments. And upon further reflection, I have decided to come back and double down and take some more because this was not a good movie. And I'm going to further elaborate why I don't think it was and address some of the comments. A lot of the comments that I got were saying that I must not have liked this movie because I didn't get it and I don't understand it because I'm not Black. And while it's true that, yes, I am not Black, and I would never say that I understand an experience that I'm not a part of, I am still capable of understanding themes about race and cultures outside of my own. A lot of y'all are about to be real mad at me, but I thought this movie was terrible. I really wanted to like it. Okay, before you come for me, please.
Black people are not going to be mad because we've seen this coming. If anything, we feel bad for you because you've been robbed of your critical thinking abilities. See, we've seen this coming when you decided to caption your video. Dr. Umar would like this. We've seen this coming when you accidentally mentioned Fruitville Station and then you continued on. So this is nothing new to us. We just ask kindly that you POCs, if you have absolutely nothing positive to say about Black art, to please shut the f*** up. Because I don't understand why y'all think that y'all have the right and the need to consistently disparage Black art when it doesn't meet your standards. See, as Black people in this country, we have come to an understanding that if it's not made by us, 9 times out of 10, it wasn't made for us. But we still have the ability to go out there and get a taste of other people's cultures and other people's art. And if we don't like it, we know how to respectfully leave quietly. We don't collectively feel the need to get on the internet and try to disparage something, especially if we know it requires some level of cultural competency. But that is never the route that y'all choose to take. So no, this wasn't just a negative criticism and or your opinion about an art form, because you could have easily said, I don't understand it, rather than it's a bad movie. I don't understand it because I'm one-dimensional. It's better than sitting there saying that this was just a bad movie and it didn't hit. Baby, yes, it did. That is your problem, that you have no desire to actually truly understand Black American history outside the textbook of what them cornstarch crusaders fed you. See, and this is the thing with you POCs, right? And make no never mind. When I mention POCs, I'm talking about everybody who is not a Percocet patty and everybody that's not Black, or you is in between, because I don't want anybody to misinterpret what I'm saying. Because I have seen disrespectful videos about sinners from the Latin community, from the East Asian community, and now from the Southeast Asian community, and enough is enough. A lot of you think because you have a rich cultural heritage of your own that you don't have the ability to be discriminatory and or have anti-Blackness embedded in your head against Black people, but it is far from the truth. And my thing is that if you want to align yourself with the same people that oppress you, that is your business. If you want to slob on the knob of them cotton swabs, that is your business. But it becomes very saddening and frustrating when you decide that you are going to deep throat and swallow them deficiency demons and what they released into you. A lot of you only constantly want to give negative criticisms about Black art, in this case Black cinema, when it doesn't meet your standards, and those standards are always that it has to be palatable, it has to be stereotypical, and or it has to be inclusive. That's why it was okay for you to bring up Get Out. See, it was a historic movie that showed the trauma and still some of the current day that is happening to Black people, and it didn't raise no alarms and bells in your head. Black Panther was acceptable, and the only reason that y'all like Black Panther is because it was palatable, it was entertaining. Even though there was a slight message, the message was very micro. The message of diaspora unity was micro in comparison to it just being a Marvel fake depiction, superhero entertaining movie. And again, it sat well on your digestive system because at the end of it, the Wakandians, the fake Wakanda people, decided to share their resources and help the rest of the world. And that would made you feel good. But Sinners doesn't do that. See, Sinners calls out the hit dogs, and now everybody in the kennel was barking. Because even though you all have a culture of your own, you all have adapted the same entitled thought process that you feel like you should have a consistent understanding and access to Black culture, while simultaneously not only disparaging, disrespecting, demeaning, but erasing the Black faces in this very country that built it.
Okay, so I posted my review of Sinners yesterday and got my...
Talk your talk. See, hey, there go. See, that was Kamala. See, that was Kamala's people right there. And this is our people.
Kendall was barking. Because even though you all have a culture of your own, you all have adapted the same entitled thought process that you feel like you should have a consistent understanding and access to Black culture, while simultaneously not only disparaging, disrespecting, demeaning, but erasing the Black faces in this very country that built it.
Okay, so...
Woo! There they go, right down there, family. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's getting real. Here we go. This is what we're talking about, fam. So now that you see these people coming out and they got all these different elements, we're going to go down the line. You got Kamala and collard greens in the bathtub. They came out on the hate. The dominant society is trying to make it about them. Then you got all of these other people saying, this person right there reminded me of us. This person right there reminded me of us. No, it didn't. That was all about FBA culture. And the way that sister broke it down, they don't mind movies where foundational Black Americans are doing something that fits their narrative, or if foundational Black Americans are doing something that is inclusive that they can get in on. That's why that individual who puts their collard greens in the bathtub, just like Kamala, we'll run her ass up out of here the same way we did Kamala, gone not to be seen again. Because we know that if it's something that they can say, my people are in it too, the People of Color Coalition, then they'll be down with it. Black Panther was that way. See, Black Panther was super entertaining, and it was all about a fake magical Africa world. And at the end, they did what? They said, we all on the same page. Sinners is not like that. Sinners doesn't have that story of we all gonna be on the same teams and we all together. There's a lot of elements inside of Sinners that people were not catching. There's some people out there saying, oh, this person shouldn't have been in it, this person. There's people out there talking about representation. Fam, if you watch our brother Ryan Coogler, he was putting things in there that was showing you stuff about who you should and shouldn't be trusted. There's a lot of allegories and there's a lot of examples that are being made for those who have seen the movie. Yeah, this ain't no Marvel movie. Good point. This ain't no Marvel movie. This is about real life. Notice when they make a movie about Africa, it turns into everybody can come on in and we gonna help the United Nations. Sinners wasn't like that. For those who ended up seeing Sinners, shout out to Michael B. Jordan, okay, Smoke and Stack, that brother put it down. Let me tell you something. The brother had you thinking that he had a twin brother. That's how solid his performance was. And his career's going here. But when you put him together with Ryan Coogler, you got some real energy popping off. And one of those things that you've seen in there was some of these people from these other communities that folks is looking at sideways saying, hold on now, watch this. And if y'all seen it out of the lens of FBA, that's why we're saying foundational Black Americans, we seen it different than everybody else. Foundational Black Americans, we didn't watch that movie and think what everybody else was thinking. Just the same way that when we look at politics or the social world, we don't see it the way everybody else sees it. We always see things completely different because we're viewing it from a completely different aspect, and our lenses are more clean, all right, more clear. They don't see things from clear lenses. They see things out of a manipulation, a deceptive way. We don't. This shows you absolutely, yeah, Black Panthers had a W savior. You know what I'm saying? That's why that thing went off the rails. And now, next thing you know, what happened with Black Panthers? They ended up adding all these other POCs in the movie. The people who were non-Black American in Sinners, they weren't assets to the Black Americans, all right? Point blank, bottom line. This was rooted in foundational Black American root work, despite what other people may say. And how do you know we've been seeing it different? Because we see everything different. Our lenses are more clear because we operate with a clear signal. Everybody else is confused and everybody else is murked out based on anti-Blackness. They see everything through the lenses of hatred. We see things through the lenses of success, of determination, of perseverance. Therefore, we're able to call it out. You had all these people from the dominant society, y'all. They was getting up and they was leaving the theater. Why? It's because a lot of them were hurt and a lot of them understood this is coming at a time where foundational Black American excellence is at an all-time high. And when these FBA brothers and sisters now are taking back music, they're taking movies, they're imputing their signal into the planet, this is very, very dangerous to them. Watch this.
Troubling chatter out there that there are some white people who didn't like Sinners. I'm hearing this from like Black Twitter, Black TikTok, like all over the place. They're saying, oh yeah, it was in Sinners. And like,
why you on Black Twitter? Why you on Black TikTok, Becky? Y'all see what I'm saying? Y'all see what I'm saying? They listening to the Black Alpha Network Certified Black Society right now. Oh yeah, y'all. They're going and they're watching and they're checking and they're finding out everything that we doing, y'all. And they're saying, oh, that's what Black folks is doing. Damn, that they not like us delineation that the streets are doing has gotten into the hip hop world. Oh, damn, that delineation, Black American excellence has gotten into film now. This is what they was doing on the campaign trail. They ruined the election for people. So you're talking about culturally, there's a renaissance for foundational Black American through music, through art, through film, and politically. Oh no, these FBAs are moving too damn strong. Becky, Karen, Chad, Brad, they all watching. Enjoy the goddamn show because we putting on.
That are out there that there are some white people who didn't like Sinners. I'm hearing this from like Black Twitter, Black TikTok, like all over the place. They're saying, oh yeah, it was in Sinners. And like some white people just like left. They just got up and left. Like they couldn't take the heat, I guess.
I know I'm white, but the way some white people quite a few white people are reacting to the movie Sinners. When you're talking about white people, please don't lump me in with that group. Please don't.
What? Don't lump you in. See, fam? You see what they trying to do? Don't lump me in with my own people. Would she be doing that right now if this is a movie about gang banging? If this was a movie about degeneracy? See, we have denounced all the degeneracy, and now we're bringing in real FBA class, real FBA pride, real FBA honor. They don't like that, y'all. They don't like that. This person right now is saying, I don't even want to be lumped up with them white folks. I'm on your side. Nah, you on your side, and that's the male side, and we ain't got nothing to do with that.
Hey, some white people, quite a few white people are reacting to the movie Sinners. When you're talking about white people, please don't lump me in with that group. Please don't. After that movie, my mom and I left the theater just saying that's one of the best movies we've ever seen. We cannot stop talking about it. It's all we've talked about all week. We keep listening to the music. We're going to go see it again next week. We just can't stop talking about it. And if you're a white person who has said all the nasty things you've said about it online or walked out or whatever, we know exactly why you didn't like it. So all I have to say to you is fuck off.
You know, I've been seeing all these videos about it, people giving their... So I've seen so many videos come up about this new movie that came out. What I did not realize is that there's an entire side of TikTok that's like white people leaving the movie Sinners, like white people getting up and walking out of the movie Sinners.
Everything. I saw Sinners last night and it was amazing and I can't stop thinking about it. The soundtrack is perfect. Oh my God, Annie, she was my favorite character. I loved everything about it. I'm so glad I saw it in theaters. And honestly, I'm pretty disappointed by a lot of movies these days. I don't really go to the movies that often. I just don't even bother with it half of the time. But I really wanted to see this and it was way better than I thought it was going to be. And I really enjoy all of the just discussions happening about it and what it's making people think about and all of these things. But what I've been thinking about, and I'm not saying this is what the movie was trying to say in any way, shape.
Here we go, y'all. Here we go. Now watch them trying to put a spin on it, y'all. You knew all of that Mayo babble was going to lead up to a grand con game. Watch this. And she says, how I took it, and I'm not saying what the movie was about. Well, if that ain't what the movie's about, then why the hell you telling us how you took it? You saying you taking it different than how the movie was. Watch this.
Think about and all of these things. But what I've been thinking about, and I'm not saying this is what the movie was trying to say in any way, shape, or form. It's just like something that sparked in my brain and I was just thinking about it. It's just that like loss of connection to ancestry, something I think that obviously keeps Annie like so.
Oh, hell no. Y'all hear that? The lost connection to ancestry. What that got to do with you? This is a black movie about black ancestry, about black spirituality, and you got Becky talking about, you know, what really got me was the lost connection to ancestry. Nah, what ancestry? Who ancestry? Nah, how about you get a connection to ancestry when it comes to reparations? Isn't it funny, y'all? I guarantee you this woman denies reparations based on what our ancestors built. But when it comes to sinners, now she want to talk about the ancestry connection. You knew the Mayo con was coming.
That sparked in my brain and I was just thinking about it. It's just that like loss of connection to ancestry, something I think that obviously keeps Annie like so powerfully connected is that she is still connected to her ancestors, which is also why, again, spoilers, when she tells him like, you promised, you know, we have someone, I'm going to cry. She's like, when we have someone waiting, I'm literally going to cry.
And here come the Karen tears. Black folks, y'all see this? They said that they was on black TikTok, black Twitter, watching what we saying. She's trying to run this whole game about ancestors and the connection and how we all belongs. And your new Karen tears was coming. If I would have told you 5 minutes ago I was going to play a video with a Mayo and she was going to cry, you would have bet me every single goddamn dollar, family, and we would have all got some paid.
Spoilers, when she tells him, like, you promised, you know, we have someone, I'm going to cry. She's like, when we have someone waiting, I'm literally going to cry. Oh my God, it's so good. Anyway, when Annie's talking about how they have someone waiting for them on the other side.
And they always say they're going to cry, and then they never do. They never do. They always do that. They'll be talking like they're crying and there's never no tears. I'm going to cry. But by the way, black folks need to all go to jail. You see this right here.
Like, that's her power, is like just that connection. And I feel like a lot of white Americans don't have that connection and are seeking it. And I feel...
There you go. There you go. She just spun black spirituality and sinners to the white community. Right there in real time. All of that tears and all that was a setup, y'all, for what she really just said right there. You knew it was coming. You knew she was about to say it. She said all of this stuff about the ancestors and black folks and Annie, and I'm about to cry. And then she turned and said, white folks, we don't have our connection to the ancestors. But I know you got it for supremacy.
Also why, again, spoilers, when she tells him, like, you promised, you know, we have someone, but I'm going to cry. She's like, we have someone waiting. I'm literally going to cry. Oh my God, it's so good. Anyway, when Annie's talking about how they have someone waiting for them on the other side, like, that's her power, is like just that connection. And I feel like a lot of white Americans don't have that connection and are seeking it. And I feel, and again, I'm not saying this is what the movie was intending. And I know there's a lot of discussion on Remix motivations, because some people are like, oh, he's trying to like culturally appropriate black culture because he lost his, and other people don't see it that way. And that's fine.
Stop. No spoiler. She's now talking about the villain in the movie, and she's trying to cape for him. See, that's why the W's were leaving the theater, because they seen that they were villains in the movie. They were the ones who were trying to appropriate the culture. They were the ones trying to harm everybody. Notice that she just glossed over that. Well, you know, it depends on what, you know, people say or what they feel. Now she's trying to cover up for the villain. That sounds very, very familiar, doesn't it, y'all? Let me see y'all faces real quick, y'all. What she's doing right now, for those who've seen the movie and those who will see the movie, so after you see the movie, come on back and watch this part. The way that she just glossed over and threw on the cape and defended the villain, that sounds the same exact way they do with that Austin Metcalf guy, ain't it? Ain't it the same way? Austin Metcalf, George Zimmerman, Daniel Penny, So the same way that she's caping for the villain and sinners, that's the same way that Community capes for the villains in real life society. I see what you're doing, Becky. You just can't get it past us. Furthermore. Watch it, family. This is what we're talking about.
Remix motivations, because some people are like, oh, he's trying to like culturally appropriate black culture because he lost his, and other people don't see it that way. And that's fine. I think it is difficult to disconnect like a white person from like trying to basically consume and
get it out. Notice now she's stuttering. So you know she's full of BS. The Z, elemental P, Z. Get it on out, Karen. Tell us the lie.
From like trying to basically consume and take something from a black person. It's hard to like disconnect that, regardless of the fact that like his origin is like he also went through that.
Oh no.
Especially in America at the time, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's just,
fam, for those who've seen the movie, now what she's doing is trying to say that the villain, who's Irish, they went through their own oppression. So the reason why he was such a bad vampire is because he went through his own oppression and he's just a disturbed young man. Don't this sound like the same thing they said about Dylan Roof? Ain't this Dylan Roof, y'all? Or the Ryan Palmeter guy down in Jacksonville? Just a disturbed young male? Listen to what she's doing. I'm telling you, if you've seen the film, you know exactly what she's trying to do, y'all. You said you seen it last night, so you know what I'm talking about. Now she's trying to cover for the villain. Family, and I'm not lying to y'all. You'll be shocked how many people are out there and they caping for the villain. There's mad people out there and they're saying, no, he was really just hurt because he went through a potato famine and he's identifying with the oppressed black people, so he's trying to talk to them. Ain't no way around that, family. A villain's a villain in the movie. If you're harming people, if you're ripping people in half, you are the villain. Damn shame, family, even in a vampire movie, if you got the complexion for the protection, they gonna make some excuses for you. They do it in real life when they pop up a whole damn school, pop up a whole goddamn theater, run up on a young black child, run up on a grandma, and even in vampire movies, they still saying, hold on now, he's just a hurting little child that we need to understand him. They got excuses for real life and in cinema. I be damned, y'all. She's trying to basically say that he was a disturbed man and he was connecting to the black people. How in the hell did you get that from this, Becky? Connecting how? By trying to harm everybody?
To basically consume and take something from a black person, it's hard to like disconnect that, regardless of the fact that like his origin is like he also went through that.
Oh, God.
Especially in America at the time. It's like, do you know what I mean? It's just obviously that violence.
She stopped right there. She said he went through that, especially in America at the time. And what she's talking about is how Irish people were not seen as W's and seen as immigrants. That's what she's saying right there. If you did not catch that, we're going to catch it. We're going to break it down. Black Alpha. This is what she's trying to do, y'all. She's saying that the villain in the movie was really someone who related to the black people because we were oppressed. They were oppressed. Basically, she's hitting you with the indigent servitude. That's what she's trying to hit you with, fam. Y'all know when we bring up when we were slaves, we were indigent slaves too now. We wasn't accepted when we first got here from Europe. She just did that with a vampire movie. No shame, y'all. None at all. And she glossed over it real fast, not knowing that there'd be 1.8 thousand certifieds in here on a Tuesday night and we would catch it.
Person, it's hard to like disconnect that, regardless of the fact that like his origin is like he also went through that. Especially in America at the time, it's like, do you know what I mean? It's just obviously that violence is like difficult to disconnect, and white people are still doing that today. And I don't know if this makes sense, but like I don't have like Irish ancestry. My heritage is Slavic. And I'm so very disconnected from it. It's like my grandpa literally wasn't even born in America, and I don't know anything like about my origins. And I almost feel like it's like not my place to try to be a part of that culture. And that like makes me sad. And then even within that, it's like a lot of Slavic culture also.
It makes her sad, everybody.
So like erased, and I don't know. It's just like obviously has me thinking about ancestry and heritage because that's such a big part of the movie. And I think that like a lot of like white Americans in general don't feel connected to their ancestry or heritage, and we don't really have that. I'm sure this is gonna piss some people off. I don't know. Like, it's just that like I think a lot of white people do try to consume Black media and they do appropriate it because with everything like taken away from them and things destroyed, like Black culture in America like kind of is the standard. They pretty much just like created their own beautiful culture despite the hardships and despite constantly having it taken away from them. They just continue to rebuild and build community.
She's telling you right there that they be watching. If you listen, fam, you gonna hear time and time again them admitting that they're watching. She said their ancestry, they're the standard Black culture. Now, isn't it funny, fam? These are the same things that they always fight with us about tooth and nail. They go tick for tack with us when it comes to reparations. Okay, all that, how about reparations? How about my money? You feel me? So she just sat there and told you that foundational Black Americans are the standard when it comes to culture. Foundational Black Americans built this country. Communities. Yeah, the community is called America. And then at the same time, all the other ones told you we were on Black TikTok and Black Twitter watching FBA. Oh, trust me when I tell you. Sinners, the #1 movie in America, breaking records right now, littered in foundational Black American culture. And all of these other people want a piece of the pie. And we're doing the same thing we do politically, saying, hell no, you can't get none. You can't get none. That's why they're so upset. And that's why she was right there going on this whole dissertation, making excuses for vampires. Fam, I done seen some people make excuses before, but goddamn, they go for serial harmers and vampires. And then she talks about how they don't have a culture. So you got to understand, the world has always been obsessed with our spirituality. The world has always been obsessed with our spirituality. Y'all know what they did to Nat Turner. Do we got to go there about Nat Turner, y'all? Everybody knows what they did to Nat Turner. And all of that goes back to FBA spirituality. They're all obsessed with FBA spirituality. The whole damn planet Earth is obsessed with us because they want to know, how are these people so resilient? How are these people so strong? How are these people always making something out of nothing? How are they always bypassing everybody else? What is it in them? And that's what they were doing with Nat Turner. And they did that all the time. Fam, y'all know, hidden history fact, what they were doing to slaves. And I'm not talking about just harming the slaves. I'm talking about forks and spoons, if you know what I'm talking about, because that is something that they were all enamored with, because they believed that if they got some type of power, they would get it from us. So think about the movie. As we say, our brother was putting in a lot of allegories. You're talking about people who are vampires who take energy from you. Think about Nat Turner and what they were doing with slaves after we were gone. They were forking spoons with black people, thinking they would get power. You see the connection right there, family. All the connections that they were trying to put out there, and I'm talking about the tethers, none of that stuff got off the ground. Yeah, barbecue, absolutely. Yes, indeed. So you see, FBA, again, we're seeing it through different lens. We're seeing it through a different energy. I don't give a damn what Miss Fufu said or Mr. Tether says or Miss Mayo says. That's what it's really about, and you can see it all the way live. Look at this right here. There's been this whole thing about hoodoo, and everybody's talking about hoodoo this and hoodoo that. Family, a simple check will show you that foundational Black Americans, again, that belongs to us. Look at this right here. Black spirituality. Hoodoo is a closed African-American, Black American spirituality practice that only Black Americans can practice. We do not have a lot of resources or books written. Nah, because we weren't running around here throwing it everywhere. But look at the keys right there, family. Only we practice. Do not allow anyone to make it seem as if that is an element coming from everyone else. Now what's happening, family, is everything that we've been knowing is out there on the forefront. That's what's really happening right now in society, all right? Everything that we've known and we've had conversations amongst our goddamn selves, it is all to us, okay? Nobody can go out there and try to get us. Yeah, in fact, and it actually is in a lot of books, and we have documented it. It's just we don't allow them to get in on the documentations. We've been spiritual people. Foundational Black Americans. Let me pull that back up one more back. We've been spiritual people. And one of the things that you end up seeing, family, in the film, people are out there trying to dump our spirituality off on other groups. This is what I really wanted to conversate with y'all brothers and sisters here tonight on this lovely night. And the fact is, y'all, foundational Black American spirituality is different than everybody else. Foundational Black American spirituality operates on its own. And there's so many things that we've been doing beyond anybody else where we don't need anybody's help. We were just talking about different rituals just on last week's episode that we do that don't nobody else do. Come springtime, y'all know what we get down with. Y'all know that we see things. A brother wrote me just the other day. I don't know if he's in the chat right now, but he said him and his wife went to go see the movie and they were having a very, very serious presence. There's another video out there all across the internet. Well, sister said her and her friends went to go see it and they were seeing a bunch of different presences at the film. This is showing you, fam, that we've got channels that other people don't pick up. They don't pick up. All them tethers. It's funny, these tethers run around here and they always talking about FBA culture, right? But you ever notice, fam, when it comes to the tethers, they don't be exercising it. Foundational Black Americans, think about this, fam. The Africans want to come around here and talk about what we did and what we need to do and how foundational Black Americans lack this and lack that. They're always trying to make us look like we are spiritually inept people. All right? We're going to go there, y'all. Everyone always makes it look like we're spiritually inept people, like we don't get it. Nobody is more spiritual than foundational Black Americans. Nobody is. And you can look at our track record and what we've been through in the course of action. Remember this, y'all. They always talk about ancient African spirituality. Well, let me tell you this. If we've been here in Americas for thousands of years, you don't think that we had our own spiritual system? Again, thousands of years. See, this is the key component nobody wants to acknowledge, because once you acknowledge that we've been here in the United States of America for thousands of years, do you know the spiritual system that we've created? For instance, who's in the house? Where y'all from right now? Tell me where you at. I'm right here in the deep South, GA all day. I'm in the South. How many brothers and sisters in the South right now? How many in the East Coast? How many in the West Coast? How many in the Midwest right now? I want to know. Please put one of your regions. Roll call right now. How many of y'all are in the South, the Midwest, the East Coast, or the West Coast? And we're going to bring that all the way back home. Because if you look at it, fam, spiritually, foundational Black Americans, we've got a center core, but then you got different elements of spirituality just right here. Spirituality, Ohio, shout out. Harlem, shout out. Louisiana, shout out. Florida, shout out. Louisville, shout out. GA in the building. North Carolina, Fort Worth. I see Texas 2 times. New York again. The Midwest. We all in here representing real good right now, okay? Real good. We all have a spiritual connection based on where we've been. But y'all know, look at some of the stories that get told on the West Coast. Look at some of the stories that get told on the East Coast. Look at the stories that get told in the Midwest. Look at the stories that get told in the South. I'm right now in Savannah. Savannah is literally, by the paranormal institution, the most haunted place in America, even more than New Orleans, is Savannah. All right. Savannah is ultra. Anybody who come down, my cousin came down from Ohio and he's like, yeah, man, let's go to one of those haunted houses down there in Savannah. I said, brother, this ain't Ohio. We're not going. It's not a game. It's not a game. It was Halloween. I say this all the time. Yeah, all them ghosts and stuff is cool when it's October 31st. What happens when you see one in February? What happens when you see a ghost in June? It don't hit the same as October 31st with goons and goblins and costumes. I said, we're not going. No, because it's real. And what do we always say, fam? They say this in the movie. They always say, you knock on that door. Fam, y'all answer this for me. What does some of the older people always tell us? Shout out to my brother Church. I see you. Los Angeles in the building too. Upstate New York. We got the East Coast and West Coast, down south, Midwest in here. What they always say, what happens, fam, if you keep knocking on the door? I'll let somebody answer that. I'm going to put up the first one I see. What do they say, family? A shout out to New Orleans too. Much respect. New Orleans and Savannah are very similar because you're dealing with the water. You're dealing with the deep south and you're dealing with water. Notice all the coastal places got a certain vibe. Even the West Coast and the East Coast. The Midwest got a certain vibe. Memphis in house. I see y'all. I see the building. What do we say as foundational Black Americans? One of the things we always say, they say, you go around and you keep knocking on that door. They always say what? Somebody gonna answer. Absolutely. Yes, indeed. That is what it is right down here in foundational Black America. What we always gonna say, you're gonna find out what's behind it. Absolutely. Somebody gonna answer. Absolutely. Y'all see how we're saying the same thing. All of us now, we putting the same words in there. East Coast, shout out. It opens, shout out. We got a lot of terms to be like, hey, cool, because they play with spirituality. Y'all know how the W's be walking through cemeteries and playing games and all that. Don't all their horror movies start off with them playing games? They're playing the Ouija board. Y'all know, you bring a Ouija board into a Black person's house and what gonna happen? What gonna happen? Because you know we don't play them games. See, it's not that we're not in tune with it. We know what comes with it. Big point. We are very in tune, so we know, we respect that stuff. The dominant society is the one always running around here, walking through cemeteries, playing games. FBA, we don't be on that type of time. We understand. You do your spiritual thing, we're going to do our lives thing, and if they cross paths, don't mean I'm looking for you. That's how FBA is. Yeah, we don't play with none of that. You go ahead and, listen, you bring a Ouija board into my mama's house, my mama going to kick your ass out. You got to go. Hell no. We don't play those games. That's something that we don't play because we got respect. The same way FBA, we got respect for everything we do in life. We got respect for the spiritual world. These other people don't do that. They always knocking on that damn door. I'm going to walk through the cemetery. I'm going to play a football game. I'm going to joke around. We don't joke with none of that stuff. I'm going to go to a haunted house. We'll just sleep in a haunted house for $500 a night. We don't play that. You can keep your money because what we're talking about is priceless. This is priceless. So we understand all the different elements. So when you start speaking about the Western Hemisphere in the United States, think about the stories that you hear about ghosts that people tell in Africa, they tell in Europe, they tell in Asia. Everybody's spiritual elements are different. So you mean to tell me that Asian spirituality looks a little different based on their location? Africa's spirituality looks different based on their location. Even in Europe, based on their location. So how the hell our spirituality don't look different based on America? Everything we do is based on living in the landmass of the United States of America for thousands of years. I don't give a damn whether people want to hear it or not. That is what it is. Cold fact. Our spiritual elements, we deprived and we learned from being in America, meaning location. Location has a lot to do with the spiritual world because now you're talking about energies. You're talking about where you are. When it comes to us, location doesn't matter. You notice that, family? They act like location doesn't matter. How the hell we in America for thousands of years, but we got a system from Africa that's on the other side of the planet. Asia's ain't like Africa's. Africa isn't like Asia. Neither one of them are like Europe. So how the hell Black America, we just got to have Africa. We got to carry the African thing everywhere we goddamn go. Hell no. Hell no. Yep, absolutely. Yep, they be worshiping trees. They got a whole different spiritual system in Europe. Asia got a whole different spiritual system. Africa got a whole different spiritual system. So how the hell us over here in the United States got the same one as someone else? Where location just don't mean nothing no more. You got something, you on the Pacific, you on the East Coast, right here in the Atlantic. Look at New Orleans and Savannah. Look at New Orleans and Savannah. You can go to a place like Charleston. Look how the spiritual connections kind of tie in based on location. The further you get away from the location, the more people get into a different spiritual system, because that's based on the way it functions, the where the energy is at. The same things did not occur. So us being from the United States of America, this landmass being the ancient indigenous native foundationals means we got an ancient indigenous native foundational spiritual system that came from here, nowhere else. That part. So as I bring all of that tenfold, fam, and all the way back around, let me show you something. Let me show you. I've been wanting to show y'all this for a hot one. Let me show y'all this. Don't let nobody tell you that foundational Black Americans ain't moving. Don't let nobody tell you foundational Black Americans ain't got our own system. Foundational's been doing the goddamn thing, and we've been doing the thing for the longest amount of time. Watch this right here, y'all. Shot out, shot out, shot out. You only gonna get this from certified foundational Black Americans, y'all. And the key word is on American. We ain't putting none of that. You ain't gonna give us nobody else's spiritual system and our goddamn reparations. Family, look at this. Much respect, much respect, much respect. Watch this, y'all. Grandma, 103, tells me about angels that she sees. Much love, much love, much love. This is foundational Black American spirituality that ain't got nothing to do with POCs, minorities, or tethers. This is right here at home, and home is where the heart is.
When you said, what about the angel?
Oh, he come to this house here.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, who are you? He said, I'm an angel from heaven. Said, God sent me down. He said, I'm not the only person God sent down. They sent down over 100 angels to watch over people like me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, how he know me? He said, God knows you by name. And he sent me down to your address. I said, well, how he know my address?
Don't tell me your address, but when you say he don't come through the door, how do he come in?
In the light.
In the light?
Yeah. But from that night on, that day on, he tried to talk stuff to me.
When he sat on your thing that had as a light to you, you say he'll touch you and it feels like what now?
He'll do what?
You said when he touches you, it feels like what? It feels cold?
He no, like this.
And you said you think it's what? Medicine?
Yeah, cold drops of water. I say it's water, but it's like some drops of rain.
Mm-hmm.
Drops on my leg, this leg here.
Mm-hmm.
Because I be praying for the whole body, but it drops it down long in here.
Mm-hmm.
1 or 2 drops, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
And I never see it and I never feel nothing, because when I feel it, I feel like it's water.
Mm-hmm. And what do you believe it is?
I believe it's medicine from God.
Okay.
Because I told Helen about it.
My Lord.
And Helen said, Mama, said that's what it is. That's medicine, but you think it's water. That's what I said, because it'll be cold.
Right.
When you drop it on me.
Praise God.
You know, that's the...
So what do we need to do, Grandma? We need to continue to do what?
Huh?
What do we need to continue to do? Trust God? We need to continue to trust God?
I ain't never stopped.
Amen.
And I ask God, tell God what I want. And all this stuff. I ain't never stopped trusting God since I got religion.
Woo, buddy, oh buddy, much, 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 much love, much love, much love and respect. I love that video with a passion, y'all. I see everybody's comments right now, and it's all right here. Much love and respect. Family, we are family. Foundational Black Americans. I'm talking about all of us together as one, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, one. That all comes from us. So our existence, our spiritual connection will not be talked down to, disturbed, or interrupted by no one. Much love to that beautiful queen. This is what we've all heard our whole life. So when I tell everybody that we see things out of a different lens, it's because we see things more clear, more pure. Our signal is to the point. Everybody else's signal is going everywhere else based on all of their jealousy, their spite, their envy, based on their egos. We're people who come clear as we are. Therefore, we get the message. And you get that here. Remember, y'all, we're the only people on the planet where somebody else wants to poke and prod our spirituality. We don't do that to nobody else. We're not worried about what someone else is thinking. Everybody else out here starting wars and stuff. Damn, think about every single other group. And they done started all types of wars and everything over their spirituality. We, like we've always been, as we were during slavery, as we were during the Indigenous era, as we were during the Reconstruction era, as we are now in the Reparation generation. Again, we're over here minding our own business, staying true to ourselves, and just delivering the message. And that message was delivered right there by our beloved. And that shows you, fam, we all walk with that energy, that soul, that vibration that other people do not have, because our signal, again, is extra clear. And nobody's going to take what we do and try to tell us that we're just lost people. We're lost when it comes to citizenship. We're lost when it comes to lineage, and we're lost spiritually, but yet we've done so damn much. So it shows you again, fam, they're only trying to scare us because we scared them, and we ain't got no time for games. This is what I'm talking about. So in the film, you see clear as day, y'all, them talk about the spiritual element. And everybody that you're seeing them talk to the spiritual element about in the film, it all goes back to what? Foundational Black American culture, lineage, and heritage. I don't give a damn what side of town you from. I don't give a damn what region. FBA, we rock together, y'all. We rock together. So let me show y'all what I mean by them trying to dump our culture onto somebody else. Here is hater number 17, and watch how this person tries to dump FBA spirituality off on the natives. Now we gonna get to what I was talking about. They talk about the indigenous when we're the indigenous. They talk about the natives when we're the natives. One thing we gonna stop is taking our FBA energy that you just seen our queen say and give it off to Pocahontas and Tonto. FBA first, FBA only. Watch this right here.
Have been wondering about this whole thing with sinners and why the Choctaw Hunters were only in it for a little blip of the movie, a little smidgen of the movie. And I saw a lot of people saying that they were thinking that the Choctaw people were going to come and be the saviors at the end of the day. They were going to save everybody from the vampires. And then I had other people being like, well, this is ridiculous. Why he only had...
Notice that right there, that the Choctaw was going to come in and save us, family. A simple yes or no. Do you think foundational Black Americans in any era, whether that's 1932, 42, 52, 62, do you think FBA needed saving from the Choctaws or from any other group? Let me see your answers in the chat.
People saying that they were thinking that the Choctaw people were going to come and be the saviors at the end of the day. They were going to save everybody from the vampires. And then I had other people being like, well, this is ridiculous. Ryan only had the Choctaw people in there for a little bit. There was just a little bit of the indigenous people. What the hell? Baby, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. I just don't know if y'all really ready to hear the reason for it. So here goes. The indigenous Choctaw hunters, right? They were vampire hunters, were at those people's house right before the sun started to set. They warned them people one time that, hey, this what we looking for. If you done invited it in, you might be in danger, girl. And when that woman said, no, I ain't seen nobody get off my da-da-da-da-da, they said, okay. And they went on about their way. Why? Because the sun was setting. These are indigenous people who have well known the stories of the vampires and that it was a thing.
No, hell no. Shout out to the family. I see y'all. No. These are the indigenous people. These people knew the story. And she's talking about the fake Choctaws. Yeah. The Disney Choctaws. We talking about them real certifieds. Because remember, we are the original Indians. We are the original indigenous. We are the natives. All the way from there, all the way to there. All the way from there, all the way to here It's all about FBA. And this is what I was telling everybody. We're going to go there right now. Everybody, smash that like button right now. While you in here right now, family, make sure you smash that like button. Share this video with everybody. We're in here extra deep, 1.8 thousand. Let's go. This is what we mean, fam, when we say that they're always trying to dump our lineage, heritage and culture and spirituality onto everybody else. Look how she just dumped indigenous nature onto the Disney Indians. And now she's trying to dump spirituality on them. Again, making it look like we are just lost people. Making it look like foundational Black Americans are spiritually lost human beings. Hell no.
And they went on about their way. Why? Because the sun was setting. These are indigenous people who have well known the stories of the vampires and that it was a thing because they, as a whole, the entire community of the indigenous Choctaw people are spiritual people. They all believe in the spirituality and
they're spiritual people, but we're not. You see what we're saying, family? Basically, she's dismissing thousands of years of our lineage history. She's dismissing your grandma, your grandpa, your mama, your daddy, spring cleaning, checking energy, vibration, and frequencies. She's dissing and dismissing all of that, and she's giving it off to the Disney Tontos. This is what we saying. We're going to do some real checking today.
Of the indigenous Choctaw people are spiritual people. They all believe in the spirituality and the spiritual world. The indigenous people, like I said, they are a wholly spiritual community. Everybody in the community is spiritual and believes in these things, these beings, these vampires, and their power.
And so are we.
And how the whole folklore goes. That cannot be said for the Black community. That cannot be said for the Black community. That cannot be said for the Black community. Now, hold on. Don't get mad. Hold on. Only and community, everybody in the community is spiritual and believes in these things, these beings, these vampires, and their powers and how the whole folklore goes. That cannot be said for the Black community. That cannot be said for the Black community. That cannot be said for the Black community. Now, hold on. Don't get mad. Hold on. Only Annie, the hoodoo practitioner, the root worker, the conjure woman, knew what these things were and how to spot them and what their lore is and how to deal with them. Notice, nobody else knew what these things were, what the hell was going on, and how to combat them. They had to ask Annie, the only spiritualist in the whole movie. Why? Because everybody else was most likely a Christian, and Christianity demonizes Black spirituality, African spirituality, which is why the lack of knowledge, spiritual, ancestral African knowledge, the lack of that knowledge.
Stop. Notice now, she says that we don't have no spirituality. And then when she brings up spirituality, she dumps it off on the Africans. So basically, we have no spirituality. And even if we do have it, it's going back to the Africans. The same way we have no citizenship. And even if it does, it's going back to the Africans. We got no lineage. And even if we do have it, it's going back to the Africans. This is a new time, a new day of FBA lineage. We putting it into all of that. She about to get G-checked and roasted.
Knowledge was ultimately the downfall for everybody else who didn't know what was going on, who didn't know, hey, maybe we shouldn't go out after dark let's not leave the juke joint because it's late and we saw some nonsense going on and whatever the case may be. So there's a reason why we did not see the indigenous people come to the rescue. We did not see them the rest of the movie. And there's a reason why we saw so many of the Black people, basically the whole group of Black folk that was up in that juke joint, the whole community from that plantation or that area got turned because they thought Christianity would save them. They thought being a good Christian and going to church on Sunday after they'd done sharecropped all day for the white man was enough to keep them safe. That their prayers to white Jesus would be answered if they just prayed hard enough and met their quotas for the day. Notice the only one whose soul was actually saved was Annie, the spiritual conjurer, root working woman, the hoodooist. Clock it. I know a lot of people.
First off, you need to clock that fake goddamn spray tan. That's what you can go ahead and clock. Is that damn fake spray tan, okay? Let me guess, that spray tan probably cost you about $5. So you got a $5 spray tan for a $5 Indian. Goddamn, ain't it crazy? First off, let's go there. foundational Black Americans who are of any religion have a certain inept, hardwired core spirituality anyway. Notice that what she's trying to do, she's trying to dump spirituality. She's trying to dump spirituality off on Black people who are just Christian. Can I say this, fam? And let's make this thing. Anybody from any religion who's a foundational Black American. First off, not all foundational Black Americans are Christian. And second off, even foundational Black Americans who are Christian, they are still spiritually hardwired outside of Christianity. I have some foundational Black American family members who are Christian, and I'm telling you right now, they see some things and know some things that ain't in that Bible. They got their own beliefs, and that's coming from the soul. That's coming from FBA thing. You mean to tell me, let me say this, fam. You think just because foundational Black Americans, we got some Christians, you think that they don't still have that foundational Black American spirituality? Fam, they do things all outside of Christianity, and that's based on lineage, because the lineage and all that comes first. Let's make that clear all the way across the board. You got some of y'all in our families, we may have different religions. Not all, first off, foundational Black Americans subscribe to a religion. Even those who do, our first religion is being FBA, straight up and down. Our first religion is FBA because that is talking about thousands of years of the bloodline. Yeah, I see y'all. Shout out to y'all. Much respect. Y'all know what it is, family. Y'all know it is. Absolutely. It's an inept thing right there. It's true and hardwired into us. I got some family, and let's be real, fam. Not everybody is just a hardcore Christian where they saying this, that, and the other thing. Foundational Black Americans will say, yeah, okay, this right here, you call me the N-word, I'm gonna light your ass up. Okay, put this down, and I'm gonna go over here, I'm gonna light your ass up, and I'm gonna do this. But how do you explain the foundational Black Americans that are Christians or Catholics, and they still do things like the way they brush, the way they mop, the way they sweep, they do things with their welcome mats, they don't let people come in, they stay away from different things? Not all foundational Black Americans are on a religion. Foundational Black Americans' religion is being a foundational Black American soul. That's the number one thing. So anybody trying to tell you otherwise, oh, that's all cap. That's all cap. And by the way, when you start speaking about that FBA energy, it's kind of like they always try to put us in a box. Absolutely. It's in our DNA. Our DNA is the spiritual vibe. Our DNA is the flex. Our DNA is the soul. Everything else comes second, third, fourth, fifth. It's about us first. And how do you know? Really, when it comes down to a foundational Black American, they'll put all of that stuff to the side when it comes down to what's on the inside. Straight up. Anybody who's subscribing to a religion, they will put all of that to the side if it interferes with their foundational Black American majority spirit. That has been proven. We already know that. That's something for sure. And as they speak about these natives, and that's something, fam, that I've been wanting to talk about. I was just saying earlier today. She starts talking about Native Americans and Christianity, and she's trying to dump all of this off. Fam, she can't be talking about the same Native Americans that I'm talking about. Oh, no. We talking about, wait. Let's make some things clear here. Is she talking about these Native Americans right here? Wait a minute now. Native American Christians bring hope to their people. Wait a minute. Hold on now. You talking about the same ones who want to be W's on the census? That's what we talking about? Very interesting. Very interesting now, because she's trying to make it look like these people ain't been snuggling up next to the dominant society for a long time. Wait a minute. You talking about a Native American Christian women's choir? Whoa. Look at them over there, family. Look at them. They're over there saying, oh, silent night, holy night, the white man came. Come on now, let's be real. You can't be talking about these people. Wait one second. Wait one damn second. We got some receipts on the table for Miss Spray Tan, the $5 spray tan. Mother Francis with 4 Cheyenne girls at a missionary school? Whoa. Damn, y'all over there at the damn missionary school all plugged in. I thought that they were separate though. Damn, Benjamin West painting of William Penn's treaty with the Delaware Indians. Wait a minute now, because they be trying to make it look like these people be so separate on a different time. They represent a different community. But what we see with them is that we see people been trying to be down with the dominant society since day one. Don't sit here and talk about how they got this spirituality and they so spiritually on point and FBA ain't got it, because FBA ain't never sat up underneath the dominant society. You want to talk about foundational Black Americans and Christianity? Well, let's talk about how these people right here, they've been plugged up next to the dominant society more than anybody. And then let me see y'all face one more goddamn time. Family certifieds on Sunday, right? What did Dr. Martin Luther King say about Sunday? Didn't Dr. Martin Luther King say that Sunday is the most segregated day of the week? How many times have you seen foundational Black Americans going to a W church? Or do we have our own church? Aren't we the only ones where they say a Black church? So back to Black Alpha's point from 5 minutes ago when I said FBA will put all religions on the side for what's on the inside. Our DNA spirituality, that reigns supreme over every religion. Didn't I just say that? Well, let's fast forward to last Sunday, the Sunday before, the Sunday coming up. We all gonna go inside of a Black church with Black people. So when you start talking about religion, you better make sure that you put in FBA culture, we got our own spaces. These people look like they plugged in with the dominant society spaces. Oh, damn. Wait a minute. Hold on. See, we go in our own places, we go in our own spaces, and we in there kicking that FBA energy. Yeah, I don't care if it is Catholic, if it's Christian, I don't care if it's atheist, I don't care if it's Muslim. You are going and you kicking FBA soul. If you're not, we don't even consider you one of us. You come around FBA on some this over Lineage, we ain't rocking with you. Now on these people's side, they look like they wanted to attend the dominant society places. They wanted to hang out, sit next to them. So you're not going to sit here and talk about people who are so spiritual. They got their own thing so much. But every time you turn around, they run into the damn census bureaus and the dolls rolls and trying to be put down. American Indians balance native customs with Christianity. How come you didn't make a video about that? $5 spray can. Oh, don't worry about it. I will. That's what Black Office here for. Sorry to tell you. So look there, look everywhere, and what do you see? You see the same damn thing, family, right there. Native American Christians bring hope to their people. So they were religiously colonized the same exact way everybody else was religiously colonized. Because when it boils down to all of that, there's only one true religion for us, and that is the DNA of being a certified foundational Black American. And if you are not a certified foundational Black American, quite frankly, we don't know you. And family, you've been having a lot of these people running around here bucking their eyes about the natives. And it's time, like we've been doing for a long time, we're going to go ahead and dispute all of that stuff with the natives, fam. Okay, because first off, when you're talking about the natives, you're talking about us. That's what it is. See, that's another thing they don't like, y'all. The dominant society has invested years and millions of dollars giving someone else our lineage. What I always say, fam, the Disney Indian is the original tether. As we deal with the tethers now, we've been dealing with tethers. What's a tether? Someone who clings on to your culture, latches onto you with the hopes of eventually replacing you. So think about all these people who come here to the United States, all these migrants, and they say they built the country and they cling on to FBA culture so they can steal it from us. Okay, let's go ahead and go all the way back. The Disney Indians, they clinched onto our culture a long time ago. And guess what? They eventually start saying we're the natives. It's really about us. And you had some folks out there bucking their eyes because they were trying to do this thing of dumping spirituality on them in the film. If you watch the film, you're going to see it. But here's the kicker. That's not what Ryan Coogler in the film was about. The film showed them in the beginning, then they left. It was all of the POCs who ran out there and were talking about how the natives were going to be the saviors. Notice that lady said, Miss $5 spray can tan. Notice that she said everybody thought that they were going to show up and be the savior. Towards the end, you know who saved the brothers and sisters in the film? The brothers and sisters. You know who saves brothers and sisters in real life? The brothers and sisters. So they wanted the narrative so damn bad of Tonto showing up and saving the day, and they didn't get it. In the movie, they never showed up and saved us because they've been the ones practicing anti-blackness. You know why? It's because in real life, they're the ones making the treaties, enslaving black folks, catching black folks, and turning us over. In the film, they came and they went. But man, let me tell you something. Folks was out there trying to get on top. Cincinnati. Yep. Shout out to Cincinnati. Everybody knows about Cincinnati. Brothers and sisters got across that water from Kentucky into Cincinnati, which is my favorite place. I'm going back to the natty. Shout out to Cincinnati. They would jump over and we'd be free. And the next thing you know, they would swim. They would find us. They'd hunt us down and they'd return us. Cincinnati has a very deep culture in terms of that. But fam, these people were out there so bad, and they, just like the African, were trying to take claim for us.
Sinners last night, and I think we can all agree that we wanted more of the Indigenous lore, but there was honestly so many storylines that I wanted more.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't. You wanted it so you can eat off of our culture.
Like, I could have watched 10 hours of that, but I want to talk about like the Indigenous perspective. I loved someone's take. I can't remember who it was, but she was talking about why maybe the Indigenous people were just like, yeah, it's getting dark and we got to go. And at that point, like if you think about Jim Crow era, there was already a forcible removal of the Choctaw people from their traditional homelands, which is Mississippi and Alabama. So through the Trail of Tears, they were actually forcibly removed to...
Family, who the hell was the Trail of Tears? This is what I'm talking about, y'all. This is what I'm talking about, the original Tethers. Family, they tethered on to us to the point where they took the Trail of Tears and said it was them. Even when you have the descendants from the Trail of Tears being the people of Black Wall Street in Oklahoma, how do you have the direct descendants from the Trail of Tears being all Black people today, and they're telling us that it was all Tonto back then? Do you see why we regulate tethers? Do you see why we G-check them? Because they'll just come out and say, who you are was really me. What you did was really us. A tether wants to tether, they want to latch, they want to blend, and eventually take over. That's what they want to do. Tether, latch, blend, take over. How in the world do we have DNA that tells you that these people were the original foundational Black Americans, the inhabitants, and they just say, oh man, Trail of Tears? Them taking the Trail of Tears and making it seem like it's their history, that would be like foundational Black Americans going over to Europe, going over to Asia, going down and saying Cinco de Mayo is really about us. This is why we've been checking them, fam. And notice how she just slid it in ever so casually.
Which is Mississippi and Alabama. So through the Trail of Tears, they were actually forcibly removed to Oklahoma. So at that point, that was like 100 years prior. They had already been decimated and
to Oklahoma. There's a place in Oklahoma, and Black Wall Street, and the survivors are still around today, and they say that that was really them. So what you got to say, $5?
100 years prior. They had already been decimated and repopulated because they weren't even considered a nation until like mid-30s. So same time period. So why would you willingly put your people through that, right? I don't blame them. I feel like they dropped some gems and then we're out of there. But I hope that we do get more. Have you guys watched Sinners? If you have, drop the lore that you wanted in the comments.
Everybody asking where the Native American vampire hunters went.
Here go the eye bucking. Here go the eye bucking, y'all. Ooh, now, boy, them natives. See, we got to address these Black folks who've been running around for years, admiring the Disney Indians, because y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all the Black folk be like, woo, my long hair now from the Indian boy. Woo, y'all better watch them now. Watch this, family. You got a whole bunch of Black folks that was bucking them eyes over them.
Sinners, and let me explain something to y'all. By that point in history, the Native Americans was done talking. They was done talking. They had done enough talking and going back and forth with y'all at that point in history. Baby, I said it one time, you act like you ain't understand what I was saying. He peeked around her shoulder, seen that KKK hood, and says, you know what, baby? We already know you can't reason with this type of stupid. They was the originals. They was the first group to learn firsthand.
The originals. There you go. Look at them. Eyes bucking. Eyes bucking. There you go, fam. Y'all know that element in our community that they believe that the natives aren't us. They don't believe foundational Black Americans. This whole thing of we's really the second ones. We's the ones who came in after them. If you talking reparations, we got to give reparations to them first. Y'all know them Black folks that have been bucking over the natives. There's been so many Black folks who have been enamored with the Disney Indians for years. Watch every goddamn cartoon movie, and then they start bucking saying stuff like this.
With this type of stupid. They was the originals. They was the first group to learn firsthand. This is the type of stupidity that you cannot reason with. Baby, I asked you, you ain't want my help. You act like I was bothering you on your doorstep. Me and my friend finna hop on these horses and get the fuck on, bitch. Y'all gotta think historically. The natives was already, look, bitch, we already tired of playing with y'all. I ain't finna sit up here and negotiate with you. You got a gun to my head. Best of luck to you. Okay? You don't gotta worry about a motherfucking thing. So to answer your question, it was beautiful seeing them in the movie, baby, but they was right where they usually is. Mine's in a good, spiritual, connected to the earth business, bitch.
There it goes again. Them being spiritual and us being just lost. There you go again, fam. Foundational Black Americans, we just lost. We don't understand them. There's always been this hustle of dumping our spirituality onto them, dumping our indigenous onto them, dumping our native onto them. And you got a lot of black folks who be, whoop, I'm telling you now about them damn native now. We need to listen to them now. They got all the answers now. And this long hair and light skin that I got is because I'm really tonto, desperado. Get the hell out of here.
And that's what everybody should have did, but you see how that went.
So this will probably be my last thought about Sinners, but I think the reason why I like this scene so much with the Native Americans is because of self-preservation. I feel like oftentimes in like horror movies and thrillers, Black people and people of color are always like sacrificing themselves for the greater good of the group, or they're warning people.
No, we don't. No, there again, fam, throwing us under the bus. Throwing us under the bus. Oh, I love now about the Indians who came in there. They stood on business. They wasn't playing. They warned you. Black folk now, y'all know we don't have no spirituality. We always trying to shave somebody. We always sacrifice. We just too damn dumb. We don't get it now. We don't get it, but they do now. Here you go again. Here you go again, boy. They piping, ain't they? They piping.
Black people and people of color are always like sacrificing themselves for the greater good of the group, or they're warning people so much so that they get caught up in the mess and they get hurt or they end up dying. And in this scene, self-preservation kicked in for the Native Americans, and they said, well, you know what, bro, you got it. It's above me now. Okay. And so, spoiler before I explain. So if you don't want to listen to this, you don't have to. But in this scene, you have the Native Americans chasing after the head vampire. The head vampire, hours before the Native Americans get there, because it was daylight, is trying to outrun the Native Americans because they realized what he was and who he is, and they were trying to get rid of him. He was trying to pull the same thing he did at the juke joint with they people, and they said, not today. Okay.
Sinners last night, and I think we can all agree.
Freeze. Notice what she said, y'all. Basically, he pulled that on the black folks and we was too dumb and went for it. Look at that. Look what they say, fam. Oh, the black folk now, they was at the juke joint and just didn't understand. But the natives now, woo, they was on it.
I think the reason why I like this scene so much with the Native Americans is because of self-preservation. I feel like oftentimes in group, or they're warning people so much so that they get caught up in the mess and they get hurt or they end up dying. And in this scene, self-preservation kicked in for the Native Americans, and they said, well, you know what, bro, you got it. It's above me now. Okay. And so, spoiler before I explain. So if you don't want to listen to this, you don't have to. But in this scene, you have the Native Americans chasing after the head vampire. The head vampire, hours before the Native Americans get there, because it was daylight, is trying to outrun the Native Americans because they realized what he was and who he is, and they were trying to get rid of him. He was trying to pull the same thing he did at the juke joint with they people, and they said, not today. Okay.
Sinners last night, and I think we can all agree that we wanted more.
And fam, I was getting big back energy too now. I was getting big back. Let me be honest with y'all. I don't think that individual and that individual are the same person, but they both look like the big back Kamala supporters. They both look like the big back Kamala supporters, fam. That's the energy that I was getting from both sides of that. But you already see, somebody said Precious, you already see what they was trying to do, fam. So they were trying to definitely dump that off on them, trying to make it look like, you know, they were sunning us and we need to just go listen to them. And if we paid attention now, we'd be good to go. And that goes against everything that we've been saying. And that goes against everything that we already know as certified foundational Black Americans and our spiritual element. God damn, there's another one? Hold on. Man, look at this. This is a whole nother, man, these are some straight up Democrats. These are the 92%ers right here. Here's another one piping.
By the end of the movie, as I realized, the Native American vampire hunters never came back. And you know what? I don't blame them, okay? They almost took Remick out in the daytime, and I'm gonna assume they killed some other vampires along the way, because I can't imagine he was traveling alone, because he seemed like pretty determined.
They made the movie look more out cold. It looked like they was gonna help Smoke at the end and fight all the vampires. That's what it looked like. It looked like they was coming at the end to help Smoke.
Look at him. He another one. They wanted to be helped. Let's be real, y'all. They in here saying, I wish they helped
you
us.
Out on your ass.
And it emerged really at a time when Twitter was blowing up and everybody was like, over and just started pounding on him. You think I'm wearing this turquoise just because it's pretty? No. But TikToks are people being more careful about who they invite, jokingly being more careful about people they invite in their home. But I'm like, They're catching on to native protocol because beyond garlic, they have a lot more work to do. If you ever want to survive a paranormal experience, you should have a native friend.
What was sending?
There you go. So if you ever want to survive, go run to them. That's what you're being told, fam. That's what they've been trying to get foundational Black Americans on, so we can go run to a savior. And the problem is, fam, what they don't like is that we ain't on that savior stuff. We ain't been on none of that savior stuff, and they was bucking their eyes trying to get involved. They was bucking their eyes trying to get help. Nah, none of that. We weren't pushing for any of that. But one thing I'm going to tell you now, and when you start talking about the film, purposely, he didn't make them the savior. Notice, fam, these are people on TikTok trying to pull that energy in and trying to make it about that. The reason why they're trying to make it about that, I thought they was going to come back. I hope they do a movie about them. Why? It's because they never did. Those problems were solved by the brothers and sisters in there. The brothers and sisters solved that issue. It had nothing to do with anybody coming to save us. That's what created the separation between all of that. That ain't nothing but a bunch of Black folks who've been running around bucking their eyes, them the 92%ers, and they believe all the lies. Real brothers and sisters, they know it's us. And you know what's been getting everybody crazy, fam? What's been getting everybody crazy is that foundational Black American indigenous culture is getting so strong that you're not hearing any of that no more. You're not hearing the people running around here and dumping our culture off on them anymore. Notice they've been real quiet. They've been getting them plantations ran up on, and we ain't been putting on that cake for them. They've been begging FBA to come help them. We ain't been coming to help them. A lot of things have been going on in that community that brothers and sisters is like, nah. So all of that saying we the originals, we started this, it's all about us, fam. That ain't really going nowhere right now. And the reason why it's not going anywhere is because simply FBA, we've been stopping it. We've been stopping it so they don't have any of that energy. Y'all remember I posted this right here. Y'all remember this? This shows you right here. So all them people talking about who the originals are. Okay, look how we living and look how these individuals are living. It ain't too good in they hood. And if you see right now, ain't nothing coming to help them out and they ain't got nobody coming to save them. Y'all remember this right here? Where dude was talking about how bad they got it. So again, everybody who claims that they are the originators and they got all the spirituality, look how it's serving them.
To be an indigenous person in the Western Hemisphere in 2023. First off, we're in a genocide daily. Second off, we are being stolen from mentally and physically daily. And third, when we speak, nobody listens.
Whoa! Wait a minute now. I thought all of these people were spiritually, mentally, physically above FBA. I thought all these people just had it all figured out. It looked like foundational Black America, looked like our spiritual system is serving us well. We stronger than ever. We at an all-time high. But you just said nobody listens. Damn, that ain't good.
And third, when we speak, nobody listens. Like when I said indigenous erasure is happening at a major level in the African American community.
Y'all heard that, right? You heard that. An erasure against them is happening because of us. You see why we be regulating these people, fam? Again, just like the African who was floating in the Mediterranean, just like the African who was getting deported, just like all of these people who get sent home, you got time with all of that to talk about us.
Like when I said indigenous erasure is happening at a major level in the African American community across the Western Hemisphere. And people's rebuttal to that was either, we are calling it out, you're just not seeing it, or maybe you should call out your racist Native people. First off, aren't you guys the ones who said minorities can't be racist? Or is that only when it's convenient to you? Secondly, I see thousands of indigenous creators on this app combating this genocide rhetoric daily, spending their time and money on educating the uneducated. I'm not seeing that same energy from the African Americans, unfortunately. Look, folks, we're literally in a genocide in 2023. Tribes are going and some are already extinct. We have other issues to worry about, and we don't get the privilege of millions of public figures hashtagging our struggle, or every sports team, every actor, every news network, and every television show repping Land Back or MMIW.
Then you need to go ahead and step your activist game up, and maybe you get something happening. Family, question, who would you rather be right now? The fake indigenous or the real indigenous? And by the way, For people who were saviors and helpers and did so much and dumping our history on them, shit, we look like our spiritual system is doing pretty good. Look like our physicality is doing real good. Look like our style and our fashion is doing real damn good. You need to come be like us. That's the thing, y'all. Who would you rather be right now? The people who tethered on to Black American Indigenous history? Or would you rather be the real Black American Indigenous people? I'm going to tell you which side I'm on. I'm on the real foundational Black American Indigenous people. You can only fake for so long, and it's only going to take you so far. You might get a movie here. You might get a Disney movie there. You might get Joe Biden. You might get Kamala. But eventually, what's fake will never stand, and what's real will always rise. And if you look, fam, we don't rise all the way to the top. So for all of these people talking about foundational Black American spirituality, look where we are and look where they are. Ain't no deportations, ain't no breakdowns, ain't no meltdowns. We talking about reparations. We talking about money. We talking about winning. So everybody should come be like us. But that's not just the end of it, fam. There's another thing that's going on. Remember all them people from the UK, and they was running around here talking about Black Americans? Yeah. Everybody from every community has been trying to spin the movie Sinners into their own. We're not letting that happen. Y'all watch this right here. We done already broke down the fake ones. We done already break down the wannabes. Look at this right here. More people been coming out, and they've been trying to use codified language so they can try to come up off of foundationals. Yeah. And I don't forget those UK people. Remember like a month ago, the UK was trying to come after FBA, and they was talking about us and all that stuff. Yeah. Y'all look at this right here. Watch this. The movie Sinners is exposing how divide and conquer tactics destroyed the Black community. Watch this right here, fam. I'm telling you, it's a sad day when these people got to use a movie to try to eat off of us.
Who will be responsible for your downfall? If you watch that movie Sinners, you remember the scene where Cornbread returned to the juke joint and was asking for an invitation to be let in. And when they refused, he made a statement. He said, "Man, it be your own people." Don't let that go over your head, because there was a message in what he said. Cornbread had already been infiltrated. He was already a legit op. They just had no clue. So when he said, "Man, it be your own people," it really was our own people. Remick wasn't able to get into the juke joint, and he used our own people, the people who was close to us, to infiltrate us and to destroy us. And I'm saying us because when you looked at the movie, it felt like the juke joint was our community, like it symbolized our community. So when you looked at our own people being the agents of destruction.
What you mean our? What you mean all? And by the way, you notice her R's is just like all community, all communities. You see what we saying, family? Now look, what she's trying to do is she's trying to create this thing of there's no division. We're all the same people. We're alls togethers. We're alls on the same page. Yeah, buddy. That's what this person is trying to do. And a direct op. And by the way, if your op got like 5 P's in it, you are not a foundational Black American. You need to sit your ass down. Yeah, ain't no R. Ain't no R's. Hell no. Nah, what she's trying to do right here, she's trying to paint this picture of we're being infiltrated and divide and conquer. Y'all notice this, right? Everybody who's got a problem with foundational Black Americans, they always want to point at the same dominant society that they mob on, right? Y'all notice that, right? That's one of the tactics people use. They always talk about ours and what we needs to do. That's one of the hustles that they think that they're going to get off on FBA. Y'all look at this right here. Watch the way she keeps saying R, R, and R. There's no divide and conquer. We're not y'all not us, so we're already divided. And divided and division is good. I don't want to be a part of somebody who's not a part of me. Why the hell would I want that? So nice try, and we hear through that accent, so there ain't no R.
Remick wasn't able to get.
How the hell can you say R with that accent? You've already disqualified yourself from R's.
Let that go over your head, because there was a message in what he said. Cornbread had already been infiltrated. He was already a legit op. They just had no clue. So when he said, "Man, it be your own people," it really was our own people. Remick wasn't able to get into the juke joint, and he used our own people, the people who was close to us, to infiltrate us and to destroy us. And I'm saying us because when you looked at the movie, it felt like the juke joint was our community, like it symbolized our community. So when you looked at our own people being the agents of destruction, working on behalf of the op, working on behalf of the villain, it really did hit deep.
That's what your Tethers be doing. That's what Tethers be doing. Nice try.
It really felt like, damn, you watching the way that infiltration works and how our own people can be used to get into our spaces and to bring everyone down. And then outside of the movie, you're looking at the discussion surrounding the African diaspora,
Here
religion,
we go. There you go. Fam, you knew they was going to build up and then they was going to spin. That's what fam, you knew it. Didn't Mayo Becky not do that earlier? Didn't Mayo Becky do the whole thing, said she was going to cry, and then spin it to something else? You knew it was going to happen. She went on this whole tangent about ops in our community. And by the way, she's talking about the juke joints. Where were your people when that happened? Over in England or Nigeria? Because you weren't over here. So you got an African who's clearly an African from the UK talking about what was going on here in Mississippi in 1932. You weren't even here in 1932. So you're disqualified. You're not one of us. You're not a friend. You're not an ally. And she said all of that, and then she turned it into what? The diaspora. That's what she's really trying to say. Always listen to somebody. If they talk for 5 minutes, listen to the last 30 seconds, and that's what they really meant. If somebody talks for 10 minutes, listen to the last 30 seconds. That's what they really meant. See, they don't want to talk the whole time about it because you'll see it coming. So they'll just wait till the very end to throw something off on you. They always talk about divide and conquers from the dominant society. Remember, y'all, all the tethers, they always are anti-FBA and they're always pro-W. Remember that. The same people who are always puppets for the dominant society, they try to pretend that they're against the dominant society whenever they talk to us. And they always talk about anti-black. They'll never acknowledge racism until they can say the W is trying to divide us. They'll never acknowledge anti-foundational Black American hatred until they can say, look what the W's are trying to do. They're trying to separate us. They only acknowledge supremacy when they can use it as a weapon to make it look like the supremacists are trying to attack us all. Because they don't want to acknowledge that the real division is because they are puppets for the dominant society and we're not. So they try to make it look like we'd all be friends if you didn't fall for supremacy. Notice that everybody who is an active member of the dominant society, a working puppet or mascot for the dominant society, notice that they're always the ones who are trying to make it look like we're the ones falling for the tactics. You bring up supremacy to these people, and these people will say, what supremacy? And then they'll turn around and say, see, the dominant society is trying to separate us. I thought you didn't believe in supremacy. You bring up anti-blackness, they'll be like, what anti-blackness? Then 2 minutes later, see, the dominant society is trying to divide and conquer us. I thought you didn't believe in anti-blackness. They only bring it up when they can try to benefit off of it. This is what she tried to do right here. She does all that talking to bring it up and talk about a diaspora war. This is a back channel way of trying to get foundational Black Americans to run back to them and save them. Matter of fact, all this stuff are back channel ways to trick us into being friends and allies with these people and to stop delineation.
And how our own people can be used to get into our spaces and to bring everyone down. And then outside of the movie, you're looking at the discussion surrounding the African diaspora, religion, indoctrination, Jim Crow. You're looking at the way that even our own people are actually clinging to the same beliefs that were used to keep our ancestors in mental chains. You're looking at people saying, don't go look at the movie because they brought a hoodoo priestess on set. There was real witchcraft. You're looking at our own people. Well, I'm looking at our own people demonizing hoodoo practices, just using the same tactics that the colonizers use to dehumanize us.
Didn't I just say that? They always talk about you're falling for the tactics of the colonizers. You are a puppet for the colonizers. Don't use the colonizer when you want to weaponize it against me while you walk around here all damn day long wanting to be one of them.
To make our practices look inferior and demonic. Like, it really would be our own people. So that line in the movie, there was a message in that. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to infiltration, when it comes to the way our communities are destroyed, it'd be our own people.
Maybe in England, but let me tell you something about over here. We don't believe none of that. You better take that damn tether talk and go have you some tea and some crumpets and sit the hell down. So you see that again. So now that's the UK fam. You got the natives. They trying to spin centers about them. I done showed you Mayo Becky. She tried to spin it on them. We done sat there and showed you the UK people trying to do it, the Africans trying to do it. You can go all the way down every element of society, and they're all trying to spin it to their benefit. And it's just not working. It's just not working at all. Nobody's going for any of that. You're going to have to stand on your own goddamn business. You're going to have to stand on your own business, which means you're going to have to stand on your own too, which means you're going to have to stand on your own goddamn feet, and FBA is not running back. These are all little backdoor ways to try to get foundational Black Americans on board with stopping delineation. They know they can't just stop delineation, family, so they're trying to be like sneaky about it. They're trying to get us to be like, okay, maybe if I say this, that, and this, FBA will, get up off the delineation train. Hell no, we ain't getting off delineation. No, this is what people always do with us, family. Yeah, her people from England. She talking about ours and stuff. She talking about Jim Crow in the South, and she clearly got an English accent by way of Africa. By way of Africa with an English accent, and you trying to critique foundational Black Americans about what we got going on. Hell no. Speaking of that, fam, now this is one that, boy, it's going to be one now. I need y'all conversation. I need the family in here. Now we about to talk. Now we about to cook. Y'all look at this person right here. In the film, you had this individual. I'm not talking about the lady Annie. I'm talking about this woman right here. And it's been a lot of things, a lot of people been talking about. And what ended up happening in this movie is that she was dealing with one of the twins. I'm not going to get all into it. But she was trying to snuggle up next to the Black guys in the film. And how she did it was by saying that her father was half Black. And she has access to all of our places and all of our positions and where we go. Same thing that we see nowadays. It's the same exact thing that we always see, family. I already see y'all already going. Yes. And by the way, this actress, I don't think that she's too far off from how she was acting in this film. If you watch the way she be looking at Michael B. Jordan, Mary, we're going to go there, fam. We're going to go all the way there. And it's been starting a conversation in the community about some of these half-breeds and some of these feathers, which we've been talking about right here on the Black Alpha Network for the last year. Some of the Drakes. What ended up happening in this film, y'all, she kept trying to insert herself, and she was using her privilege. And she goes up in the juke joint, and she started saying, I belong here. I got access to y'all place. And she ended up being the one who ended up getting everybody caught up. She ended up being the one who ended up getting the whole situation folded. So a lot of people are looking at this situation and calling light to some of these people who claim, because you can't even confirm it, that they got a uncle, grandma, grandpa, 4th, 5th, 6th generations back, and they're really Black, so they should come on in. The same exact way that we were sitting here talking about that African who's clearly from Ghana. And she was saying that she's what? Trans-lineage. Now you're getting the trans-lineage, and then you're getting the transracial. And this is providing people an opportunity to try to get access into the community. It's been something that we've been breaking down for a long time. It's been something that has been a very heated discussion. So you're hearing a lot of different people coming from a lot of different ways. Most people I seen was like, nah. A lot of people in there was like, nope, for her, and oh boy, should have never brought her around. And there's parts in there, you just see her on some privileged stuff. When Michael B. Jordan's character, one of them said, man, I'll go get one, because he kept telling her to leave. He was like, leave. If you notice, at the train station in the movie, I'm not going to get all into it, at the train station in the movie, she approached him, and he was like, bye. She wouldn't go. Then she just showed up at their event. Remember, y'all, in the film, she just shows up. She was not invited to the event. She just came and she showed up on her own. That's what she ended up doing. She just popped up. She popped up at the train station. She wouldn't let him go. And then she kept saying, my mother did this. My mother did this. She was lecturing him. She was pointing that finger, that Becky finger. She's like, you ain't do this, that, and the other thing. A lot of things that you see with these people today. Y'all know what we're talking about. Remember, we just did a whole segment on these people who claim to be Black Americans, right? We showed you Bonnet Becky. Remember that? We showed Julia Roberts with the dreadlocks, and they just saying, I'm Black. She kept saying, I'm Black. And in the movie, he says, well, you got a W husband. You got a W husband. She kept trying to get with that soul pole. So a lot of that was an issue that people were saying, and yep, she was absolutely uninvited. And then she ended up getting everybody caught up. See, in the film, all of these people out here, these POCs and these Ws who are trying to make this movie about them, when you see it through the FBA lens, I'm telling you right now, This individual ended up messing things up straight up across the board. The Disney Indians were not the damn saviors in the movie, and you didn't really see them contributing nothing that really helped out at all. But family, a lot of people, again, it started some conversations that we've been talking about, and I'm going to go ahead and show this to the fam, and we're going to break all this down. Question is that is somebody who got a grandfather that is allegedly black, do they get access into places where we go? I'm sure you already know how I feel about it, but I want to know how the family feels about it because there's been a lot of discourse and conversations about it. Does Drake get to come in and say, well, my father is black, so I can say the N-word 55 times on the song? I didn't really grow up around my father. I grew up around my mother in an affluentic community, but I need to get the same opportunity as you. And does this woman right here, does she get the opportunity to show up and say that she's really a black woman? And by the way, there's a part of the movie where she said she can fight every black woman in there. Oh yeah, same thing y'all be hearing. So that's the question to the family. And before I get to all the answers, let me show y'all, hell no, hell no, hell no, hell no. Let me show y'all some of these trans lineage and trans racial people who've been popping out, and they start talking about sinners. I'm telling you, sinners done started conversations all the way from citizenship to racial identity. I be damned. Y'all watch this right here.
I don't know who needs to hear this, but Afro-Latinos have told y'all, right? Biracial black people have told y'all. And other black people have told y'all over and over again that mixed black folks exist, okay? As someone who grew up with West Indian roots and African American roots, right? Those are different cultures. I am allowed to say that I am ethnically mixed, okay? Mixed black folks don't have to be biracial to be mixed, right?
Ethnically mixed. Trans lineage.
Mixed black folks don't have to be biracial to be mixed. Right? I am ethnically mixed, okay? Mixed black folks don't have to be biracial to be mixed, right? If you have a grandparent or a family member that is very recent who is from another country, born in another country, bro, that is like two different cultures, bro. And I'm just like, I'm really so mad at y'all because be so for real, y'all constantly try to erase like Africans and people with West Indian and African American roots. Y'all constantly trying to erase mixed black folks' experiences. And it's so tiring. It is not the same experience. You don't know what it's like growing up that way. I don't know who needs to hear this, but Afro-Latinos have told y'all, right? Biracial black people have told y'all. And other black people have told y'all over.
Biracial black people have told y'all. Bi-ethnic people have told y'all.
Over and over again that mixed black folks exist, okay? As someone who grew up with West Indian roots and African American roots, right? Those are different cultures. I am allowed to say that I am ethnically mixed, okay? Mixed black folks don't have to be biracial to be mixed, right?
She said she's allowed, y'all. Is she allowed to come on in? Is she allowed to talk on reparations? Is she allowed to say she one of us? Question to the FBA family, because we need to go ahead and get some answers up in here. Oh, we need to get some answers up here today, y'all. And it's just like old girl in the movie. Straight up. Shout out to everybody who's seen it. It was the same exact thing. That's what she was doing in the movie, y'all. In the movie, she said that she granted herself access. She told everybody she was one of them. She said she'll fight everybody up in here. And then she ended up trying to take matters into her own hands, which ended up getting everybody in trouble. So that's what's been going on a lot in the community, and people have been talking about it. So we got to address some of these trans-ethnic, trans-racial people come around, and they say they got one half a bit of drop. There was a sister on there. She was like, I'm done with the one drop rule. She was saying that I'm done with the one drop because one drop technically allows somebody like that individual to come in. One drop from what? One drop from a parent, one drop from a great-grandparent. Where does the one drop stop? You understand what I'm saying? And then a lot of people say it's also about self-identification because a lot of these people don't identify as being a Black American until it's time to try to come get that check. That's what a lot of people have been saying. So people have been saying, yeah, he said confused people. Racially homeless, absolutely right. You got a lot of these racially homeless people who've been trying to get a home in foundational Black America. They never try to get a home with the dominant society because they already know what it is. That's what it is. Let me tell you something. A person I used to know back in the day. I used to know this chick. She was biracial, right? She used to always talk crazy. Like, let me tell you something. She loved being around black people. She didn't like being around W's. I'm going to tell you why. My friend said, he said, oh, the reason why she don't like being around the dominant society because she wanted to be them, but they closed the door in her face. I said, yeah, but no. I said, what it really is about is she feels when she goes around them, there's no privilege. No privilege. When that last little person talking about being a African, when she goes around the W's, she don't have no privilege because she's not the lightest person in the room. When she come around black folks, then they start assuming the role of the W. See, a lot of these people who are feathers and half-breeds, which, by the way, we created those terms right here on the Black Alpha Network. All y'all did. What they end up doing, fam, they love coming around black people. They love it. What's that rapper? What's that rapper in Atlanta? Is her name Lotto? I think it's Lotto. Remember, her name used to be Mulatto. Remember that? And then she seen brothers and sisters like, yo, what's up with that Mulatto? Then she just changed it to Lotto. All right? She got a W mama. And Lotto love coming around black people because she gets privileges around black folks that she don't get around W's. She can play the role of Christina Aguilera around us. She can't play the role of Christina Aguilera around Christina Aguilera because Christina Aguilera is Christina Aguilera. You see what I'm talking about? This is why a lot of these people like to come around us so they can feel they're the role. It's all about retrograde. Me and my brother coined that term about 10 years ago, retrograde racism, meaning the lightest person always assumes the role of being at the top. They don't like being around FBA because we don't base things off of color. We don't base things off color. We base things off of your merit. Okay? Light skin, dark skin, everybody come on in if you want code. If you not, oh, you got to go. Grandma gonna whoop everybody. They don't like being around foundational black Americans. They like being around the people they get away with. That's how Lotto was. Yeah, absolutely. Lotto got a whole white mama. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And remember, y'all, she was running around here talking about that she was mulatto. That was her name. She loved it. She loved mulatto. She loved that name until we checked her. I don't think brothers and sisters would have checked her 10, 15 years ago. But this generation, FBA, certified, oh, we checked her. Then she dropped the mud and went to Lotto. You know what I'm saying? And I've been seeing interviews where she was running them out saying, I ain't want to do it. But she did it, though, because she knows better. But she likes coming around us because then she could be the W. Let me tell you something about her. When Lotto, I don't know how old she is. By the time Lotto gets about 30-something, 40-something, she going to get a white guy. Because that's typically what they do. They dance and they prance around us for years until they go get them a W when it's all said and done. It's what I call, they become a supremacist retiree. All right? They retire into supremacy. See, they like to dance with black folks when they're young. The dominant society, they don't mind when a kid is elementary school, middle school, maybe a beginning of high school. You can do all that black stuff then. The dominant society just sees that as kids being kids. They don't want you dating no black person, but if you listen to rap songs, you walk around here, you listen to Kendrick, or back in the 90s, you listen to Snoop Dogg, you can do that in middle school. By the time you start getting into high school and you become 20 years old, oh, you got to get rid of all of that to be accepted in the whiteness. You can't run around here listening to Tupac, run around here listening to Snoop or listening to Kendrick. You can't do none of that when you get older. The dominant society will let them do that. They'll let them do that. I remember a guy I used to know, he said his father said one time, a bunch of kids were getting off the bus and the kids were saying bye. The white kids were saying bye to the black kids. And his dad said, yeah, they better get used to it now because as y'all get older, them W kids going to have to pick. And that's what ends up happening. They all got to pick as they get older. Straight up. That was that story. Let me tell you the story I know. I used to see all types of W's. When they were younger, they was yo, 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 yo. See, that yo-yo stuff, you're not accepted in the dominant society talking that yo-yo stuff when you are 20 years old, 30 years old, 40 years old. You better yo, 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 yo ass on over to Mayo side of town because they don't play none of that. They don't play none of that. How many kids did y'all know in middle school and they was pop locking, they was crip walking, all that stuff in elementary school, middle school? Time you see them, you might see them on Facebook. You went to high school. You see them on Facebook now. They got apple pies. They got mayos. They got Brussels sprouts. All the girls that was chasing the soul poles back when they were younger, out of nowhere now, they got them a W Chad. And Chad don't know about all them soul poles that she was sliding on back in high school. Keeps it hush-hush. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Big facts. And that's what ends up happening. Lotto in a few years is going to have a white husband, and all of that black stuff is going to be a thing of the past. And it's the same exact thing with that person right there. She was all up on Michael B. Jordan's character, one of the twins, and he threw in there and said, but you got a white husband now. And she basically said, what he don't know won't hurt him. That's what be going on. So all of these people who've been trying to get in and trying to get their way, nah. And let me tell you about her in real life. Her in real life, what's her name if you guys got her name? Her in real life, fam, she be doing a lot of stuff where she acts just like that character. She acts just like that character. I think she been trying to slide on some soul poles. And I see the way she be looking at Michael B. Jordan. And then let me tell you this. She's married to Josh Allen, who is the Buffalo Bills quarterback. All right? Josh Allen, when he got drafted, can I bring this to Shedeur Sanders real quick? Josh Allen, when he got drafted into the NFL, he had a whole bunch of racist tweets that he made. He had a whole bunch of racist tweets. NFL did not draft him because of that, though. Think about what's going on with Shedeur Sanders, where they purposely did not draft him and they were purposely trying to humiliate him because he had character issues. No record, never been in trouble with the law, no bad grades, everything good. But the Josh Allen, which is that lady's husband, he had a whole gang. Somebody right now, tweet Josh Allen racist tweets. And I promise you, you know what ended up happening? 2 days before the draft, when Josh Allen ended up getting drafted, 2 days before the draft, family, all these racist tweets came out of him. They brought it up one time. They said, hey, Josh, what about those racist tweets? He said, oh, I was just a kid. They said, okay, sorry to bother you. Boom, you never heard the story again. Yeah, so you see how everything ties in. Oh, I thought foundational Black Americans, we weren't spiritual people. Huh? Yeah, I guess they was wrong. We are the most strongest, thorough spiritual people. So notice how I'm tying that all in. That same lady right there, who was playing the role of the half-breed, the Jezebel who's trying to slide in and crumble that, because she's the one who ended up hurting the whole system and the whole operation. She's a whole one. All of the issue came from her. It all came from her. She was hunting all of them down. At the train station in the movie, if he never sees her, they probably don't even end up having the problems that she had. So it shows you. Coogler put it in there very good. Again, all of these ops out here who trying to make the movie about him, or about them, notice, fam, all of the signs. He even threw in the brother that invited the W woman to the cookout. Yep, the brother who invited the W woman to the cookout, and she tore everything down. It shows you right there. Yep, Eminem was saying the same stuff. They don't ever have that smoke, fam. Eminem was the same guy. Notice, fam, Eminem be talking about yo, N-word. Who they end up having a baby by? A W woman. Drake ran around here, N-word, rap, hip-hop. Who they end up having a baby by? A W woman. It's the same exact thing that's going to end up happening in the lotto. It's the same exact thing with this woman in the film. So he even put in the element, Ryan Coogler, he even put in the element of these people who play black when they're young, hop on every soul pole they can find, and then they retire into supremacy, and then they make their ultimate decision. You could yo in middle school. You could yo maybe a little bit in high school, but your parents start looking at you as you get older and say, okay, you better go get you that W woman and that apple pie. You better go get you that W man and that apple pie. And all that blackity black stuff is over. And I see y'all in the chat. Yeah, I see y'all. Absolutely. Yeah, G-Eazy. Absolutely. Notice all the white male rappers, they always end up with a white woman. So they use all the black culture, but they don't like black women. You notice that, right? I think Paul Wall got a black wife. And notice Paul Wall's pretty much always stayed in his lane. He operated. I'm not on all that ally talk, but he did his thing in his lane, and he never crossed that line. All these other guys, they be yo, and then they go get white woman. That's how they always do it. So you see that right there. So a lot of brothers and sisters like, hell no. Hell no with her whole character. Her whole character was fumbling. And even, like I said, when you watch her interview, she's got the same. Bam. Think about it. Think of the parallels here. She's somebody who played black, was all up over brothers, and married a W man in the movie. Real life, you see that she be playing black. She used to be all up over brothers, and she married a W man who clearly is racist. So that's why we've been delineating. We've been delineating off that. Kid Rock as well. Absolutely. Kid Rock back in the day, man. Y'all remember Kid Rock back in the day? Kid Rock used to be rapping all day long. And then this man is ultra MAGA now. That's why we trying to tell black folks, don't be believing these people when they come around on that yo-yo talk. Hell no. Hell no. That's just to play with the culture. I think 50 Cent said it best. He said, Black American culture is like a safari. They want to watch it, but they don't want to jump and get involved in it. And then, as I say, they want to retire into supremacy. All of those people, all of them, they all end up retiring into supremacy. That's what it's going to be. Lotto going to have Spencer as her husband. He going to have blonde hair, and she's going to get back to their parents' side while she made money off of Black American hip-hop culture. That's what it truly is, y'all. So that's why a lot of people been calling out that character in the film, and they was like, nah, So that's another tether element to the movie that a lot of people been looking at. And you got to be very cautious about some of these people who've been popping up in the film, because they've been trying to make it about them. And one of the ways, fam, that they try to make it about them, I'm going to show y'all. Check this out. I put together this collage earlier, and earlier how we were talking about them trying to slide their way on in. So yes, by the way, yes, all of the halves and the thirds and all of that, you're going to have to be solid, certified, foundational Black American. You open them doors, just like the movie, y'all. And think about the movie, y'all. Everything about who can get invited in, it tells a lot. It tells a lot about who can be invited in. It lets you know. So there's a lot of hidden examples, a lot of points that he was making in the film about allies, about people getting welcomed in, about watching. That's why we say it's an FBA spiritual film. And if you look at it from FBA lenses, you see it properly. The reason why everybody else are making all of these strikes and they're missing out on the point is because they're not us and it's not for them. This is what it is. You know that foundational Black Americans been rocking with the movie because foundational Black Americans are the only one who get the point. The points that are made in that movie are very clear. Don't allow these people to try to make it look like it's confusing and they don't know what Sinners is about. Sinners is about FBA culture, historically, FBA spirituality, historically, and all of these outsiders and all of these ops who show up. And ain't none of them came with good intentions. Going back to that lady, the W woman, she had bad intentions. She chased Soul Pole. She retired into supremacy. She ruined every goddamn thing. Yep. All of these African people who try to jump in on the culture, they're mad because it's been representing who we are and not who they want to be. And they want to be us. Right? All of the indigenous people who were praying that the indigenous people who they claim to be, the Disney folks, would be the saviors, they never came back in the movie. So he put in a bunch of points about fake allies and open ops. They may have not caught it, but we caught it again because it was for us. And also, as we were talking about the W's, it's littered with everything about the W's. They're literally the villains in the damn movie. So he made a clear point. Let me show y'all this right here. Let me show y'all this as we talk about these people who've been popping up. When I say that they've been trying to make the movie about them, you guys, y'all look at this right here. Look at this. Remember I showed you Becky earlier and she was trying to cape for the villain. Watch what this lady does. Watch how many times she starts saying that the movie was about Ireland. I ain't lying. Watch this, family.
So my name is Dr. Rachel Stewart. I'm a critical criminologist with an interest in the media, and I wanted to talk about the vampire film Sinners. And I want to address several different things. During the Irish for the English against the Irish, contributed to the Irish cause, suggests that this is not an Irish vampire. This is an anti-Irish vampire. I'm
cutting up how many times she brings up Irish.
So my name is Dr. Rachel Stewart. I'm a critical criminologist with an interest in the media, and I wanted to talk about the vampire film Sinners. And I want to address several different things. During the Irish for the English against the Irish, contributed to the Irish cause, suggests that this is not an Irish vampire. This is an anti-Irish vampire. The Irish have won liberation. The Irish kind of theme to it. Yeah, he's bringing those Irish kind of songs of oppression from an Irish point of view. So my name is Dr. Rachel Stewart. I'm a...
Damn. How many times you gonna bring up Irish? The Irish, the Irish, the Irish, and again, the Irish. Did I mention the Irish? Oh man, all of those Irish. You see what we saying, family? Yeah, so those tethers come in a lot of different colors. Yeah, the tethers of color, like I'm always talking about. And there's another thing that she tries to do. Watch this right here. Now she tries to get in on the Black American culture, but she starts talking about the character Annie. Watch her bring up the character Annie, y'all. And as she brings up Annie, she kind of goes on one of those democratic spills. Y'all remember I played that song last week where they were talking about the W women were singing how the Black American woman is my sister. Watch her kind of go on that tangent.
Third point is Annie. Annie's really interesting. because she represents the energy and the power of Black women. And it's that the oppression is aimed at. That's really interesting. Yeah, I could do a whole TikTok about that. The third or fourth thing that I wanted to say was the release date. The release date of this film is over the Easter holiday. Now, from an Irish point of view, the Easter uprising of 1916 over the Easter period was when we finally pushed back after 800 years of oppression. So how fortunate.
Look at that. You really think that this movie was released, family, because of the Irish against the English? You see how she's straight up trying to make this about them, y'all? You see this now. You see this, fam. She is straight up trying to say this has everything to do with them. And that's why he made this about Ireland. And he purposely released it so everybody can get a taste of it based on Ireland and all of their issues. But notice how she tries to highlight the Black woman.
Yeah, I could do a whole TikTok about that. The third, because she represents, third point is Annie. Annie's really interesting because she represents the energy and the power of Black women. And it's that the oppression is aimed at. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Do you see the feminism? Y'all see the feminism there. Listen to what she says. That's where the oppression is aimed at. That's not some, damn boy, that picture was creepy. Oh shit. Hold on. Here we go.
Aimed at. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Woo, hold on. Here we go. Gosh, damn. She looked like she should have been in the movie. Y'all trust that right there? Look at that right there, family. Y'all see? She come knocking at your door. You better not let her in. Don't invite her in. Hell no. She looked like she should have been in them, not an extra. That should have been on the poster. Sinners right there. That's the poster right goddamn there, y'all. That is the poster. Somebody get that for me. That's the poster right there. If you ever need to explain this movie, there you go. You can explain it simply with that photo. I'll be damned. Hell no. But watch her try to hit you with the feminism. That's where the oppression was aimed at.
Since the energy and the power of Black women. And it's that the oppression is aimed at. That's really interesting. Yeah, I could do a whole TikTok about that.
Stop. Notice what she was doing. She was trying to hit you up. Now you seen the feminism that she was trying to run. You see, she tried to pull in the feminism. She goes on this whole tangent about Annie. Then she starts talking about the power of Black women. Notice that these people from the W Society, they never care about the power of Black women when A, they're harming Black women, or they're harming Black women's husbands, or they're harming Black women's kids. They only care about Black women when it comes down to getting you involved in whatever political or social agenda that they have. How about you give some of that energy to real foundational Black American women when they're going through something? Oh, you ain't going to do that because you are the mother of supremacy. That's what you are. See, these mothers of supremacy, remember, all supremacists had their mama first. They put that energy out where they're trying to tie everybody in. And we deal with that every day, politically and socially. We be seeing that all the damn time. These people running around here trying to take a Black American woman and trying to say, well, come on over here. She threw that in there. Fam, everything is political. Everything is political. Y'all caught that. Y'all see what she was trying to do. She was trying to say that. She said she going a whole thing about Black American women. Why? Why? You think a Black American woman give a damn about you? Why? What the hell has that got to do? And then she tied it into Ireland. So she goes, Ireland, Black American women. I could do a whole thing on them. Come on down, be's my friends. That is what we be saying with these people. It's the same stuff. If people do not believe that we can connect all the dots as we do, thorough, certified, look at this right here, fam. It's the same exact thing that you see here. Don't tell me that all of this ain't real, and don't tell me that art does not imitate life. Watch her go on a whole thing about Black American women, and I'm going to show you how it connects.
And it's that the oppression is aimed at. That's really interesting. Yeah, I could do a whole TikTok about that. The third...
Boom. Nowhere in the movie, fam, nowhere, and I mean nowhere in the movie is this about feminism. Nowhere in the movie where they're saying, we going to go after the Black woman. That's who we going after. Ain't that the same thing that the Democrats do? We're the only people who get spoke of separately based on gender. How many times do you hear them talk about the Puerto Rican man and the Puerto Rican woman? Or do they just say Puerto Ricans? How many times do you hear them talk about the Japanese man and the Japanese woman? Or do they just say the Japanese? How many times do they talk about the black man over here and the black woman over here? So you already see the same things they do politically. Politically, they come around and they try to highlight the black woman and push her away from the black man. And then you see they're doing it with the movie Sinners. Everything that we broke down on this broadcast, family, has been empirically solidified based on social construct, based on political construct, and how it all ties in. They've used this film to push off every agenda that we see on a day-to-day basis any goddamn way. That's exactly what they be doing. Watch this right here. Tell me that didn't sound and look just like this right here. Oh yeah, check this out. It's the same exact thing, and they run in the same exact game. Watch this. Look at this W woman. She got a sign that says trust black women. Same thing. Look at it, family. These people are trying to push every single political agenda they have, and they're using the movie Sinners as their catalyst.
You know, black women are probably the least respected in America. Their voices aren't heard. Their issues aren't paid attention to. Many white women look beyond their own personal interests and they leave black women out of the conversation. And I think America needs to change about that.
What are we not trusting them to do right now?
How to care for our country, how to care for each other, how to stand up and fight for things that aren't right.
Millions of black women voted for Trump. Should we trust them?
See? Silence. Silence now. Spam. So was this genuine? Or is this them trying to use their agenda? Look at this. She talked all this stuff about black women, but then she put black women in a box about political stuff. So she don't really care about black women. She cares about black women who vote for the Democratic Party. The same way the vampire lady, she don't really give a damn about black women or the black woman in the movie, and Annie. She really cares about using the black woman for her own Ireland agenda. You can tie all of it back together. Silence, quick as hell.
How to stand up and fight for things that aren't right.
Millions of black women voted for Trump. Should we trust them?
Silence. There you go. There you go. There you go. I'd be damned if I didn't just connect a W woman trying to use the movie Sinners as an agenda for feminism, as I just showed you the Democratic woman trying to use the politics and the social stuff as their own political agenda for the Democratic establishment. There you go. So you got to watch that. You got to see that. You got to see through everything. When you talk about seeing through everything, though, family, one of the main things that you got to help and you got to understand is that these people are going to come at us from every angle. We talk about these half-breeds and who's this and who's that. The reason why we got to watch people, okay, that start showing up and talk about what they have. Oh, we're going to connect some dots up in here today. The reason why you got to watch that right there, fam. Oh, yeah, I'm going to tell you why. Because when you see people start popping up and they start running these weird, strange, awkward games on FBA, you know they're doing that for a reason, right? You know everything that they do has a rhyme and a reason. You got to watch all of the signs that were in the movie. And the reason why you got to watch the signs that were in the movie, because it's going to tell you a lot of things that are going on socially. For instance, as you sit there and you watch the movie, y'all, I can just connect it to what's going on in the real world, right? We just connected it right then and there to what's happening in real life. You got to watch a lot of that because look right here, fam. The reason why you got to watch people who come around here and they are clearly W women, that's a W woman right there. The reason why there's a prime example of what's going on and you see that W woman and she kept emphasizing, oh, I'm black, I can come in here. My grandfather's black. And mind you, y'all, I don't know if I said this, but in the film, she gets asked directly, what are you? And she immediately says, oh, I'm black. My grandfather is half black, so I'm black. And I can come up in here, I can whoop every black woman in here, and I deserve access to all the men. She openly says that in the film. She openly told it. So it wasn't something that people had to figure out. No. She came with her agenda and straight up said what she was. But the reason why you got to watch all of that, family, because these people who are trying to claim parts of the lineage and that trans lineage thing, that was a good one somebody dropped earlier. The reason why you got to start watching that is because people are going to start to show up and then they're going to start using it, and you're going to start seeing some of these $5 FBAs. There's some real good examples in that movie, and one of them is this right here. Y'all watch this when we start talking about FBA culture. You're going to see some things. Watch how we say these people are always trying to pop up and get in on our lineage. Watch.
Generation North Carolinian. My first ancestor coming to North Carolina in the late 1600s into what would become Bertie County. I say that with an immense amount of pride. But to admit that I'm a 12th generation anything in this country means that I'm most likely the direct descendant of enslavers. In my case, I am. I'm the direct descendant of enslavers. And that's not an easy thing to say. But I grew up in a time where, that flag and that history was revered. And when I look back, I think it was the conflation of that flag with Southern identity. I say that with an immense amount of pride. But to admit that I'm a 12th generation anything in this country means that I'm most likely the direct descendant of enslavers. In my case, I am. I'm the direct descendant of enslavers. And that's not an easy thing to say. But I grew up in a time where, that flag and that history was revered. And when I look back, I think it was the conflation of that flag with Southern identity. And it came to mean all of these other things. I grew up going to Leonard Skinner shows when they hit, Sweet Home Alabama, and a 100-foot by 50-foot Confederate flag dropped at the back of the stage, and everybody went nuts. And my daddy was one of them. And then I grew up and I read books. And I think about someone like Alexander Stephens, and I'm assuming we all know who Alexander Stephens is, but if we don't, he was the vice president of the Confederacy.
Stop. Notice, family, how he's trying to blend in the descendants of enslavers with the descendants of slaves, because that's going to end up creating that woman from the film. Easy work. This is how they start doing it. They start saying, well, before back in the old days, you'd be like, y'all go over there, we go over there. I don't want none of y'all. Now we start to say, I'm a descendant of slaves. They never talked about that. They never talked about, how about anti-black racism and supremacy, easy work like that. You know what I'm saying? But he started to say, well, the descendants of the slaves, and I'm a descendant of enslavers. Is that the new thing? I am a descendant of enslavers. Is that what's going to come, fam? So you got to the descendants of slaves and the descendants of enslavers. And once those terms start getting intermixed and intertwined, next thing you know, family, you're going to look up and you're going to have that right there. And that right there is going to be in here talking about some, I'm one of y'all's and y'all's is one of me's. And we are technically all the descendants of. Now you're going to start getting into the descendants of talk. The descendants of is going to become a thing. And by the way, I don't remember too many people in America even using the term descendants of. I don't really remember that. A lot of people have become descendants of that weren't really on some descendants talk until FBA did it. So we have to be very, very cautious of who is saying what and how they're saying it. But fam, there's been more people that have been running around here, and they've been talking and they've been running their mouth about a lot of things that were also in the movie. Different communities. Remember, y'all, you're going to see all the ops that are going to try to make this about them. But foundational Black Americans, we keep it about us. And they're upset with us because we won't allow them to latch on this movie. Fam, this movie has been a success because of foundationals, not because of anybody else. But then there's been other communities that we broke down, and they've been coming around trying to get involved. But one of the things, fam, that's been another topic of discussion as we broke down, I think, was it Mary? As we broke down that individual. Fam, we also got to break down these folk right here, y'all. Oh, yeah. Because a lot of them been running around here, and they've been talking about how that movie's about them. And they've been trying to get in on what happened as well. I said it, I meant it. Every single community has tried to get a piece of the Sinner's Pie, the #1 movie in the United States of America. And family, watch these people openly try to take claim for the film. Watch this right here. You knew it would not be a latch on without this particular group. Watch this right here.
The AMC right
as
now,
a Chinese dude.
Sinners. I just had to talk about it a little bit, man. Particularly one thing struck me, and that was the unexpected Chinese representation in the film. I am Chinese. But, you know, just in general, I really appreciated the Asian representation in a film that's so Black centric. It's honestly such a beautiful depiction of solidarity that I really wasn't expecting, and that
No, it's not. No, it's not. If y'all seen the movie, shout out to you. If you haven't seen it, don't go there expecting it was solidarity amongst the groups, fam. There was two of them. And then one of them ended up causing a big ass issue in the film. Family, don't let these people talk about solidarity. I told you, they will only acknowledge us when it's something they can benefit off of. If not, they would hate this movie.
really appreciated the Asian representation in a film that's so Black centric. It's honestly such a beautiful depiction of solidarity that I really wasn't expecting, and that is historically accurate. I mean, it just is. I just pulled this up real quick, but historically, we have always stood with Black people. And I think I just wanted to say a huge shout out to Ryan Coogler and Kenneth Yu, co-producer, who is clear, understand this history, and wanted to do it justice. Shout out Helena Hu, shout out Yao, shout out Lineage. I don't know, I was just so surprised. And again, this is just ramblings. I literally walked out of the theater like 20 minutes ago, so I'm not going to have any deep analysis. I don't know, it just hit. You know, I say all that, but at the same time, you know, not to make this all about me or about Chinese, Asian folks, in a film that is intentionally, you know, very Black centric, explores a lot of Black themes, Black ownership, race relations in the South, solidarity with colonized peoples. I'm not going to say too much on that. Go watch this movie, man. I'm going to go do some more research.
Solidarity again, fam. Here you go. Solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. Colonized folks. Fam, notice all these people who've been plugged in with the colonizers. All of them are acting like they were the colonized. Which one is it, family?
Search on some of the things that I definitely missed, just not growing up in that culture, not being from the South. Honestly, I'm waiting for the the at-home release so I can look at the captions, because I'm missing some of the stuff with the Mississippi drawl, man.
First off, we're represented in the movie, so we're allowed to have input on it. Plus, I'm Chinese and raised by Southern people and live in the South, so the movie did resonate. Anyways, I'll talk about her first, Grace first, and then talk about the bigger message of the movie, because believe it or not, there's more messages than just race here. And if you're one of those people that thinks that like this movie was about dance and music and connecting to the ancestors being demonic, then this video is probably not for you. And if you disagree on my take on the East Asian stuff, I just really want you to know, I don't care. Make your own video then. First off, the Asians and them start off as...
Here goes the person who don't want to be down. Fam, you're always going to see both sides. You're always going to see both sides. You got the one person pushing solidarity who wants to be down with the Blacks. And now here comes the other person who don't want to be down with the Blacks. You've seen it earlier with the Indigenous people, allegedly, and then you're seeing it now. You see the same thing with the Africans. One person gonna call you brother, other gonna call you akata. You see the same thing with the dominant society. One gonna say, get away from me. One's gonna say, we all friends. So now you just saw Jackie Chan, and he was talking about solidarity. And here comes Jet Li, and Jet Li is talking about, get away from me. You buy, you go.
friends that mutually benefit off of each other when they work together. Notice that the Chinese people have the accents of the folks around them, but that's a different video. Also, and I say this on behalf of all Asians, I am tired of us catching more strays than the white people what start this mess, just because they wanted some booty. And y'all did not hesitate to let her in. She got no criticism in the media, just thirst.
Look at it. This person, man or woman, is mad. Listen, right? Watch this, fam. They sitting there upset and they're angry, talking about some, how come we got more smoke than the W's did? Look at this. They sitting there having a hissy fit. The first guy's talking about some, oh, solidarity. I'm so glad I was in the movie. Thank you so much, Mr. Kugler. And then here come this person talking about some, y'all treated the W's better. And remember, y'all, they're talking about black people. Every time this individual says how unfairly Asians were treated in the movie, they're talking about black people.
dance and music and connecting to the ancestors being demonic, then this video is probably not for you. And if you disagree on my take on the East Asian stuff, I just really want you to know, I don't care. Make your own video then. First off, the Asians and them start off as friends that mutually benefit off of each other when they work together. Notice that the Chinese people have the accents of the folks around them, but that's a different video. Also, and I say this on behalf of all Asians, I am tired of us catching more strays than the white people what start this mess, just because they wanted some booty. And y'all did not hesitate to let her in. She got no criticism in the media, just thirst, and everybody hates Grace. See, this is how the division works, folks. Now let's get on to Grace's actions. First off, with her actions, Grace saved the entire town and her daughter. Fight me. She took the necessary action more than Stack was even willing to do with Smoke. And Stack paid with his life too. And again, you can call us selfish and weak all you want, but we think big picture. The Chinese have a history of being the first to take action when these threats come up because we take them seriously. Also, we're put in very drastic and dire...
Look at that right there. We got the history of taking these threats seriously and handling the business, basically. Notice that right there. I hope y'all caught that. Y'all caught that right there, right? Ain't that the same exact thing, fam? All of these ops are created equal. Notice how right there, that's the same exact thing they were talking about the natives, remember? Oh, the natives know how to handle the problem. Y'all black folks, y'all don't handle the problem. This individual right here, Lucy Jet Ling Yu, just sat there and said, oh, we got a history of taking care of it. All of these ops are trying to make it look like they did so good in the movie. In reality, they didn't do good because it was about us and they don't like that.
And again, you can call us selfish and weak all you want, but we think big picture. The Chinese have a history of being the first to take action when these threats come up because we take them seriously. Also, we're put in very drastic and dire situations that the people around us don't understand. The reason Remick targeted her and said the shit in Chinese, right? Because he knew the people around her wouldn't get what he said. But she's a ferocious example of what it actually takes and what we will actually do to save our family and our community. The hate is unnecessary. Some of y'all just waiting. It's like, oh, I can't get at the white man, but I sure can get at these Asians. So the white man still has...
See? You see what I'm talking about, fam? You see? See? Using anti-blackness and upset. I know they don't be talking. Didn't I tell you the main ones who are always plugged in with the dominant society are always acting like they don't be? They act like it's us when it's really them. I don't want to hear the mascot talk about he don't want to be down with the team when you wearing their goddamn logo.
Necessary. Some of y'all just waiting. It's like, oh, I can't get at the white man, but I sure can get at these Asians. So the white man still has power over. Anyways, let's move on to the vampires and toxic positivity, right? Because we've been getting this message for a long time. This toxic positivity is going to be the fucking death of us. Fake progress. And you know what? I'm gonna say it. We don't need progress like housing, freedom, rights to express ourselves and, be who we want, or shelter, or like resources. You know why? Because we already had this. It's not progress if we're going backwards to what we already had. That's not progress.
Ryan Coogler did not have to include other non-Black marginalized communities in the movie Sinners, but he did so anyway. And for that, I'm very grateful to him. Well, at its core, Sinners is a movie by and for Black people in the Black community as a source of liberation through music and dance during this time period. Sinners also utilizes vampirism and multiculturalism as a way to have a discussion about how historically non-Black communities have interacted with Black people and Black culture. Other cultures and communities that were represented in Sinners, of course, was the Chinese immigrant community. Through the characters Grace and Bo Chow, a Chinese immigrant couple that run grocery stores, one grocery store for the white community and the other for the Black community. The way that the Chinese immigrant community and Asian Americans in general are able to interact and exist in those two different worlds speaks to how they can in ways benefit from white supremacy, while simultaneously also be a victim of it too. Also got Native American Indigenous representation in Sinners as well. While it was too brief in my opinion, I still think it made an impact to the overall story.
Notice that she threw that in there too. We got representation. However, it was too brief. You see that they don't want to even be happy with what they got because they wanted to take the whole movie over. Don't let these people pretend like they were so down and they so happy with what they seen, y'all. Don't let them get you with that. Deep down inside, these people are real angry that the movie did not center itself around them. That's what they really want. They want this whole thing to be about them and just them alone. That's what it's always been about. That's what it will always be about. And they're trying to cover it up very, very gracefully. But FBA, we don't see it at all. So, fam, you've been seeing that, and they've been running around. So you see them getting, throwing darts, throwing strays and everything because they want to make that about them. So a lot of conversation came up about the Mississippi Delta. A lot of conversations came up about the Mississippi Delta. So now a lot of them are coming out talking about some, yeah, we was in the South anyway. Yeah, man, we was in the South. I didn't even know, but guess we was. So now they see this as an opportunity so they can start talking about the Mississippi Delta, and they can talk about how they were the ones who were really involved in it, right? Okay, that's what they're saying. And they try to turn this into a solidarity thing, and they try to make it look like that. Let me make this clear. For those who've seen the movie, y'all know what I'm talking about. There was no solidarity. Let's make some things clear in this movie, okay? The trans Lineage chick, the Rachel Dolezal, the married chick, when she came around in the movie, she ended up being an op that completely ruined everything. Now let's fast forward to these two right here. There was no solidarity in this movie at all. When they first talk to the guy and it's all cool and dandy, whatever, what ends up happening is that the wife comes out and she starts talking about money. And she was talking about, I'll only do this and that if you pay me. And they get into like a little exchange about it. That is it. There was no elements of this grandioso partnership, solidarity, none of that. And that's why everybody's really mad, because they can't find this great grandioso solidarity in the movie because it didn't exist. They were people who were just around. You were around, you had a store that was getting incentives the same way they get incentives to be put in our neighborhoods today. But there was no solidarity in that movie at all amongst them. There was a little dap and a hug and it was kind of cool. And then the wife came out and they was talking back and forth. That was it. Hell no. So they can't find the solidarity that they want to push this rainbow coalition. And then they couldn't take the movie over and make it all about them. So this is why you're seeing all of these folks from that community upset. They're upset because they try to either rainbow this or they try to take over this, and they couldn't. That's why I say, if you focus, there's so many elements in this movie that did not paint the people of color in a good light. Hell no. Hell no. It was just there. They were just there. Fam, they were just there. It's no different than right now. What happens when a situation happens? Think about Mike Brown. I got to tie this into Mike Brown. Mike Brown and Ferguson. When Mike Brown ended up getting harmed by the police officer, a few days later, some surveillance cameras came out about him at a corner store. And they were trying to make it look like he was being mean to the people at the corner store. The people at the corner store, and they weren't Asians, but the people at the corner store, they had a gas station in the neighborhood, and they were selling, what, to the people around. That's what they were doing. That's what it was back then. These people been incentivized to come into our communities since the beginning. That's what it is. And this movie really highlights that. So when you see the Mississippi Delta and they start talking about how some of those people are there, I didn't get a message of solidarity. I didn't get a message of we're all friends. I got the message of these people were getting shops and stores in our communities way back then, the same way they get shops and stores in our communities now. So if you want to talk about the real message that was being conveyed in the film, it wasn't a message of allyship or friendship or kinship. It was a message of all these outside minority groups play the model minority and they get incentivized to build in our communities. That's why when Michael B. Jordan's character was talking to the wife was being very hostile. She was being very hostile and she did not want to help at all. It was the same you buy, you go energy that you see at the pit stop, at the check mark, and all of these little gas stations in our community. Just because they're there in our community, that don't mean allies. That means they're being incentivized to be there. If you don't believe me, look at this right here, family. Read your screen, and this will tell you everything. Let's go there about the Mississippi Delta. All right, because we're going to go ahead and we're going to put a stop to this before they try to put a start to it. One thing that you've been seeing, family, is a lot of people trying to turn the whole Mississippi Delta thing into an allyship. See, what we do, fam, we always regulators, meaning we got to regulate every single lie before they try to come up with it, because that's what they're going to do. Look at this right here. Emancipation has spoiled the Negro and carried him away from the fields of agriculture. An editorial in the Vicksburg newspaper read, our prosperity depends entirely upon the recovery of lost ground. And we therefore say, let the coolies come and we will take our chance at Christianizing them. Isn't it funny? They were trying to put all that on us. Okay. Thus began one of the strangest sale pitches in American history. Southern papers, politicians, and plantation owners all began to broadcast a call to Chinese men, those already in the U.S. and those in China, to come work the cotton fields of Mississippi, Arkansas, and Louisiana. The goal, according to the Powell Clayton, then the governor of Arkansas wasn't just to replace law's hands, but also to undercut the remaining black workers by flooding the fields with cheap labor to punish the Negro for having abandoned the control of his old master and to regulate the conditions of his employment and the scale of wages to be paid to him. Checkmate, checkmate, check goddamn mate. You know this Black Alpha Network. You know we got receipts and you know we don't play around. That right there, family, is the Mississippi Delta. That's what it was all about. It's the same exact thing that you see today with these people coming into our communities and they're selling us all types of poison. Why the dominant society gives them incentives to come on in. They, in the film, spoke nothing about these individuals having our back. They spoke nothing in the film about these people being our friends. Anybody who thinks they saw, wish they saw, or hopes they saw some type of solidarity is bold-faced lying to you, brothers and sisters. They know exactly what that was, and it was overemphasized by our brother Ryan Coogler based on the fact that the wife came out and was so money hungry that she was trying to argue with him. It was showing that there was a monetary agenda involved in her doing anything. I'm telling you, again, FBA, we see through it all. Everybody else, they see trash. FBA, we see the facts. The wife comes in there and he's simply saying, hey, I got to do this. The wife says this much money, $13, $14, $15. And they're having a negotiation, letting you know that if she does anything for the black people, it's going to have a monetary benefit for her because she's only there to get monetary benefits for her own community. That's what it was. It's the same exact thing that you'll see today if you talk to any of these individuals. It's monetary, monetary, monetary. And if it ain't got something to do with money, then they don't want nothing to do with you. That's what it's really about. And it was emphasized in the film. Again, FBA see through all of that. They can't run no games on us. And it was made clear. I don't know what anybody thought when they saw that there was some type of friendship there. Hell no. That was not depicted whatsoever. That was clearly saying the wife was like, hey, I ain't doing nothing until you give me some money. The same way these people come out here and they talk reckless to us and they want us to, you buy, you go. Fam, if you didn't buy and go, then they wouldn't have nothing to do with you. And they put these things in our communities. See, a lot of us think that these places that have been put into our communities is a modern day thing. No, just by the statement in which I just read right there about the Mississippi Delta, it goes to show you, family, they've been putting these outside model minority groups in our communities for years. These people have always benefited from foundational Black Americans. You want to see what we're talking about? Watch this right here, family. We can go right on down. That was the old days. All right. That was the old times. I'm going to fast forward you right now to the new times. It was them in the movie saying, I want some money before I do anything. The dominant society gave me some money to come to your neighborhood, and the dominant society paid me to be elevated above y'all. It was them then, and it's this now. How many of y'all seen this video that just came out yesterday? You want to talk about friends? You want to talk about buddies? You want to talk about people who come into our communities? Watch these people on some you buy, you go even today.
Pay for my food. I paid for my food. What are you talking? Why are you following me down the street? You need to get the back. You need to get back. Why are you following me? Why are you following me? What do you think? Why are you following me? What are you gonna do? Call 911. Call 911 if you need to. You know who to call? Yeah, they're over here. I know that. I'm okay. Go tell them. You go tell them. Then you wait here. You go tell them. You go tell them. I paid for my food. I handed you $20. You can't charge me more than what the menu say. So what are you talking about? Bro, I'm not legally required to give you a tip. Get the back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back. Get back, bro. Huh? I'm telling you to get back. I'm not trying to with you, bro. Bro, I'm not trying to with you. You piece of bro, I'm not trying to fuck with you. I'm not trying to fuck with you, bro. You shut your goddamn mouth, man. Why are you following me down the street? You piece of shit, little piece of shit, man. I paid for my food. I'll smack the shit out of you, punk ass, man. I pay for my food, bro. Piece of shit. I pay for my food. How the fuck do you think they make money? I pay for my food. How my fucking staff supposed to make fucking money, huh? So raise your price, huh? Bro, we can solve this chill, bro. We can solve this chill, bro. We can solve this chill, bro. I pay for my food. We can solve this too. Come here. We can solve this too.
Talk to them.
Why are you harassing me? Why are you harassing me?
Raise your goddamn voice at me.
Why are you
slap the shit out of you?
Why are you following me down the street, bro? Why are you following me down the street? Why are you following me down the street? Why are you following me down the street? Bro, chill out.
Fucking make
Chill
money,
out.
huh?
Chill out.
Why you following this man?
Chill out, bro. You need to calm down, bro. Why are you
Raise your
following me down
goddamn
the
voice
street,
at me, huh?
Bro, you need to get back. You trying to back me into a corner. You trying to back me into a corner, bro.
What is wrong with you, bro?
What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? What are you doing, bro? Bro, what are you on?
What are you doing, bro?
Bro, what are you doing? Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing, bro?
Yo, go back up, bro.
Hey, take my bag. Take my bag.
Yo, bro, what you doing, bro?
Take my bag. Hey, take this. Hey, get back. Get back. Get the fuck back. You need to get back, bro.
Back up.
You need to get back, bro.
Bro, he didn't do nothing, bro.
You need to get back.
Chill out. Yeah, but that's
You need to get back, bro.
Okay.
To get back.
Chill out. Yeah, but that's
You need to get back, bro.
Okay.
You need to get back.
He didn't do nothing.
No, get back, bro.
Something. We about to
Get back. Get back, bro.
You don't have to see black, bro.
No,
There you go, family. There you go. There you go. Wait a minute, though. I thought it was about solidarity, though. I thought everybody was on the same page, though. I thought everybody was friends. It goes to show you again, family. We know the hard truth, and it's the truth that they don't want to talk about. It's the truth that they don't want to admit. It's the truth that they don't want to accept. But, man, it's been like that. It's been like that, and we've been knowing it. So, no, there was no solidarity at all in that film. There was no solidarity at all in any of those scenes. It was clear it was about money, 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 and people being elevated above FBA. That's all it was. That's all it was hitting for. And family, they don't like anything. You know what I'm saying? You know that they've been having that type of time and that energy towards FBA for the longest. They only see us as people who they can latch onto, steal from, get what they got to get. And when you start looking at everything in that perspective and you start looking at things from that angle, you start seeing some things that, quite frankly, are game changers. And one of those game changers is now a lot of brothers and sisters are out there saying, well, hell, we'll do the same exact thing to you. Yeah. How about this? How about we, as certified foundational Black Americans, how about we start making some stuff from your community and selling y'all people stuff? I mean, if that's what people are going to do to us, it's only right that, you know, we do the same exact thing to them, right? It's only natural. Man, let me tell y'all something. There's a restaurant that just came out. I don't know where this restaurant's at. I'm going to have to double check. But fam, they're throwing a fit over the brothers and sisters out there. All right, I got this from my sister Natural Tour, so if she's in here, much respect. Okay, let me show y'all this right here. How many of y'all seen this right here? First of all, let me show y'all this. Okay, since they were talking about solidarity and all that. Y'all remember this guy right here? Y'all remember this dude right here, right? How much solidarity did he have with Black Americans? Don't come talking to me about the Mississippi Delta and two people in the film. And by the way, as they run around here talking about how they was represented in the film family, there was literally two of them. So let's not get it tangled nor twisted, all right? All right. So all that solidarity talk these people want to talk about, I don't see no solidarity. We've not seen solidarity. How many of y'all remember Peter Liang? And y'all remember that they was protesting in the streets on behalf of Peter Liang? Yeah. Getting certain bills passed for them? Yeah. Don't come around now and try to make the movie Sinners about you. No, because it's clearly not. Hell to the no, it's not. And if you notice in the movie, his wife ended up messing everything up anyway. It seems to be a common theme, fam, that everybody in the movie who was not us ended up messing things up because we had it made. Checkmate. But you see this right here, fam, just to show y'all that they've been running around here talking about some type of solidarity and some type of friendship. You don't see that at all. Hell no. That's not what I'm seeing. I'm seeing the complete opposite. Yes, and hell I am. I'm seeing the complete opposite of what they've been trying to sell us. So we remember all these faces. Latasha Harlins, that situation with this lady, whatever hell her name was, who, by the way, went back over there and never came back to the United States of America again. After taking our good sister's life. Nah, ain't happening, family. So no, the solidarity stuff, that's not flying. We don't buy it. You got to try something else, and hell, that ain't even gonna work. At this point, you might as well sit down. Y'all remember this just a few years ago? With Cyrus Belton. Remember that? Nobody talked about that. This happened just literally almost to the T, exactly how the Latasha Harlan situation occurred. And there's story after story, there's time after time, and it all goes back to those same individuals. And no, the hell, they are not like us and know the hell that's not working. But notice the theme here, fam. Notice the theme that in all of this discussion about the film, the Asian lady and her husband, they end up messing everything up. The same way that the trans lineage chick, she messed it up. The common theme is that all the outsiders and sinners, they all messed it up. And the black people were the only ones who rolled for each other. Everybody else was turncoat, flipping, flopping, making mistakes, running their goddamn mouth, and crashing out. So no, all the outsiders in the film, they weren't assets, they were liabilities. And if you're watching it clear, you can see those direct examples. But going back to what I was saying, brothers and sisters say, okay, y'all out here trying to serve on our turf, let us go ahead and serve on your turf. Right here, check this out right here. They ended up having a restaurant right now where it's Black Americans and they selling Japanese food. And man, let me tell y'all, they so damn mad about this. So anybody who knows what this is at, let me know. Let me know. I might have to go through and go ahead and put something down on it. Watch this, y'all.
Houston, welcome to Stick Talk's first brick and mortar location, which is located in Midtown. Stick Talk is a Black-owned concept that fuses the flavors of Japanese hibachi with the bold flavors of the Cajun style. They have hearty entrees that you can top with one of their homemade sauces, and their menu is equipped with handcrafted cocktails.
Damn, you mean to tell me that brothers and sisters are out there and they making their own stuff and hustling everybody else? So all those people who come to our communities and they sell all their stuff in our neck of the woods, well, now we out there selling your stuff. And family, for a lot of solidarity and people that was on the same page with us, they kind of crashed out over that. They didn't really take that too good. They didn't really take that too kind. They didn't take that too great at all. That's in Houston. All right. Okay. Bet. Shout out. See, that's one thing about us, y'all. That's one thing about us. You cannot hustle no hustlers. If you try to out hustle the hustlers, you gonna end up hustled. Okay. Yeah. They said we out there making y'all food and we serving it in our block. And now what you gonna do? So basically, the same thing that y'all been doing to us, now we doing it to y'all. And y'all don't really like it. It ain't too fun when it changes, right? Okay, well, let me show y'all this. Man, they was out there and they was so damn hot. They was so hot and bothered, y'all. Let me tell y'all how hot and bothered they was. Fam. Look at this right here. Look at this. They done came out, fam, and they was so mad. Let me show y'all what it's like now. When it's you buy, you go, they happy. They chasing people down the street for a $2 tip. But look at this one. Now imagine if Japanese people were to open a soul food restaurant, the whole world would be in an outrage. Well, they do all the damn time. They have all types of shops where we are. Ain't it funny now? Look how quick they get upset and in their feelings. Fam, this is what you call FBA winning right here. We done took their food, start slanging it, made our own business, and now they mad. Someone else said, no, it's cultural appropriation. Nah, I call it just hustling. Nah, we hustling. We get into the bag. Don't be mad because FBA get into the bag. You better call your dad. This is where we at. Check this out, family, even further. No, because it's not Japanese in. It's Black and Japanese themed. No, we selling your stuff. It look good too. Shout out to Houston. I'm going to have to slide through Texas or something any damn way. I'm going to have to pull up and go ahead and grab me some of that. Yes, indeed. And family, they was having whole meltdowns. It doesn't look like Japanese food. It looks like a mix of Chinese and Japanese food that got the Americanized treatment. I wouldn't go there for authentic Japanese food. Shit, I will. I will. Yep, and I enjoy the show. We don't need you. Nope. They think we need them, fam. Is this where they are? Is this where they at? Is this what they think? You better fall all the way back with it. So yeah, they out there really mad, really upset. And you see what happens when the shoe is on the other foot. When the shoe is on the other foot, everybody gets upset. When the shoe is on the other foot, everybody has a meltdown. This is what we've been doing to a lot of people in this generation, family. We've been putting a lot of these people to task, and we've been calling a lot of these people bluff. And that's what they don't like. Is it safe to say, fam, that we have been not just matching energy, we've been controlling the energy? to where things that people been doing to us, we simply just been doing back. See, I always say people don't have a problem with it happening. They just got a problem with FBA doing it. Well, now FBA doing it, and everything FBA do, we do the best. You name it, pick a sport. I mean, we ain't got to go there, how great we are. So now the fact that they don't want us in that lane because they know we'll take over family. That restaurant right there in Houston, that'll take over the whole game. And they'll be on the outside looking in if you're dealing with foundationals. So no, don't be upset. Don't be mad neither. All you got to do is just accept it, learn to love it, and just know when foundational Black Americans get in that lane, it's on. This is what I love about this generation, fam. This is what I love about just our whole lineage, heritage, and culture. What I love the most, fam, is that we right now are finding out everything and we're just doing it. We're finding everything and we're doing it. Nobody's sitting there saying, man, you know what? We need to just fall on back. No, we like, man, let's make our own. Let's make our own. We go make our own, then it's on and popping. How about that? You know what I'm saying? That's one of the things that they don't like, fam. We're out here really making things go on. And we've been pulling out receipts on them too. Like I said, fam, we got receipts for days. We got receipts for days. Look at this right here. This right here, going back to the Mississippi Delta, right? Because I'd be remiss if we didn't really break that thoroughly down. Let me show y'all some of the things about the Mississippi Delta. All right, let me show y'all some things. All right, check this out. This setback proved to be only temporary and localized. Some smaller towns of Mississippi never barred Chinese students from attending white schools. By the early 1950s, other areas in the Delta had followed suit, educating Chinese but not Black students before Brown versus Board of Education. See, this is where the model minority things start kicking in, family, okay? Prohibited racial segregation in public schools. With access to white schools, the children of the Mississippi Chinese went off to college at an extremely high rate and entered relatively high-paying professional fields, including engineering, pharmaceuticals. Most would eventually move away. So you see right there, the dominant society was providing all of them the opportunity to be elevated above Black Americans. That's what the Mississippi Delta was really about, you guys. The Mississippi Delta was about them coming over here and getting involved in foundational Black American existence off the backs of what we created. Soon as we created it, family, what they do? They came in and they said, we're not us. Remember, every single group in America has went to the courts and fought for the right to not be a minority, to be a W. Remember that, you guys. Remember that, remember that, remember that. Every, and I mean every single minority group in America has went to the court system and challenged the dominant society for the right to be accepted by whiteness. All of them has. You name it. So we don't sit back and hear these people give no sob stories or any of that. We don't believe in their sob stories because we know what's really hitting for. And there's a lot of stuff out there about the Mississippi Delta that, quite frankly, there's nothing they could really dispute. There's nothing that they could really go back and forth with us about. Hell no. Nah. Look at this right here about the Mississippi Delta. Lessons from Black and Chinese relations in the Deep South. Look at this right here, fam. FBA, remember, FBA built all this. Remember, when you start talking about these people coming in, these people came in after we created everything. Seems to be an example of what always happens. People come in after foundational Black Americans, and then they benefit from what we created. But this is the paragraph in which I wanted to highlight for everybody when I was doing my research that truly gives a clear indication of how they felt. Chinese American commentators in the film, this was about a documentary, they described the injustice of Jim Crow and how they were ultimately beneficiaries of the civil rights movement. When desegregation came, their fortunes changed in school and business. And yet they also describe being hesitant to get too close to Black people. They also describe being hesitant to get too close to Black people. So when you start talking about the movie and they start talking about the Mississippi Delta and they start talking about those people and how we have highlighted here that the wife was so concerned about only doing something if she got some money, that's what it was. They did not come here to the Mississippi Delta or anywhere to be allies with Black Americans. They were benefited off of what we created. They were elevated by the dominant society to put those shops in our communities. And once they got a little piece of it, they were hesitant to get too close to Black people, in which this paragraph states. Teenager Linda Wang explains how even though she grew up with black people, her family doesn't want her to date black boys. Her speech pattern increasingly is not only Southern, but it is black and Southern. And she says nothing against black folks. She grew up with black folks, but her reality is that she don't have nobody to be with. The color line of the society and her family's insists that she not only become immersed with black community, if so, it will leave her lonely. Basically, in other words, stay the hell away from them damn black folks. That's what's best for you. That's what they've been on. So you see clearly, fam, these people and all the fake solidarity, it don't add up, it don't compute, it don't register. And if it don't add up, it don't compute, and it don't register, then it don't got nothing with foundational black Americans. So that's like a group, 50 that we've broken down and showed clearly that these individuals are not, have not, will never be certified foundationals. And if people don't believe us, look at this right here, family. Look at this. This clearly states and clearly shows you the way that they think, and it's not how we think. It's opposite of how we think. It's the difference. It's nowhere near certified foundational black Americans. They'll tell you out their own mouth, y'all. They'll tell you out their own mouth that they don't rock with us. They'll tell you. See, that's the thing. What they don't like is that we know what it is. By the way, fair use, fair use, fair use. This is about teaching, research, scholarship, and commentary. Fair use. Watch this right here, family. They clear as day let you know they not like us, and they didn't come over here to be friends with us. So all of that solidarity cap, that's not what was in the movie, and that's not what's on in the real world.
World War II, there was, in the early 1900s through the mid-century, increased mobility for Chinese Americans in the South because of World War II. There was, in the early 1900s through the mid-century, increased mobility for Chinese Americans in the South because of living in a black-white order, right, a segregated order. Living under Jim Crow, they were offered certain inducements to come closer to whiteness if they would repudiate black people, and they did that.
They got incentives if they would repudiate blacks.
Order. Living under Jim Crow, they were offered certain inducements to come closer to whiteness if they would repudiate black people, and they did that in very stark ways.
Fam, you can't cut this up in any other way than how she said it. They got incentives, just like the people in the movie, if they repudiated blacks, and they did that.
Living in a black-white order, right, a segregated order, living under Jim Crow, they were offered certain inducements to come closer to whiteness if they would repudiate black people, and they did that in very stark ways. For example, this is covered in the book and the film. The book Mississippi Chinese and the film was called Mississippi Triangle. And many of the Chinese grocers who lived in the Mississippi Delta, for example, in the 1920s. By the way, this is the community that gave rise to
Mississippi Delta. There you go.
The Chinese grocers who lived in the Mississippi Delta, for example, in the 1920s. By the way, this is the community that gave rise to the Supreme Court case Gong Lam v. Rice, where Chinese Americans challenged the placement of their children in so-called colored schools, and because they wanted to be able to go to school with whites. And their argument, very dramatically, was we Chinese people, being pure Chinese, deserve protection from the contamination of blackness as much as you white students do.
There you go. Clear as day. Protection, protection, protection. Wannabe W's. Never been down with FBA. Always stayed in their own little lane by their own little selves, family. So again, as you go through the list and you break down all of these different people, fam, you see one thing for certain. What is that one thing for certain, family? Is that these individuals, no way, shape, or form, have had any type of solidarity with FBA. So that's another thing you see. And when you watch the film, y'all, one of the things that stands out to you is, again, all of the outsiders had outsider agendas, and all of the outsiders end up making things go bad for us. So the prime example and the number one allegory that you've seen, and the number one fact is that when people come around us, it ain't good. That's the thing that you're going to take from the film, y'all. You're going to take that every time someone comes around FBA, it's not good. You hear about the Mississippi Delta, you see them people ain't no good. You see in the movie, they make things go bad, they crash out. You've seen about the transracial, trans-lineage person. She shows up, she crashes out, everything goes bad. And by the way, I'd be also remiss if I didn't bring this up as well, fam. You start talking about these people from different communities. Somebody put this in the chat earlier, right? You want to start talking about people who've been real funny style and why we got to watch who comes around us. How many of you guys remember or heard the story about Richard Inoki? Richard Inoki is the guy who ended up trying to get the Black Panthers hemmed up. Let's go there, family. For those who aren't familiar with Richard Inoki, all right? They said the man who armed the Black Panthers, did he lead two lives? This is something that we know in foundational Black American lore, which highlights it. How many of y'all are familiar with this man? How many of y'all have ever seen this man right here? Okay, that's Richard Inoki right there. This is the guy who was a full-time op working with them boys, and he was running games back and forth between the feds and trying to get our brothers and them caught up. Yes, the hell he was. Shout out to the people in the chat. I seen y'all bringing this up early, and I had this nice and prepared, fam. So you guys were all ahead of me. Right there. In the mid-1960s, the Black Panther Party came to symbolize Black militant power. They rejected the nonviolence of the earlier civil rights campaigners and promoted a radicalized social agenda. Styled in uniforms of black leather jackets, dark sunglasses, and black berets, the Panthers were never shy about brandishing iron, a sign that they were ready to fight. Notice that, family. Styled in uniforms of black leather jackets, dark sunglasses, and black berets. And then look at that right there, y'all. Then look at that right there. Be cautious of these people who come around us and they start dressing like us. They start talking like us and they start speaking like us, family. You see, the man comes and he deals and takes the whole uniform and he tried to take down the whole organization. Clear as day. Right here. The images and message terrified J. Edgar Hoover, then the director of the FBI, who called the group the greatest threat to internal security of the country. Hoover launched a covert campaign to undermine the Panthers, COINTELPRO. Since the release of more FBI records from the time, the new question has come to the fore. Did the man who armed the Panthers work for the FBI? Watch all these people who start showing up. Either it's yo, 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 or it's I'm out to get the oppressor like y'all. Think about everybody who's been trying to get us to go to their rallies, y'all. This is very, very important. And here's whether you know it or not, is where you start dealing with the Black Revolution, he said. The Black Panthers armed themselves for community patrols. The idea was to police the force, which is largely a white, often brutal, basic police force. It was a time of high emotions, and the Panthers grew in membership and influence. It eventually led to a bunch of battles, leaving a lot of people harmed. Proceed to give you what you need. Check this out. A couple years later, Bobby Seale published a memoir revealing that some of the very first weapons the Panthers got their hands on came from, in his words, a Japanese radical cat named Richard Inoki. This is what Bobby Seale said. Listen to the terms. A Japanese radical cat. Family, listen to that. So every time somebody comes and they start saying, Black Americans, y'all need to come to my rally. Black Americans, where y'all at? Black Americans, y'all need to come on April 5th or March 5th or June 5th to my protest. You're going to start seeing a bunch of these strange people pop up, and you already know the time and the energy in which they are on, and it ain't one for us, family. Hell to the no. So you can see that clear as day, and you already see. There you go. Inoki was born in San Francisco Bay. He was basically a Japanese American. He ended up being in the war, and he came back around basically to use those connections to get down with the feds. That's what it is. All right. So the biggest problem that they made is, check this out. And I said, say what? I know you two are crazy, but are you colorblind? I'm not black. This is what Inoki was trying to say to get involved with the Black Panthers. As I jump forward. Richard Inoki is a fascinating person, says Seth Rosenfeld, the author of Sir Visions, the FBI's War on the Student Radicals and the Reagan Rise to Power, which chronicles covert surveillance of student protesters at University of Cal Berkeley. On the one hand, he was Japanese. On the other hand, he was American. On one hand, he was a gangster. On the other hand, he was a brilliant student. On the one hand, he was a militant activist. On the other hand, he was working for J. Edgar Hoover. Yes. Rosenfeld bases the claim on documents released by the FBI under the Freedom of Information Act and reporting he did for the book. He successfully sued the FBI 5 times to get access to more than 300,000 pages of heavily redacted documents. More than 200 pages relate to Inoki's activities as a paid informant from 1961 to 1977. And the Black Panther Party started in 1966. So this guy was already working for them boys by the time he went to the Black Panther Party, and then he just walked right on in and he joined the ranks. And this is what they've been doing for the longest amount of goddamn time, y'all. So you see what we see, and we all see the way that they have tried to use these outside people, including those that are trying to cap about the film. You see how them people been trying to infiltrate FBA culture for a long damn time, y'all, and they don't stop. So this shows you again, family. Yeah, this is why we stay away from their businesses. That's why FBA ain't on it. See, one thing about this generation, I will say this clear as day. This generation, we not really on all that stuff, fam, where people think we're going to be jumping on board and tying in and trying to get what other people have created. We know the agenda, we know the message, we know where we are, and we sticking true to the game. And the more we stick true to the game, the more we see things extra clear. And what is that basically telling y'all, fam? That's telling y'all that foundational Black Americans, we hitting different. And let me show y'all this while I'm showing y'all. Let me pull this up for y'all as well. This right here are one of the files and one of the pages that were redacted of Richard Inoki's paperwork. So we've been doing real paperwork checking, family, and the paperwork is led right on back to this man being one of them ops. So the paperwork is out there clearly showing everybody that this dude ain't got nothing to do with foundational Black Americans. This dude ain't got nothing to do with our lineage. This dude is a full-time op, and the paperwork showed that when these people come around here talking about the Mississippi Delta and the Mississippi this, that, and the other thing, man, let me tell you something. Mississippi is all about FBA. All right, same way Alabama, same way Ohio, same way about Cali, same way the East Coast. Everything in this thing is about foundational Black Americans. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise. But speaking of foundational Black Americans and how we've been moving, right? Y'all know we have this lineage movement, and the lineage has been very strong, and our lineage has been pushing right along. There's other people out there that took issues with the movie Sinners. So we've already talked about how all the Tethers got a problem, the dominant society. Some people try to steal it. Some people get mad at it. Some people are upset. Some people are trying to hustle. None of that's working. But there's another group out there, an organization, and they got a problem with Sinners too, y'all. Can you believe this, fam? Fam, did we not go through all the people of color and all these different people who got problems with it? Can I show y'all somebody else who got a problem with the film? And these people claim to be about the lineage, but they don't really like the movie. Let me show y'all these people, because I got a sneaky suspicion y'all know who I'm talking about. But can I show y'all these people who are really mad at the film and they're trying to point the finger at our lineage, heritage, and culture? Look at this right here, y'all. Can y'all see this right here? There's a particular organization that's out there, and this organization has been running around here for quite some time, just blocking people with FBA and stuff. But y'all look at this right here. ADOS, okay? Yvette Strappy Carnell. She said, Krugler said FBA. Now I understand everything that's wrong with him, or I understand everything that's wrong with this movie and why. It finally makes sense. So relieved that this weird, Africans in America and Chinese Were Our Friends movie isn't linked to ADOS. Family. Y'all see this right here? Y'all see this, fam? Come on now. Here, what's up, Beavis? I know Beavis ain't talking. And notice now, 1 minute she'll say, I'm not an organization. But right here, notice she said, I'm so relieved that this isn't linked to ADOS. How can you be linked to a lineage? You can be linked to an organization. You can be linked to a group. So when you sit there and you say something along the lines of not linked to ADOS, you just confirmed and admitted that ADOS is an organization. And let's be real, you're really just mad because he said FBA. That's what it's truly about. You mad, you mad because Krugler, he said FBA and he didn't say ADOS. Can I make it clear? Nobody's rocking with ADOS. People in the streets ain't rocking with ADOS. ADOS are what they are. They're an organization and they're a democratic op organization. That's all they are. They act like they got this tumultuous, problematic issues and conflict with the Democrats, but then they say everything the Democrats say. That's another hustle, y'all. People who pretend to have conflicts, but they really in bed with each other. There's a lot of pretending people do when they want to distract you. When someone wants to distract you, they'll come up with all these little pretend games. All right. They pretend that they're at it with the Democrats, but you know damn well it's American Democrats of slavery. And she or he or that just admitted that they are an organization. And you're really just mad because FBA is the terminology that is used. Newsflash, FBA is the terminology that people are talking about at highest levels of American society. So just deal with it. That's what it is, partner. But they had even more tweets, fam. So out of all the smoke we got to deal with, y'all, and everybody out here, we're seeing the beauty in this movie. We're respecting the film. Even if there's things you may not agree with, you still like, cool. How can you find a problem in this? The people who are finding some type of problem to make tweets and get mad, those are the ops. So as they say, a hit op gon' holler. Hit ops gon' holler right now. And Beavis Strappy is hollering. All by design. Both political parties love the pimp who shall not be named because he doesn't do any political work and tells his supporters to vote the couch. Nobody's scared of Twitter spaces where people rant and fight. She's talking about Tariq right there. Look how mad she is. She's right. FBA is so lost and discombobulated. Fam, spite is a hell of a thing. Fam, spite will have your ass right here just crashing all the way out. Look at her crashing out. Crashing out. I don't want to talk about him, but y'all, FBA is so lost. Well, FBA is a lineage. So you're referring to the lineage as an organization, and you're referring to your organization as an organization. So basically, we've been a lineage the whole time as Foundational Black American, and you've been a democratic organization the whole goddamn time. So family, chalk her up with the Tethers. I want us to chalk her up. All the people she's talking about from the movie, she got hate for the movie like they do. So I'm going to go ahead and say that you and Op, just like Full-Time Fufu, just like Hairline Harold, just like Jackie Lou Chan, just like Becky Mayo, you are all in the same boat, all mad, finding issues with the movie. Well, guess it's all on you then. When I heard Krugler say Foundational Black American, I decided to stop watching every interview because I didn't want to be disappointed in the future. Boy, y'all mad, put a damn shirt on. I man got a shirt. Boy, you take that Diddy baby oil off. Get your ass out of here, partner. Look at this. Oh, here come Tone T-I-T-T. Tone T-I-T-T-S. People are rambling about the Sinners movie being good, like the Good Times poster, but I looked close and didn't see the Chinese grocers. He lost me on that one. He lost me on that one. Somebody else right. Tone was right. The movie was bad. Notice how all the ADOS people are crashing out with the Tethers. Notice how they're crashing out with the Tethers family, and also how they're crashing out with all the Democrats. Sinners is the worst kind of vampiric, whatever, a sloppy one. Smoke and Stack are so alike. Jesus. Jordan is basically giving the same performance twice. He mad at Michael B. Jordan. What Michael B. Jordan got to do with this? If you don't leave Michael B. Jordan alone, you know it's something, fam, when you get mad at Michael B. Jordan too. I be damn, boy, they crashing the hell out. Is it this bad? Tone T-I-T-T-S. Is it that bad, man? That's all right. Get you some Diddy baby oil to go along with you, bro. You'll be good. The Sinners movie wasn't good. Everyone I talked to fell asleep. Man, the theater was packed and wasn't nobody sleeping when I was there. Hell nah. The hell you talking about? So you see right here, man. You see these people are upset. You see they broke down, and you see what we said previously, family. And what is that? And that is that a hit op gonna holler. So we gonna chalk them up with all the other ops, and they gonna stay over there in the op lane, fam. They can't come over here with FBA. Nah, take your little organization, have you some Democratic shield, release time, and just stay over there because we ain't rocking with you. So it's as simple as that, fam. You know you crashing out when you mad at Michael B. Jordan. How the hell you mad at Michael B. Jordan? Like Michael B. Jordan did something to you. They said, I don't like Michael B. Jordan. I don't like him anymore. Damn Michael B. Jordan and all his movies. This man want to boycott Michael B. Jordan now. How the hell you want to boycott Michael B. Jordan? The B don't stand for boycott, partner. Get a life. Get a life, family. And that's what it is, y'all. So, yeah, the ops out there opping like ops are supposed to do, and that's good. And it just shows you, fam, where the success lies and where everything lies. And it all comes back to the lineage, heritage, and culture in which that we've been putting on the table, in which we've been doing a great job. And let me tell y'all this right here. As they get mad and they get upset, they wouldn't be mad and they wouldn't be upset if it wasn't for us as a lineage really enjoying it. And even if people, you know what I'm saying, feel some type of way. Foundational Black Americans, we have the tendency to understand things clearly. So y'all see that right there. Ryan Coogler and Michael B. Jordan Centers continues to break box office records. So I don't think they're missing you, Tone T.I. double T.S. I don't think they're missing you, Strap. It's going to be all right. You can strap your ass back to the next Democratic convention in 4 years, and hopefully Strap can get a job. All right? But you ain't going to strap the Lineage to your strap organization, because y'all both about to strap and crash the hell out. That's what it is. So we've been out here really, really working and showing things for what it's truly worth. And let me show y'all this as well, fam. This is what I want to show the family, because as we went down the list of everybody and showed how everybody's on some hater time and hater energy, one thing that we cannot forget about, y'all, is the way that we have been enjoying it, the way that we've been seeing it, the way that we've been watching it. Watch the energy amongst this right here and tell me who ain't on top.
Oh, okay. Because what was that you said last week, Variety? Sinners was a ways away because it's only made $60 million for its opening weekend, and it was a $90 million budget, but I guess they succeeded that. And the numbers are in. So this is Sinner's second weekend being out, and domestically it made over 120 million, internationally 39 million, and worldwide over 160 million. And not only that, Sinners beat out Star Wars and The Accountant too. So if y'all want to see, here go the numbers that it grossed this opening weekend. And of course, Variety changed his tune by saying Sinners scores a 45 million in massive second weekend. And I know I've been seeing a lot of people saying, oh, okay. Because what was that you said last week, Variety? Sinners was a ways away because it's only made 60 million for its opening weekend, and it was a 90 million budget, but I guess they succeeded that. And the numbers are in. So this is Sinners' second weekend being out, and domestically it made over 120 million, internationally 39 million, and worldwide over 160 million. And not only that, Sinners beat out Star Wars and The Accountant too. So if y'all want to see, here go the numbers that it grossed this opening weekend. And of course, Variety changed his tune by, oh, okay. Because what was that you said last week, Variety? Sinners was a ways away because...
Damn. Oh, okay. So, fam, why they so mad and why they so upset? Why they so mad and why they so upset? Shouldn't they be glad? Shouldn't they be enjoying the show? Shouldn't they be liking the fact that it's doing well and doing so damn good? I mean, damn. I'm enjoying the fact. I like to see young brothers win.
Domestically, it made over 120 million, internationally 39 million, and worldwide over 160 million. And not only that, Sinners beat out Star Wars and The Accountant too. So if y'all want to see, here go the numbers that it grossed this opening week.
Sinners is killing it at the box office, setting record after record. Over the past weekend, Sinners brought in $45 million.
Oh, Sinners really is the gift that keeps on giving, and it's definitely a movie that you have to watch over and over and over again. Like Ryan really said, I'm going to get that money.
Now, Sinners was not no movie. That was a spiritual manual, if you ask me. If y'all ain't seen the movie Sinners yet, you need to carry your ass to the movies to go see it.
I'm here to talk about Sinners, my take, and I just want to speak on how I would say how it's so tied to me personally, because I am a Black American from Chicago with Southern roots, to be exact, Mississippi roots, my mom's mom. But if you just know like the time period, how like basically a lot of people from the South were fleeing to Chicago, like the way he put that man, it was just so beautiful. It was tied together so fucking well, and I feel like it speaks volumes for people who grew up like me. Very much Chicago culture, but Black Chicago culture is heavily influenced by the South. So yeah, the blues from the South to Chicago, yes, like that's just my background, and it was beautiful.
Oh, okay. Because what was that you said last week, Variety? Sinners was...
There you go. FBA all damn day. So you can see the difference between the way we view it, the way they view it. We see the good in it. So we went down the list and we showed all these different communities and how all these different communities are upset and they crashing out. They only doing that because we win it. We showed how some of these democratic organizations, strap, are upset and they crashing out. They only doing that because we win it. And as we winning, you can look at the receipts. See the difference between us, they just say it. We show it. And there's a difference between talking it and walking it. We're showing everybody the receipts. The receipts are called the box office. You're talking about #1 movie in America where brothers and sisters are going and having a lot of different energies. I've seen some brothers and sisters say they went and they had these spiritual elements. The movie was giving them a certain vibe, a certain frequency in which we talked about. I know for a fact when I watched the movie, I ended up enjoying it. And then literally the next day it was like thundering and lightning outside. And I was sitting here listening to some old field mob, some good Southern music, and I felt that real energy, like being there with my brothers and sisters who had to deal with all of these hardships. So it gave me that internal inept FBA DNA, soul, honor, pride in which I felt. And that's one thing about it, y'all. There's been so many different opinions and so many different views, but it's only that way because of the energy that it permeated. In FBA, we are energetic people where we permeate so much strong energy that energy always goes full circle and comes back here where it started. The same way the world can go around and it always comes back to where it started, it always comes back to the foundation. We are the foundationals. So those who've seen the movie, much love and respect. Those who haven't seen it, make sure that you get a chance to check it out. And we see good in things that are good. We see great in things that are great. We see beauty in things that are beautiful. We don't hate. We sit back and we enjoy. And that's what we've been doing. And if you watch, family, oh man, it's a hell of a ride. It's a hell of a show. And it's all rooted in foundational Black American culture. Nobody else's culture. FBA culture is above all. And if you can see the way we talk, we speak about the great expansion, how we expanded. We talk about how we had each other's backs. You see the signs that all the ops who came in, they crashed out and they do us no good. So they talk about representation. What we talk about is delineation. And you can see the signs because, again, we see things clearly. And as we see things clearly, the main point about that is knowing. And the main mission that you take is that FBA, we're good by our goddamn selves. FBA, we strong by our goddamn selves. FBA, we built, we maintain, and we sustain by our goddamn selves. We are the most spiritual, the most intellectual, the most physical, and the smartest, quickest, most witty people on the planet, bar none. It ain't up for debate. And the movie encapsulates all of that, in which we've been encapsulating every single day. So it goes no further than foundational Black American energy, whether that is in art forms of music, whether that is in film, whether that's just walking down the damn street. When FBA shows up, everybody got to move to the side. And right now they're moving to the side because FBA is in the building. Let me show y'all this right here, fam. Much love and respect. Much love and respect. May I get some praying hands or some hearts in the chat, because I want to send one of the most graceful, honorable shout outs, respect, love, genuine to one of our good sisters here, our good sister, LaWanda House. I hope you in here right now, beloved. Much love and respect. I need y'all right now to show me some love, and I need you guys to show this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful sister some love. We lost a beautiful FBA sister right here, okay? We lost a beautiful FBA sister, all right? This is our good sister, Audrey, all right? And she was a beautiful sister. She was our good sister's cousin. Much love and respect. She passed away on April 19th at 38 years old with 3 boys, an 18-year-old that graduated last year, a 17-year-old that's graduating high school May 2nd, and a 13-year-old. We send our condolences. We send our love to her whole entire family from our whole entire foundational Black American family. I say this from the bottom of my FBA soul. We are with you, sister. Much gracious love and honor to you, and it will always be. Much love to your family and every single person that I'm sure that you've touched on this journey of life. We will always remember and always celebrate you. And I'm sending so much love and compassion to you and your family. That's coming from me. That's coming from everybody. That's coming from our families. Much, much, much love, beloved. Your soul will always be here. Your soul will always be with us, and we will always represent your soul. That goes for you. That goes for your family. That goes for everybody. And it comes from us. It comes from our family, and it comes from all of the lineage, heritage, and culture. So from the foundational Black American family tree To our good sister, Audrey, I send you nothing but love. I send you nothing but respect. I want you and everybody out there listening to the sound of my voice right now to just continue to put our good sister's family in your prayers. I want you to put her soul, her spirit, her energy in your prayers. So all of this touches the family to where we can always know that we are as one, life is precious, and you only get one, everybody, but you live forever. So I send nothing but honor, with grace, with respect, and with love. And to our beloved sister, a special certified salute to the sky up above. Much respect. All right, everybody. It has been another great episode of the Black Alpha Cast. I appreciate everybody who tapped in. We've been in here for a long time, but I want everybody to just live your life to the fullest. I want everybody to enjoy every single second. Doesn't matter what's going on, you're here. Doesn't matter what's happening, you're here. And I want you guys to share that love and experience with everyone that you know. And just know you're never alone. This love will always find you, y'all. We put out energy, and I think we showed that we are spiritual people, and we broke it down, and I believe in a productive fashion. But for everyone out there listening, just know that we are in this thing together. All right. Even if you feel that you're walking alone, you got somebody who got your back. And it's probably more people than you imagine. So as we continue to move forward, we continue to shine, we continue to grind. Know this, family. In this journey of life, I wouldn't want to experience it with anybody other than all of y'all. All right. And I mean that. And I send so much love, blessings, condolences to our good sister. Always love and respect, and her family. And I certify salute everybody who tapped in. I appreciate the love, family. We'll be right back again. Y'all enjoy your FBA style, your FBA grace, man. And just know we are always on top, and we're going to stay on top. We were born for this. We was made for this. This is our destiny. We are the divine, and we shine, y'all. Always remember that. We are the divine, and we always shine. And if they watching, they on FBA time. Certified salute from the Black Alpha Network, you guys. Appreciate the love. See you on the other end. Peace and love, peace and love, peace and love, family. Go out and enjoy your day. Enjoy your life, man. When you wake up tomorrow, I want y'all to wake up with a pretty old smile on your FBA faces, and just know that everything is good and that black is beautiful, and beautiful is always black. Peace and love, much respect from Black Alpha, certified. Peace.